on the board for them. Only about 6 points away now from Cloud9 for Optic Gaming, but feeling a bit of pressure now too as well.
Hello Shoaib, hello K9. कितने दिन का टॉर्नी शायद में कल और रहेगा 3 दिन शायद तो सारे मैचेस करवा रहे लोग एक दिन में हेलो विनायक कैसे हो इसके बाद थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा ये वाला मैच खत्म होने के बाद ये जो विनर्स ब्रैकेट हो रहा है यार अभी विनर्स ब्रैकेट का लास्ट मैच चल रहा है ये उसके बाद नेक्स्ट सेट ऑफ मैचेस 6:30 बजे स्टार्ट होंगे लेकिन उसके थोड़ा टाइम बाद ही स्टार्ट होगा 6:30 बजे मुझे नहीं लगता स्टार्ट हो पाएगा 7 बजे मेरे ख्याल से हेलो विनायक
No one else can really take over them, I'd say. Even if they do, they probably still survive. Reignite still looking to take control of their position.
चश्मे की ताकत कहाँ है? ताकत देखो वैसे भी अभी खेल नहीं रही हूँ और मुझे अभी दिखाई दे रहा है थोड़ा मतलब कि थोड़ा मुझे मैंने सोचा कि चलो मैं बिना चश्मे के बैठती जब तक दिखाई दे रहा है मुझे उससे पहले कि मुझे ना अंधा फील होने लगे जब अंधा फील होने लग जाएगा तो फिर वापस चश्मा लगा
The big storyline for them is whether or not they can take first in this lobby. With Cloud9 out of the picture, it's not so much of a discussion of what Cloud9
WeirdoRolo is the most confusing thing. Too many randomness. Example, draws to string enemy location. You cannot guarantee to win even if you are extremely skilled.
They're in a rough spot. The big one right now is 4-7 on 31 points.
वैसे वो सही बात है.
You can see them on the northern side of your screen there. Reignite, they've got 35, they're fine.
एकदम मतलब कि हाँ लक भी डिपेंड करता है लेकिन तब भी
get eliminated. Now might that just be Team Liquid here as Nocturnal makes his way back down to earth. He loses his life. Now it's just Illicent. Does he fall or does 4-7?
थोड़ी बहुत तुम्हारी बात सच है पूरा मैं नहीं बोलूँगी क्योंकि स्किल जो लोग रहेंगे उनको रैंडमनेस वगैरह उसमें आती ना गन्स वगैरह में
Now it's Reignite looking to stay in control. Optic Gaming, have they done enough? I saw a number 1 on the left there. Optic Gaming, I think, topped the lobby.
ये वाली टीम कल लास्ट आ रही थी
right at the 11th hour.
जो जीती लेट है मैंने अभी भी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट किया है डिपेंड करता है ना हाँ लक बेस बहुत हो जाता है कि कौन सी टीम किसको पुश कर रही है लास्ट में लेकिन मजा आती है एकदम लास्ट जोन है वो देखने में जब सब कुछ एकदम सब इधर उधर सब कुछ होने लग जाता है See, you just say that the team that won now came last yesterday. Yes, but all the teams are good. That doesn't mean that this team is bad. Their best player is actually not playing. वो है ना उसको कोविड पॉजिटिव टेस्ट हुआ तो उसकी वजह से वो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया डूड इस टीम का जो बेस्ट प्लेयर है जो नहीं खेल रहा वो उसको एक्चुअली में पूरे उसका बेस्ट प्लेयर माना जाता है जेन बर्टन खतरनाक एम है उसका
massive result for them, massive result again for Apex South, another team, a couple of teams now into the top 10, into the finals. There's a lot of teams that have made their way into the finals.
चलो अब स्कोरबोर्ड देखेंगे कि अभी जो मैचेस जो हैं इनके टॉप 10 टीम्स डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालीफाई
What a result, what a way to finish off. 4-7, have they done it? We'll have to wait and see. Not 100% sure just yet. They had 11 points, Reignite 17 from that game. They were in a bit of a different spot though, in that 10th place position.
जो मैं तारीख के बारे में तो ठीक है ये कितने हैं मतलब दीदी ये कितने 2 2 घंटे बाद
smashed it out of the park and got 17, so that'll be plenty. Optic Gaming did manage to grab 15, which should be enough to put them up into the first place position overall. Very happy with my prediction, by the way, today. I just want to shout that one out. I did say yesterday was a warm-up, today was the real deal, so I'll give myself that one.
हेलो चिरंजीव कैसे हो चलो दिख रहा है
very good stuff across the board inside of this lobby as well. They take 12 points out of that game. 4-7, as you've mentioned, maybe did enough, maybe didn't do enough. TSM looks pretty good. Down here on the bottom end of the table.
मैं कोई अंधी नहीं हूँ.
Team Unite players, Elevate, Reject, Empire, unfortunately not having really done enough.
And the other part of the conversation for 4-7, have they not?
चश्मा कहाँ इधर रखा हुआ है अभी मुझे दिख रहा है बिना चश्मे के इसलिए मैं बिना उसके बैठी हूँ. एक बार जब मेरी आंखें जलने लग जाएंगी तो मैं पहन लूंगी. मेरा प्रेडिक्शन सही जा रहा है क्या? प्रेडिक्शन बताओ तुम्हारा कौन क्या था प्रेडिक्शन एक बार बताना तो मुझे.
Coming through the winners bracket, but they still have a chance later on, maybe tomorrow. We'll
क्या
see
prediction था अंकित?
because those teams in the first losers bracket, of course.
मैच कब स्टार्ट होगा इनका? अभी है ना विनर्स ब्रैकेट के 6 मैचेस कंप्लीट हो गए हैं, 6 मैचेस सारे. तो अब थोड़ी देर बाद लूजर ब्रैकेट के होंगे. वेट नहीं, लूजर ब्रैकेट के ऑलरेडी चल रहे थे. अब लूजर ब्रैकेट 2 के मैचेस होंगे जिसमें विनर ब्रैकेट की बॉटम 10 टीम्स और लूजर ब्रैकेट की टॉप 10 टीम्स फाइट करेंगी. Why there is 2 at मुझसे क्यों पूछ रहे हो? मुझे क्या मालूम? There should be a poll with more than 5 options and we can pick whom we root for. Thoughts? Hello Soumya.
But JMW has been amazing so far.
वज़ू कहा आपके 2 सिस्टर. डीमन का पता नहीं सेन स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, वो भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है.
Let's jump back over to the panel and see what they think about that first lobby.
Thank you, Jens.
वीडियो देखी.
Well done. Thanks so much for getting us here to our final game of our winners bracket. Joining me on the desk, of course, once again, Bardoff and Genome.
नो स्पेक्स रखे मैं अभी मुझे दिख रहा है. मैं वेट कर अगर मेरी अब जब आंखें जलेंगी तो मैं पहन लूंगी.
Game number 4. And I knew I was going to get this wrong. Sutaraku. We got to know the name. You have to know the name. Rehearse it if you need to because they have shown they are heroes.
देखूंगी वो जो
Kills in that one, and that's not the first one they won. They put in work yesterday as well. So you really wonder how far they can.
मैच.
And
ओह पुराने मैच का दिखा रहे हैं.
For a lot of people, shout out to Cloud9 who came second place with 7 kills. Team Liquid as well 7 kills. There was like the top 5 did work from.
Shut up Monoj.
In that little quarter, but again, Sutaraku with 13 kills. They were all over this lobby, and
अब ये ना किसी की ना लगता है पिटाई होने वाली है इधर.
they are making a brand of themselves today.
कैसे बाल हैं इस लड़की. अच्छा बताऊं मैं.
Take a look. And actually, it's a fitting moment here. Crypto being in that final circle.
It was a killer moment, right? I mean, they timed it so well. I think we
Hello Yoshi, कैसे हो?
at that point as well, and you saw them just waiting bamboo.
तो समझ में नहीं आता कि मैं ना 6:30 के बाद मैं स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करूँ या 6:30 के पहले स्टार्ट करूँ. मैं एक्चुअली मैं आज बहुत जल्दी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर सकती थी, 5:45 पे स्टार्ट कर सकती थी, लेकिन मैं थोड़ी सी कंफ्यूज हो रही थी क्योंकि बस एक ही मैच बचा था इन लोगों का. लेकिन फिर मुझे लगा कि मैं कर ही दूँ और मैंने 6:30 की थोड़ी देर पहले कर दिया. देखिए जो ना लॉग करके आए हो वैलो में. कौन सा नया वाला? 4 मैं 4 बजे सोने जाती हूँ. 4 बजे तो नहीं. तो 306 का होता है. They have to go for iftar in a bit. Can hang out for a bit. Okay. शोएब भी गया उसके लिए तो.
4-7 with 6 kills in this one in second place as well. 100 Thieves though, really racking up the points with 10 kills in third place in that 5th game. So again, it was we're seeing beauty.
I play WeirdoRolo meanwhile and chat will help.
Like myself, either way. Genome game number 6. We're going to take a look at the boys from
मुझे
RURII,
4 बजे.
who of course pulled out that W just.
Yes, मैं 4 बजे सोती हूँ.
Incredible stuff from them. It was a pretty tense end game there, but in the end, Rig showing that even with Aekansh Partani, they are still a force to be.
एजेंट नियॉन को अनलॉक है तो सैड होके क्यों बोल रहे हो? नियॉन कितनी फन है खेलने में. मुझे लगता है सबसे फन वैलोरेंट में नियॉन ही है.
Doing some math here on, I can see everybody's still going.
You thought no, I was just
रोते क्या बोल रहे हो? अगर नहीं अच्छी तो उसे अनलॉक ही कर किसी और को क्यों नहीं किया?
Certainly, but of course the one thing we all have to.
I've been awake since 6:30 AM.
As we know, winners bracket top 10. heads to Sunday. They say one game and we're good.
मैं नहीं रह सकती मैं गॉड इतनी ज़्यादा देर तक जगी.
Well, they're going to play one more time for all the marbles.
Yeah, they're going to have more work to do, and there's a lot of
खतरनाक गेम है स्वामी इधर सभी लोगों का.
10-11 mark who are fighting. I know 4-7 were one of those teams. They had a good placement in that last game as well. Of course, we mentioned in game 5 their placement there was important as well. The 6 kills in second place, and that last game they came in 4th place, got 6 kills, and they were in the danger zone.
We're gonna 5:30 AM on weekdays was fully a surprise.
Quench your curiosity with that danger zone.
उतना मैं भी मुझे भी स्कूल वगैरह के लिए उठना पड़ता है अभी लेकिन नहीं उठती मैं उतने बजे. अभी मैं उठती हूँ 9 9:30 बजे. Overall leaderboard. Optic number 1.
So they're struggling, but they are delivering enough to keep moving forward.
Alliance what? Dude, Alliance number 1 थी कल जो कितने 18 मैचेस हुए थे वो 18 मैचेस के बाद अलायंस नंबर 1 थी. अभी नंबर 10 आज के 6 मैचेस के बाद. झूठ मत बोलो. क्या झूठ मत बोलो. I have to go for swimming practice also. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, we've got
Nice,
a couple
nice.
4-7 as you said sneaking in there. Alliance on a tiebreaker.
तभी सीख रहे swimming करना है ऐसे ही.
Managing to sneak through there, and yes, exactly. Rig 4-7 as well as Sudraiku getting in there from some of the lesser known regions. But I guess the other thing I just want to touch on quickly about that top 10 and what we're seeing here is that sure these
Dude, NRG number 18 पे है. इन लोगों के मैचेस होने वाले ये बॉटम 10 के. तुम 9 बजे उठती हो. झूठ कैसे वो जरा बताना तो मुझे. I'm a state swimmer. Wow.
Absolutely, and just another chance for us to take a look at the likes of NRG and of course
Wow.
6 there, Bardov. Certainly a lot of teams that made it to winners bracket.
Yeah.
मुझे भी कोई स्विमिंग सिखा तो नहीं आती है. मैं बस फ्लोट कर पाती हूँ.
All their action earlier on, we definitely saw
in
the recent games. Always a man whose name is on our lips. But moving into the second half again, you've got NRG in 17th place there, players in 18th place as well. Empire, we've had some great highlights.
बहुत ही lazy feel होता है स्विमिंग पूल जाने लेकिन मुझे भी इच्छा होती है जाने की.
They're in 15th place, and I'm telling you, these guys are. I feel like they're sandbagging when they're not bringing out the Maggie and the caustic. So
I was the same one back. Lol. कितनी बड़ी बाल्टी है Swatcat.
I'm sure they'll play what works when it matters, but after today, now I'm a little bit less sure. Maybe they're just struggling to find what works.
I don't even float. I just dropped.
Something and get enough reps.
What the hell with the mug?
They can make it work, get that top 10, and eventually.
लेकिन मैं तुम्हें imagine करी कि तुम बाल्टी के अंदर बैठे हुए हो.
Honestly, maybe
Swimming I think is one of the best things to learn. वो तो मैं full agree करती हूँ.
speaking of on camera,
Useful है, बहुत useful भी है, मजा भी आती है, plus आप healthy भी रहते हो.
very soon. Paula, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Yes, that is right. As we zoom out, you will see I am live with the man himself, King Dupe of North America of Optic Gaming, after dominating the winners bracket finals, #1 in that series.
ये सब लोग हो गए हैं finals के लिए qualify. कल होएगा mostly finals.
I feel amazing. We got the extra 10 points going into the finals. We feel confident that we can take the dub.
Shave the mustache, which is a shame. The people love the mustache. Is it going to make a return tomorrow? Is it going to grow overnight?
I don't think it'll grow overnight.
My man, the infamous mustache. Well, mate, congratulations to y'all. I guess
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
start
lol.
in the grand scheme of things, you guys have been dominating. You guys dominated with Verholst as your third. You pick up Noct, you pick up right where you left off for the last really 8 months online. A lot of speculation. A lot of
Advantages of being a state swimmer, you can use your school swimming pool. हाँ. नहीं normally नहीं तो दूसरे बच्चों को नहीं allowed रहता. अजी. लेकिन ना अच्छी बात है.
You're number 2.
I mean सबके लिए लेकिन allowed रहना चाहिए ना.
There you go. I was like, hey, he's really humble. It's gonna put best give you as well. There you go. I love that, man. That's awesome. We'll talk about so far this weekend. Obviously, you guys get
Nice,
place
nice.
right? #1 in the day. Congratulations on that. Alliance above you. But then you come in, you dominate Alliance, you dominate every other team. How are you guys gelling so far, and what's working for you on land so far?
We're gelling very well on LAN. It's amazing. They're amazing people to meet.
क्या बोल रहे हैं मुझे तो सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
In the game, we gel very well as well. Don't have to micromanage as much. They know what to do. I make a call. They min-max it. They do what they need to be.
Only school swimming team or state and above swimmers are allowed.
You guys obviously online at the back and forth with Sentinels for the mill. This time you play against players. What was that matchup like against players on Stormpoint?
I expected more, but you know, it just proves that, you know, we love contesting. We're the contest kings. This proves why we're the best at it. If the #1 spot doesn't prove it.
I love it. 2 more questions for you. One, talk about you expected more from Hardeki. He's arguably the CEO of EU. They say Hal's the CEO of NA. Who's the new CEO, the new king of Apex?
I just might have to take over.
CEO himself. One last question for you. We're going into the finals here. You guys punched your ticket into the finals for the $1 million tournament, the chance to be and prove that you are the best team in Apex. What's the mentality like going to the finals? What's your game plan?
चश्मा किधर है आज मैं नहीं लगा रही चश्मा जब तक मेरी आंखें ना जले.
We're just gonna play it how we normally do, so nothing special. We're not gonna treat any team special in the finals. We're just gonna play our own game. There's no one really to look out for. I have full
Sweatcat मुझे लगता है तुम जलो.
Take home.
Fever took them the last.
From competing on Xbox with the controller just a year, 2 years ago, to switching to keyboard and mouse, playing Apex, one of the top-ranked World of Warcraft players, played in Halo back in the day, now arguably the best player, the CEO, the new king of Apex Legends. They still got to prove it, though. You still got a championship final, so best of luck to y'all. Any final words to the Green Wall for the first time here?
I
Looking.
appreciate playing for Optic. I'm excited for this opportunity. I love representing Optic at our first
Sweatcat
LAN
बताओ.
So, hashtag Green Wall. Thank you for the support, everybody. Fucking Green Wall, baby.
अच्छा D1. मैं कोई अंधी नहीं हूँ.
Dupe himself, Optic Gaming, Green Wall, looking to take home 2 championships.
बस इसलिए चश्मा पहन रही हूँ कि मेरी आंखें नहीं तो जलती हैं.
Throw it back to the desk.
ये पावर उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है.
Very much. I guess we'll call him CEOG at that rate. And again, you know, Genome, he was right. He talked about those seeding points and being the top 10. Talk to me a little bit about what that will mean for tomorrow in this top 10 winners bracket.
Yeah, so the top 10 will go into
Yoshi,
tomorrow. Remembering it's a match point format and you have to get to that 50 points before you can take the dub and take home the championship. So these guys
Demon तू follow कर रहा है क्या ALGS?
If you're in first place, you get 10 points running all the way down to the 10th place finisher out of the winners bracket match that we just had, getting 1 point to start off with. So just a little bonus. And I got to say, I really love Dupe putting the hostile takeover there for the CEO.
Listen, I got something to say.
Oh boy,
All
here
right.
we go. Quick,
there's only one CEO, and it's Hal. Okay, Duplex can be the chairman. You can go for the chairman. There's plenty of other positions. All right, you can lord over. You can be the overlord. You can be the underboss. You can be whatever you like. Okay, but there's only one CEO.
Oh, ALGS फर्क है nice.
Number 2, bring back the dumpster emo on Duplex's Twitch, because that was fire, and that was just filling the Apex chat. There was nothing. There's no typing going on. It was just Duplex dumpster all day. Number 3, that man goes hard in the streets, man. They call him Dupe in the streets, you know. So you got to pay your respects. He can be the chairman, but leave the CEO alone, please.
Oh boy, shots fired, and I'm very, very excited. Speaking of things I'm excited for.
उसके बाल कैसे लग रहे हैं ये बताओ तुम लोग.
At our winners bracket here, round 1, round 2.
Oh, loser bracket थी.
Participating teams. This is who we have to look at. This are who is going to have the top 10 from the losers round 1.
Yeah, look, you came to the end of that the winners bracket we just saw.
इसका मतलब इनकी जो bottom 10 टीम से ये निकल चुकी हैं tournament से वापस घर. G2
will be going home. They have to take the dub here.
Do indeed. And Bardolph, I'm looking at this and going, there's a lot of
Revenant Esports barely, what the hell, dude? वो लोग barely वो हुए.
We know that Vega are going to be bringing in Watson out, so that's
bottom
good.
10 में.
Like Space Station, G2, GMT, and plenty more who have to get delivering now. It's time to get their skates on. We don't have any more waiting around. If they're not in that bottom 10, then we may be saying goodbye to those guys. So it's time to really put some respect on their name.
Absolutely. Well, something you can do between now and tomorrow.
Was there Kramer shot? Lol.
Laptop. It is.
Dude, वो जो memes होते ना वैसे ही दिखते हैं. I mean उसमें ऐसे ही रहता है. उसके बाद उनका ना सिर उड़ जाता है एक साइड से.
I was excited yesterday. Guess what?
एक साइड से वो क्या वो डेंट आ जाता है उनका. इसके बाद उड़ गए एक साइड.
No wonder Fallout was
All right, I've got to give them their props. They picked the best team in the world and they did the best. So congratulations to Fallout Vicky and Elfish Guy. I had a nightmare with Element 6. That was really hard to watch, man. That was really
आजकल क्या क्या देखने को मिल रहा है मुझे लगता है उस टाइप के बाल है ना तब अच्छे लगते हैं जब स्ट्रेट बाल हो मुझे लगता है जो वैल्करी की वॉइस एक्ट्रेस है ना उसके भी बाल ऐसे ही हैं एक साइड से ऐसे टकलू है और एक साइड से एकदम स्ट्रेट एकदम ऐसे उसके मस्त लगते हैं
Everybody thought someone else was going to pick Alliance.
Yeah.
So no one picked Alliance.
Yeah.
So that was kind of crazy. But don't think we've lost our minds. We haven't completely lost our minds. It's just that, you know, we can't always just go for the easy pick and everybody pick the same thing. No, but you can get some nice flavor in there and surprise everybody.
We're the Giga Brands. I mean, you know, Optic, Team Liquid, a lot of those picks were higher than Alliance finished in the end. So, you know, it's all in here.
Yeah, they scraped it eventually.
Yeah, remind me not to pick someone from contest. Gee. Anyway, this is now the time where you get a moment
आप भी कर लो फिर अच्छा तो होती कभी कभी लेकिन जैसे मैंने बोला ना जैसे कि कर्ली बाल पे लेकिन अच्छे नहीं इतने ज़्यादा अच्छे नहीं लग रहे वो जो स्ट्रेट बाल पे अच्छे लगते हैं मुझे स्ट्रेट नहीं करने बाल स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं अब नेक्स्ट मैचेस बीस मिनट नहीं पार्टिसिपेटिंग टीम्स लूजर ब्रैकेट राउंड 1 ओ अभी लूजर ब्रैकेट राउंड 1 होगा अभी मुझे लगा था कि साथ में ही चल रहे थे वो वाले मैचेस आज एक बॉय को गर्ल बनता किसको थोड़ा सा एपिक्स खेलते 20 मिनट You see not playing Apex, everyone leave. ऐसा नहीं है कल तो सब थे बीबी स्टार्ट किया ना इसलिए नहीं है आ जाएंगे सब हेलो लक्ष्य कैसे हो स्लॉट एक स्लॉट है एक स्लॉट है आ रहे हो क्या लक्ष्य तुम्हारा आईडी क्या है बता तो ओलंपस 16 सेकेंड्स में थोड़ी ना शुरू होएगा 20 मिनट में शुरू होएगा 20 मिनट में शुरू होगा पब्स खेलेंगे श्योर ब्लडहंट खेल रहा था ट्राई करना एक बार स्ट्रीम में फ्री हाँ मैंने देखा था मैंने शाउट को भी देखा था गेम भी देखा था मोर क्या से फ्रेंड लिस्ट में ऑलरेडी नहीं हूँ ऐड कर देती हूँ मैं वैल्की की याद आ रही है मुझे। फिनिश रैंक मैच है, दोनों एक मैच खेलते तब तक। हेलो स्ट्रीम कहाँ गायब हो गई है?
मैं सोच रहा था थोड़ा पावर नैप ले लूं बट
नाइस। क्या 20 मिनट का पावर नैप? हाँ
और क्या, और कितने टाइम में?
1 घंटा
नहीं, पावर नैप 15 to 30 नहीं 15। हाँ
मेरे तो बस 1 घंटे के ही मालूम है नैप्स।
You know, they're always looking around, but they never look up. They're lost. You know, science isn't exactly an
अभी वो 20
exact
मिनट का
science.
काउंटर है, उसमें फिर वो 10 मिनट बात करेंगे, फिर गेम चालू
ओ
होगा।
हाँ ना, 1 घंटा आधा घंटा लगेगा। यस।
I think so.
हेलो टॉप, अभी स्लॉट नहीं है dude। लक्ष्य ज्वाइन कर रहा है इस मैच के बाद, तो फिर फुल हो जाएगा।
Let's make a varsity play for the deck.
मैंने एकदम 0 वार्म अप किया है, सुबह भी कुछ भी नहीं किया है। एक शॉट हिट नहीं होने वाला है आज। टुडे एफके क्या ये इसका लूट?
ये ब्लडाउन मरने को तैयार नहीं है, आज किसी ने किल करा दी।
Whole squad crashed and burned. Nice choice. Burn frag.
सब मर गए।
Beginning ring countdown. Cracked shields on that bandit.
आया दूर पास में।
Hey,
Oh my god।
last time here.
Fox 3 sending it home. Charging up my shield. Wings out.
नाइस। हमारी आ गई वापस। इसके पास विंगू है।
Just a sec. Healing up.
कोई आया है, कोई आया है इधर।
दो लोग लेफ्ट पर है।
ओह माय गॉड।
वेट वन।
हमारी जंग। ओए
Crashing and burning over here.
33 आर्क्स लगा नीचे वाले को, नीचे लेफ्ट साइड।
Close door here.
Oh man, I hope I got all that on camera.
बैंगलोर भाई फिर से हाँ वो गई नहीं बैंगलोर।
I'm only headed one way, and that's up, baby.
Safety first, dears. And then, of course, utter mayhem.
The girl with a cold hard cash is always Miss
मैं
Right.
लेजेंड्स का स्टोरी देख रहे। हाँ वो लोग वही दिखा रहे, मैं भी देख रही हूँ।
This is your champion.
तो बेसिकली नेक्स्ट लेजेंड का नाम है न्यू कैसल, लेकिन वो नया नकली न्यू कैसल है। आज कौन से चिप्स खाऊं? कुछ
I'm jump master.
चिप्स के अलावा
Follow my
कुछ
lead.
और खा लो। हेलो जिन्निन, कैसे हो?
I'm calling the ball. Let's land over there. We can scare missile.
Are you watching ALGS, Sinja? Not chips.
Enemy landed near me.
ये कैसे लैंड कर रहे हैं तुम लोग?
Sentinel here.
मैं हूँ सेंटिनल मेन.
Thanks a bunch. Fox 3, I got radar lock. Am I the only one getting deja vu here? Confirmed kill on whole squad.
Not everyone is lucky enough to have a winged knife. Shields recharge.
Charging on my shields.
मैं ऑलमोस्ट मैप से बाहर ही गया.
कोई है मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है पास में. नेवर माइंड कोई नहीं है. कोई है कोई है कोई है.
Wings up. Fox 3, missile on the rails.
नीचे लो.
Thermite grenade.
वेट में सेल्स लगाने वाले हैं.
Recharging shields.
Recharging my shields.
ध्यान से ध्यान से.
दोनों पुश कर रहे हैं.
उसके पास गोल्डन
अभिषेक निखिल.
उसके पास गोल्डन नॉकडाउन थी. उसको मैंने फिनिश कर दिया लेकिन किसी तरह. I completely forgot it started. I started watching today. 10 सेकंड में? हाँ क्या? इतनी जल्दी? नहीं मैच स्टार्ट होने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा. देखने दो मुझे. Dude, वो 10 minutes है वो. 10 minutes काउंट ना. हेलो. दस मिनट दिखा रहा है काउंटडाउन में लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा ही टाइम लगेगा क्योंकि वो लोग बातें करते रहेंगे. जस्ट इमेजिन कल बस 3 ही दिन है ना एलजीएस. बस कल खत्म हो जाएगा ना. कल लास्ट है.
ड्रैग मी इनटू बीसी.
ओके. हेलो.
कल लास्ट.
और कल कितने मैचेस होंगे फाइनल्स के लिए? 6 उससे ज्यादा ही होंगे.
नहीं अभी मुझे पता नहीं कि लूजर ब्रैकेट सेकंड भी आज होगा या कल होगा. अगर आज खैर फाइनल्स में मैच लिमिट नहीं होती. उसमें मैच पॉइंट सिस्टम है ना. तो पहले टीम्स को आई थिंक 50 पॉइंट्स लेने होंगे और जब 50 पॉइंट्स हो जाएंगे उसके बाद उनको एक गेम जीतना होगा तो टू विन.
50 पॉइंट्स जिन लोगों के भी होंगे उनको जो भी जीतेगी वो जीतेगा.
हाँ 50 पॉइंट्स जिस भी टीम के हैं वो नेक्स्ट गेम उसके बाद जीतेंगे तो वो जीतेंगे.
ऐसे तो 50 पॉइंट्स Cloud9 और एक और उन्होंने ऑप्टिक्स में शायद लिखे.
अभी नहीं
फाइनल्स में ना. वो फाइनल्स में वापस 0 से स्टार्ट होएगा.
आई थिंक जो ये अभी विनर ब्रैकेट से जो टीम गई है ना 10 टीम्स उनको थोड़े पॉइंट से वो लोग ऑलरेडी स्टार्ट होंगे.
Cloud9 ही जीतेगी. वो 10 नहीं आई थिंक ऑप्टिक्स फर्स्ट पे तो वो 10 पॉइंट से स्टार्ट होंगे. बाकी सब
या फिर 12 है.
Cloud9 ही जीतेगी. लग तो ऐसा ही रहा है.
बोल तो मुझे कोई भी जीत सकता है क्योंकि हर बार अलग अलग लोग टॉप में आ रहे हैं.
मैल ही है भाई मेरे लिए तो. मैल जीते तो बस.
तुम DSM में।
हाँ तो टीम वैसे TSM का फैन हूँ, बट जैसे अभी खेल रही है उस हिसाब से तो C9 ही जीतेगी।
Shotgun ammo here. Mastiff shotgun here.
ये प्रीति जिंटा कहाँ है, कौन है? I mean
टॉप 4 LA की टीम है।
लगता है जगह आ गए हो राकेश।
Wingman here. R99 here. Wings up.
नहीं ज़्यादा टॉक्सिक मत बनो मोजो जो।
Wingman here. Sentinel here. Wings out. Phoenix kid here.
इधर कोई है क्यों नहीं?
क्योंकि
Wings up.
चलो
We
उधर
can scan
चलें।
this area. You're welcome.
Pick me up, taking us to new heights, new teeth. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
मुझे कुछ चाहिए लेकिन मुझे नहीं आना है इतना दूर वापस पीछे।
मैं क्या नहीं करता हूँ।
Thank you.
Wings up.
उधर
We
जा
can
चुकी
scan
हूँ।
this area.
Wow, guys, yes. Dude, Zujja, you know what I actually feel like playing, dude. So like, it's so much fun to watch, plus especially because of land.
We can cruise over here.
Dude, इधर Watson के fences लगे हुए हैं. Hello, handsome boy. Okay, thank you. ये किसी के ना वो खोलने की आवाज आई थी।
Open extended. We could cruise over here.
ये बॉक्स खोला था किसी ने।
Wings out.
ये वॉटसन कल्ट है राइट साइड।
ये I think इधर है बंदे। मुझे लग रहा है। इधर आता हूँ।
That's not exactly how black holes work, but gotta hop up here. Turbocharger. Brings just a little further. 45 on the clock.
Playing on, yeah, dude. मतलब एकदम ही different experience।
ये लोग किसको जीते हैं भी मार।
Thank you.
Just so they know who they're facing. Thanks a bunch. Wings up.
Less than 30 seconds. Rings nearby.
सही में मुझे लगता है लैंड की वजह से।
I think बंदे ऊपर होंगे।
अगर नॉर्मल होता तो मुझे नहीं लगता उतनी ज़्यादा ऐसे इच्छा होती खेलने की, लेकिन कुछ तो भी हो रहा है बाहर। उधर फाइट हो रही मेरे ख्याल से लेफ्ट में।
Wonder what salvage I can find over
देखो
here.
वॉटसन के फेंसेस इधर भी लगे हुए हैं ऊपर।
हम ऊपर हैं।
हाँ मैं इधर से आ रही हूँ वाली जिप लाइन लेके।
Good. We're already inside the next ring. Wings out.
ये मेरे नीचे बंदे किसी के मेरा होलोस पर लाइक किया हुआ।
Affirmative. Wings up. Wings out.
Care package being delivered. Care package. Dropping from low orbit.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
चलो ये डूड इस बार मालूम है ऐसा वन साइडेड नहीं है। ऐसा हमेशा TSM जीतती थी ना, बहुत मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि TSM नहीं जीतेगी इस बार, और इससे मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है। सब मर गए।
ये आते ही मर जाते हैं भाई।
इधर इधर कोई है।
इस घर में ही है, नीचे लो। ये ऊपर आ।
फ्लैश है डूडो।
फेस कर रहा है।
ओ नहीं। यहाँ कहीं भी बॉडी स्पैक है।
आउटप्लेड नेड है।
मैं तो कहीं शिट उधर से एक जन आया है। बालकनी मरी हुई है। इधर एक रेत है।
नो 1 HP पाथफाइंडर इधर बैट मार रहा है।
वेट वो रेत नहीं बैंगलोर है। चलो मरा हुआ जन।
निकलो इधर से।
रिवाइव कर रहा है मैं कैसे हो। हाँ रिवाइव कर रहा है वेल को।
कहाँ गया?
हेलो विनायक। मैं मस्त तुम कैसे हो?
नहीं
नहीं से कोई बात नहीं।
ये ग्लिच देखा था कल में।
हाँ देखो अगर बैल्कनी होती है एनिमी में तो उसको फिनिशर करना ही पड़ता है।
मारा था।
ऐसा हो जाता है कभी कभी। मुझे लगता है कि तुम हो खोया हुआ बच्चा। इसलिए मैं किसी टीम के ऊपर होप नहीं लेता। वो लोग हार जाते। डूड वालों में एक कौन सी टीम है? टीम एम्पायर।
ओह माय गॉड।
क्या हो गया?
सेकंड स्ट्रीम पे जो क्या कहते हैं ये नाइस बिग स्ट्रीम कर रहा था ना।
हाँ।
उसके पीछे बैकग्राउंड नहीं है, वो ग्रीन स्क्रीन है।
मतलब वो लोग उधर नहीं है।
उधर ही है बट वो मतलब जहाँ दिखा रहे हैं ना वहाँ नहीं बैठे हुए, कहीं और बैठे हुए और पीछे ग्रीन स्क्रीन लगा रखी है।
कैसे मालूम? लेकिन
वो एपेक्स के ट्विटर अकाउंट में फोटो डाली उनकी और पीछे ग्रीन स्क्रीन है, उसके नीचे नाइस बिग ने कमेंट किया डूड व्हाई डिड यू शो द ग्रीन स्क्रीन। ओह माय गॉड, वो सबका बेवकूफ बना चुके थे।
3 down and locked. Let's land over there.
Lord.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
ओके विनायक अभी जीतेंगे, देख लेना। One of the best guns है।
एंड मैं हालू।
ये क्या हो गया है एकदम से?
30 का नतीजा।
Just you and me now.
स्ट्रीमिंग।
आप भी 30 यूज कर रहे हो क्या?
Yes.
वो यूज कर रही थी मैं। 1 है वो जान।
बिग डैमेज।
भाई कैसे?
Crack. Can play shield. Nice.
क्या हो गया? कैसे मरा?
इसने फिनिश कर दिया।
वो मरा कैसे नहीं?
सेव
मुझे जब मैं वो रिवाइव का साउंड सुनती हूँ ना, मतलब कि मेरा फुल पेशेंस मैं खो देती हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि जाके मारो उससे पहले ये रिवाइव कर रहे।
ये लोग बात कर रहे हैं बैठ के।
हाँ, अभी मैच होने में थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, स्टार्ट होने में 5 सेकंड दूर वो लोग थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन मैच स्टार्ट होने में, जब मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है हो जाएगा।
हाँ मैं
ALGS में मैप कैसे खेल मैं आप TSM made it today यार dude। लोग कैसे आ गए टॉप 10 में? बहुत सरप्राइजिंग है। वेट, टॉप 10 में आ गए ना वो लोग? हाँ आ गए। TSM आ गई ना टॉप 10 में, लोग क्वालिफाई हो गए ना फाइनल्स के लिए।
NRG नहीं हुई।
NRG हो गई?
नहीं हुई।
हो गई 10th पे?
नहीं हुई।
अरे 10th पे
नहीं हुई NRG।
क्या मजाक कर रहे हो यार? अभी तो स्ट्रीम देख के आया हूँ मैं।
NRG नहीं हुई है, फिर से देख के आओ।
तो पीछे जाओ सबसे पहले।
मैं दिखाती हूँ।
इन्हें में ट्रैश टॉक TSM लेकिन मुझे लगता है दूसरी टीम से, हाँ TSM अच्छी है, मैं एग्री करती हूँ, और हेल बहुत अच्छा वो है आईजे।
मेरे हिसाब से
मुझे लगता है दूसरी टीम्स को जीतना चाहिए एक बार। मेरी फेवरेट है
DM किया मैंने
टीम, वापस नाम भूल गई मैं, एम्पायर। वो लोग मालूम है एक्चुअली में मजे के साथ खेल रहे हैं ALGS, रैंडम लेजेंड्स यूज करते हैं, हर मैच चेंज करते डूड। वो लोग एक मैच में मैगी खेल रहे थे, फिर नेक्स्ट मैच में एक मैच में मैगी खेल रहे थे, फिर एक मैच में बैंगलोर खेल रहे थे।
Ultimate accelerant here. First blood. Evo shield here. Level 1.
खजाना मिला है मुझे। सामने लोग हैं।
एक जा रहे हैं अंदर।
ये तो बाहर ही है, सिसेन इधर है। Lol, nice. मैगी इतनी जो टॉक्सिक बनती।
I need that.
It's shit, ये ले ले।
R301 here.
Ammo है?
Heavy ammo here.
चलो खुशो।
ये ले लेना।
Stabilizer here. Level 3.
Enemy removed. Recharging my shields.
Box 3, dubbing the pod.
Scan.
Bogey here. Reloading.
अब दूसरों के अरे ये नहीं चला।
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Good work. You're the killer.
Recharging
मैं
shield.
2x 3
Optics here. Mid range.
ये सब ले लो।
ये
I
चाहिए।
need that.
Syringe here. Rejuvenating.
मुझे फाइट की आवाज आ रही है, मैं उधर जा रही हूँ।
या
Impatient.
यस, मेरे किल्स जा रहे हैं।
Wings out.
मेरे 15 डैमेज 1 किल।
15 टॉप किसने किया आज? यप
Body nearby.
New kill leader. They can have it. My sights
दो
are fire.
बच्चे लड़। Dude लेफ्ट में हो रही है क्या? नहीं।
Wings up.
लेफ्ट इज करके टॉप पे। ये 1 है।
1 है 60 मारा मैंने उसको। ये कैसा हुआ है?
अरे समझ जा।
समझ जा।
Wings out.
इसके अंदर
47।
इसके अंदर डोर पर इधर मैं पिंक जलता रहा हूँ।
ओह माय गॉड कैसे भाग रही है ये रेत।
मैं मारता हूँ ना किल चोर।
Cracked shields on that bandit. Last one down.
151 वो है।
Close range.
इधर टीम
कोई मेरे ऊपर है, कोई मेरे ऊपर है, वो चेक चला रहा है।
60 120 on Ash, 120 on Ash in front of you.
कोई मेरे पुश तो नहीं कर रहा ना, बता देना अगर कोई पुश कर रहा हो तो।
एक पुश कर।
मैं मारूं किसे? नहीं
मुझे नहीं दिख रहा था।
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं। क्यों अगर मेरे ऊपर क्यों कर देगा तो नहीं दीजिए तो मैं उधर आ जाऊंगी।
नहीं 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 नहीं, मैंने एक को डाउन किया है, मैं मानता हूँ। 2 डाउन भाई, वो ह्यूज नीड था।
पीछे आ रही हूँ, पहले एक शील्ड अप कर देना। पीछे आ रही हूँ।
ये नेट तेरी मौत चाहिए।
Is it one last? They have won every land till now. Yes,
एक और स्क्वाड है, मारो ना अपने नीचे वाले को।
ये देखने का कुछ फायदा हुआ है रोलो पे। ऐसा
क्या लग रहा है? ये वो लोग मरे या नहीं?
नहीं, पीछे से एक और स्क्वाड जरूर आया है।
न्यूज़ वाला आ गया। न्यूज़ आज मुझे हॉरर गेम में
यार ये कहाँ?
मैं पीछे जा रही हूँ।
मेरे को लाइट आमो चाहिए जरा नहीं बहुत।
Dude, लाइट एमो में ये कहाँ से शूट कर रहे हैं? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा। पीछे से शूट कर रहे हैं, सामने से शूट कर रहे हैं? स्नाइपर कौन चला रहा है? चल के पुश कर चलो ना।
ऊपर जा सकते हैं, अल्टीमेट लेके ऊपर। यार बस कर दे यार स्नाइपर।
हाँ, फ्यूज लो इनसे। ओए ओए ओए।
4 शीट।
Give it it.
ध्यान से।
Ash low, Ash low. Ash low, nice. No,
और बंदे आ रहे हैं।
शील्ड सब कर लेना जल्दी से।
फ्लैट लाइन काफ करके आया है ये।
मुझे थोड़ी सी शॉटगन एमो चाहिए।
छोटी सी का क्या मतलब था इसमें?
थोड़ी सी चाहिए। I mean 5 है मेरे पास।
लो।
थैंक यू।
मैं विंग उठाऊं।
कोई है हमारे लास्ट में?
भाई ये कहाँ से?
Inside.
ओ भाई।
Kill both of them.
मैं फट रही हूँ। ओह माय गॉड, कितने गंदे गंदे पोजीशन में हम लोग फंसे हैं। मैं ये जिपलाइन लेके जा रही हूँ।
भाई
कैसे निकले हम लोग? जिंदा कैसे निकले वहाँ से?
यार मैं
कोई बात नहीं।
सुलाएगा ये बंदा मुझे, ये पक्का सुलाएगा।
नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं करता है।
चौथा शॉट है इसका मेरे को। फिनिक्स है?
लोग क्या मजे से। हाँ
बैट्स दे सकता हूँ मैं।
मेरे पास है फिनिक्स। मैं इस घर के अंदर चलो।
पीछे अपने पीछे
यार बस से कर।
अंदर आ जाओ।
करना।
फिनिक्स मैंने ड्रॉप किया। मैं वाला घर, ये वाला डोर मैं होल्ड कर रही हूँ।
वैल्करी अल्टीमेट है, थोड़ा निकलने के लिए पीछे।
लोग पुश कर रहे हैं। टैग दी रैम्पार्ट। मैं रैम्पार्ट को मार के आता जल्दी से। किल दी रैम्पार्ट। नीचे कॉस्टिक बैंगलोर। नाइस। लास्ट कॉस्टिक।
इधर 255 एमओ है, ले लो।
के पास स्पिटफायर है, डिवोशन है, टर्बो चार्जर भी नहीं। टर्बो चार्जर
नहीं, मैं आज टफ गन्स यूज करूंगी जो मैं नहीं यूज कर पाती हूँ नॉर्मली।
जैसे कि विंगमैन।
मैं एक्चुअली में विंगमैन और मैं एसिड यूज कर रही हूँ अभी।
हेवी एमो है क्या एक्स्ट्रा?
हेलो मानव।
48 बस।
मैंने 52 ड्रॉप किए ले जिससे।
क्यों?
मैं इधर जा रही हूँ। इधर लेकर फाइट कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
पहले तो यार लूट और ढंग से।
नीचे बॉक्सेस हैं, तुम्हें लूटना है तो लूट लो। देखो इधर लोग हैं। ब्लू शील्ड्स है उनके पास।
नीचे? अच्छा
इधर से मैं इधर से जा रही हूँ नीचे से।
ये मेरे
मेरे सामने एक
फ्यूज क्रैक। मैं उनको अल्ट करूंगा, ठीक है? वो लोग पीछे खींचेंगे।
ठीक है।
नो बबल किया।
भाई मेरे स्कैन में तो एक ही बंदा आया था, ठीक कहां से आ रहा है?
गिव इट ऑल डेट।
कुछ चाहिए तो बता देना मेरे पास। मैं पता नहीं कुछ पूरा कच्ची ढेर सारी हजारों चीजें ना लेके घूम रही हूँ, कुछ यूज नहीं आने वाला है।
हां राइट
28 सेल्स है मेरे पास। 28 सेल्स है मेरे पास।
आर यू किडिंग?
चाहिए तो बता देना।
कितने सालों के लिए है ये?
हाँ मैंने ना फ्यूचर मैचेस के लिए भी अभी से ही कलेक्ट कर लिए हैं।
एक्स्ट्रा
बैग्स चाहिए?
ऑलमोस्ट क्रैक था ये। पाथफाइंडर ऑलमोस्ट वो क्रैक ऐश क्रैक।
मैंने पोर्टल ले लिया इसका।
मैंने
Charging up my shields.
My God, I missed that shot. Flatline 158 ammo के साथ है, लेना है तो ले लो।
10 seconds and the ring's just ahead.
Digithread.
Hold up, healing. We're outside the ring. Move, unless you want to get barbecued. Gotta hop up here. Boosted loader.
टीम स्क्वाड और सेकंड जोन क्या चल रहा है ये गेम में?
हम नहीं मारा है।
Coming down.
If only.
Oh, almost.
मैं इधर हेल्प कर रही हूँ, इधर आ जाओ। हाँ आ जाओ। पता चला अभी एक पड़ी पट। दूध पूरा काला पड़ा है सनलाइट या लाइट में। वैम्पायर है क्या? भूत है या वैम्पायर?
Wings up. Wings out.
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लगा कि मैंने किसी की आवाज सुनी है, लेकिन मैं
हाँ राइट पर।
राइट मैं ऊपर से देखता हूँ। राइट
लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है।
क्या? कितने किल्स है रोलो?
10।
क्या?
क्यों? तुम लोगों की कितनी?
क्रेवर
मुझे लग रहा है पीछे ही हो रहा है। इस साइड से आएंगे क्या? उस साइड से आएंगे क्या?
यहाँ पर है। नहीं नीचे है। कैन कम एंड किल।
ठीक है ठीक है।
नीचे है क्रेवर
आ रही हूँ मैं ध्यान से। सेन मारना मत, मैं मारूंगी नहीं। कहाँ है?
स्कैन देता हूँ।
मैं ड्रॉप हो रहा है इसके लिए।
पहुंच गया।
Throwing thermite. Wings up.
भाग गया। वापस चले क्या?
डूड कोई वो देखो क्या बोचक चला रहा है।
बोल रहा है यार ये बोचक वाला तेरा मुंह वाला क्रैक चलाएगा बोचक।
Padlock to bandit.
वो भाग गया ऊपर
ना चलो जोन में चले आजा कितने साल तक मैंने ना सारे फ्यूचर मैचेस के लिए भी कलेक्ट कर लिए कितने 40 ध्यान से
मैं इनको देखिए यहाँ से लेता हूँ ऊपर जा रहे हैं ना
इधर 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 ये लोग रोटेट कर रहे हैं राइट लेफ्ट में
मैं भी वहीं से आ रहा हूँ मैं उनके पीछे से आता हूँ नो नो अबे इमोट नहीं टैक्टिकल
इधर इधर इसके पीछे होएगा मेरे ख्याल से एक बैंगलोर हाँ
भाई नया स्क्वाड बहुत बढ़िया
ये अकेला बैंगलोर है हम इसको पुश करके मार सकते हैं मैं आ रही हूँ
नहीं ये अकेला नहीं है एक और है और लाइफ लाइन तुम्हें क्रेवर नहीं लेना दूंगा इतना
ट्रैक लाइफलाइन एंड बैंक
नॉइस एक और स्क्वाड है वो गार्डन
अल्ट करके कूद रहा है क्या उनके ऊपर
कर सकते
करे अरे इधर आ जा अल्ट करके कूदते सोलो है
एक ही है क्या
सोलो नहीं लगा तो बता दे दो बंदे दो ने मारा
मैं अंदर जा रही
Wings out.
लॉल जी जी
ये एम का शो ऑफ नहीं चलेगा
सब तो मिस कर रही थी क्या शो ऑफ
ये जो एम का ये सारे हेडशॉट है ना ये
बहुत सारा अच्छा सिकिल चोरी नहीं बोलते हो
प्लेस्टेशन वालों है कंट्रोलर वालों के साथ नहीं चलेगा 3000 डैमेज
एक टाइम पर एक ही बंदा एफिशिएंट हो सकता है
ये शेर इतना ज्यादा इनएफिशिएंट क्यों है
चालू हो गया होगा ना मैच
हाँ चालू हो गया होगा चलो वापस बैक टू वॉच पार्टी बाय सब लोग बाद में खेलेंगे क्या बोलते डूड स्किल्स है ओके मैंने ना कोई 1 HP लोगों को नहीं मार रही थी मैं डिड यू ट्राई ओवरवॉच 2 नो डूड आई वांट टू प्ले ओवरवॉच 2
finals Optic Gaming dominated that we started talking about teams like TSM qualifies through Alliance qualifies through. They inch in tied with 32 points with AD Raccoon from APAC North, the #1 team in APAC North, and Alliance wins the tiebreaker in that one because they had a 2nd place finish versus AD Raccoon's 3rd place finish. So with that said, our top 10 teams in the winners bracket, they punched their ticket. They're going to be
Did you play Zinja? Did you get the beta key? I want the beta key for Overwatch 2.
It's going to be Luminosity Gaming, Mexico represented, Sutaraiku representing APAC South, and Australia also reignite. Jen Burton at home. Controller player, you know controller players really, really well. I mean, obviously, it's tragic that he's not playing with the team. He's still been performing. What's your thoughts on Jen Burton? I don't know if you had a chance to play with him or watch his game.
You are playing it right now, dude. How did you get the beta key? From like watching 4 hours of Twitch stream? Is that the way you get it?
Showcase his skill on native ping, being on low ping. He wanted to play so bad, and I think it's a big story that Reignite
Twitch drop. Hopefully it comes back soon, dude. I think it said that on weekend again there will be something like Twitch drop.
The biggest thing is the fact as to how strong the APAC South teams have performed, how strong Reignite has also performed.
How is it? Is it good? I really want to play Overwatch 2.
There's a little bit more that we could have actually seen from them. Sudoraku's been good. Same with Team Burger.
America. So, you know, ultimately, it's a region that plays on ping predominantly. It just has to do that. It's just the nature of being in Australia.
I don't know why they kept it for such a short time. Yeah, like that day I saw it was there, but I did not know that you had to watch it 4 hours. I thought it was like full luck based. It was like, okay, I'll watch it tomorrow, and then when I checked it next day, it was already gone. It's a lot of fun. They improved it.
I knew they were the truth when I watched them in Lulu Lovely's Throwdown on high ping. It was 0-10 flicks, and Jen Burton still plays like top 3 and absolute frag out with like 200 plus ping. Insanely talented, those 3, and it's awesome to see them continue to perform. Just got word that we are less than 2 minutes out. Apologies for the slight delay, y'all. Technical issue, but no worries. Gameplay's around the corner. Less than 2 minutes. We'll be throwing a catch to getting gameplay started. With that said, it is time here in a second for predictions. I'd love to get the prediction screen on screen. It's been a fun game we've been playing all weekend long, and I'd love to start jumping into discussion here. And here we go. G2 times 4. I actually said SSG or G2. Sebastian, my producer, I said pick for me. I can't pick.
मेरे ख्याल से bottom क्या बोलते हैं?
I'm a believer. Like,
loser bracket 1 हो रहा है ना मेरे ख्याल से. Loser bracket 1.
It's just a matter of whether they can follow through. And
Crazy
after what Greek gave us an analysis, I'm a little bit more confident about my pick. The big question mark, I've got to throw him under the bus. I know he's not here to defend himself, but Genome, let's talk about Zen a little, because they, after the group standings, they were the lowest. Singularity with 2 players ranked higher than them. This is a very bold pick from Genome. He could be the most godly, most wisdomly person we've ever met if he comes through this. But
yeah, I don't know if bold's the right word. I'm going to say suspect.
I'm
going to say idiocracy. No, I'm just kidding.
Did they offer him the flag, maybe?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the Brazilian flag. They say, hey, you will have an entire country, Brazil, the most passionate esports fans behind you if you pick Zen, who got 40th place behind Singularity playing with 2 players. Hey, I respect the bold prediction from my man Genome. I'd love to get your thoughts. Obviously, your graphic wasn't on screen there because you were just joining us for the first time. Who do you think's going to take it?
I am also on the SSG wave. That team has a lot of experience. Frex and Dropped have been to many lands before. They know what they need to do.
Unknown creature.
Yesterday, they tried out a couple of things, and I think they've got it down packed now. So now, very mechanically gifted player as well. So I'll be looking for SSG to make some noise.
Can I change my prediction? If he says SSG, I want to follow his. I said SSG or GG. I'm changing my prediction SSG. Let it be known. Right now, Sebastian in my ear says no, not allowed. I have to stick with G2. But hey, fun times on the desk. Welcome, of course, and big thank you to my man, Mr. Greek, joining us for the first time ever on the desk. Great insights, analysis. But guess what? Gameplay is around the corner. Again, apologies for the slight delay there, y'all. It is win or go home. 10 teams will prevail to the winner or losers bracket finals. 10 teams will pack their bags. Will the likes of Invictus Gaming, Ascend, Kick, GMT perform and put EMEA on the map? Or will NA continue to dominate with G2, CLG, and SSG? We will find out. This gameplay is ready. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our Aussie boys, the casters, for the gameplay. Take it away, guys.
Well, you thought that the winners bracket final was going to be a big deal. This is where it gets even spicier, as Fallout and the guys on the desk have been explaining. It's elimination time. There is no more opportunities past this one. If you drop into the bottom 10 of this lobby, you're done, you're out, you're going home.
Yes.
Says,
loser bracket 1.
Your run would be at an end pretty early on in the piece as well. That
bottom 10 gayi. Bye ghar gayi.
Unfortunately, you haven't done much today and yesterday, if that's the case for you. But, you know, of course, there are going to be 10 teams that are going to be happy to take top spots and go into the losers bracket number 2 to give themselves an opportunity to go through finals.
I mean, honestly, I think the organizers have been pretty lenient. You know, they had a whole day. They had a whole day where their lives weren't on the line, Elfish, and now they are. And you know what? If you were too complacent, you just weren't up to standard, well, look, today is the day that we're going to be seeing the back of you. And look, let's not downplay it, right? I mean, these guys did amazingly in their regions. They've come from all over the world. They dominated the local competition. But that doesn't mean that they can dominate the international competition. Completely different levels, completely different stakes. I mean, you know, you get 15,000 if you're in an APAC South. I think it might have been 30,000 for some of the bigger regions for taking out Split 2 and in the #1 place. But what is it, like 250,000 for first place here in the land? So the stakes are so much higher, tenfold.
Yeah, obviously those points going through to champions as well. That's going to be something a lot of the teams are thinking about. It's not even necessarily just the top 20 that get involved there. I think they do actually get paid out, in a sense, quote unquote, paid out down to all the way down to 40 based on where their placement is. Anyway, we'll get that one confirmed tomorrow. It's probably a bigger discussion point rather than today. Today is all about survival. Tomorrow is more about what the what the implications of this entire tournament are going to be. Who's going to walk away as the best team in the world when it comes to Apex Legends? Is there going to be a discussion around the best region in the world? You know, who's there at the moment? Looks like we're still working through some things on the stage, but obviously a lot of interesting storylines coming into this one. You were getting roasted a little bit on the desk with the old Zen prediction, so do you want to tell me what that was about?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure the producer came to me and he's like, which team has the coolest team name? So I said, oh yeah, Zen. Okay. It starts with an X. That's what we were predicting, right? Like
Right, yes, that was, yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, I guess maybe you're correct in that one, but we'll see whether or not you're going to get any points out of it. I think it is a bold one, of course, and for me, Zen, and to be honest, a lot of the South American teams are going to have to be teams to step up. I know it's going to be tough in the case of Singularity in particular, just playing with the couple, but the only South American team to make it through to the top 20 was Elevate. They didn't end up making it through to the top 10. They'll drop down to the losers bracket round number 2. And for the rest of the South American teams right here in losers bracket number 1, they need to get some work done to make it through to lower bracket 2.
Yeah, well, we're having that regional discussion, right? I mean, you can look at the top end and you can look at the bottom end to give you some sort of indication of what's going on there. I mean, with who's getting through to the top 10, a couple of Apex South teams, the NA, the EU. It's all happening there, but then, yeah, who's getting eliminated first is kind of giving you the other half of that story. So if we do end up seeing a couple of those South American teams go out here, say, Zen and Optic, if they fall into that bottom 10, then, it does kind of start to give us a sense of the strength of the 5 regions throughout the ALGS.
Yeah, definitely something that I think we can speak more informed toward at the end of today rather than right here and right now. There is still opportunities to prove yourself, still an opportunity to put your name up in lights, and the biggest thing for me as well that we've been seeing over the course of this tournament is sometimes the previous results aren't necessarily indicative of what you're going to see today or what you're going to see in the next lobby or something like that. CLG, a perfect example of that while we've got them on the camera.
बोला था match start करने वाले अभी तक किया नहीं है.
To start off yesterday, and then they came through in the third lobby
match?
and did really, really well. They did incredibly well, and they almost actually managed to get themselves into the top 20 off of just one lobby. And so you kind of see this inconsistency maybe from a couple of teams. Some aspects that's kind of a good thing, because at least if you're consistently bad, that's not great. But inconsistently good at times might just be enough to get you through to tomorrow.
Yeah, it has been changing, and as of today, the teams didn't know what to expect. It's been a while where we've understood the groups A through D, and the teams were able to look at that and sort of work out where they could be dropping today. They didn't have any idea, and that might be causing some rocks.
Yeah, certainly. Vatro and Jay Savage are going to be the ones that we'll be taking a look at here in the player comparison, and I think for me, it's pretty easy to say on the desk, but
average damage इसका 372 है और total kills 12. इसे बोलते हैं efficiency.
Here at the Split 2 playoffs. So for these two, decent stuff, especially yesterday from Vatro right towards the end. We did see Reply Totem finishing with a win the very last day of yesterday as well, so they definitely had their moments. But I'm looking at this and saying, look, yesterday's performance from literally every team in this bottom 20, not good enough. They need to step up. They need to do more.
And that's why we see in those stats, I mean, throughout the day we've been, throughout the weekend really so far, we've been highlighting all of the real stars, the standouts from these amazing 40 teams, but obviously some of them haven't performed as well. That's why they find themselves here in the losers bracket round 1, and that's why those numbers we're seeing, less than 1 average kill per game, right? We're expecting those to rise here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of time before we jump into the game, ladies and gentlemen. In a few minutes, I'm told things are getting sorted out. So we're going to keep chatting here and have a bit of a discussion around, what teams have been performing. What
Team Empire, देखो, Maggie, Caustic, Wraith.
Playoffs so far, and Alliance right at the top.
वो अकेली टीम है जिसमें Valkyrie नहीं है, बाकी सारी teams में. Top teams में damage.
Number 1 and number 2 in damage, so it's no surprise at all.
1 और 2 में कितना ज़्यादा difference है? 2, 3, 4 almost same.
Was I think several thousand above the next closest. It was like a couple sitting there on 18k per person. Huckers had I think maybe 21.
What's crazy to me is to see players there in the top 5.
बंदा आपको follow करता है, तुम्हें कैसे
पता? Bracket lobby, so they were certainly getting the damage out.
Okay, well I was close. I was rounding up to 21,000, I guess. But yeah, as you can see,
dude, first or second
with 17k. Yeah, like Bartle's been vocal about what an interesting and a player he's been so far, and just how well he's been performing. And then you go down to players like Hardeki, some of them considered by many as the best player in the world, and then Gildersund, who really kind of just came out of nowhere. A big pickup, the scouting from TL, immaculate.
Yeah, he was certainly a player as well when we were talking about that Monster MVP yesterday, and we were having to choose right at the end of the day, if you remember. We were tossing around a few names, and I think for me, Gilderson's definitely was a player that I considered as well, sort of bringing up on the desk. Ultimately, he didn't end up making the cut for my choice, but he was definitely someone I think that might be in the discussion tomorrow, particularly if Team Liquid can kind of continue the performances that we've seen from them over the first 2 days. Really impressive stuff from them, and in general from the North American region. Like if we're going back to that discussion, it kind of feels like to me the North American teams have been maybe the best performing. APAC South, perhaps a close second. It's kind of hard to throw the lines a little bit because APAC South only has 5 representatives. North America has 10, so it's kind of a little bit wishy-washy there. But I mean, Team Liquid, OG, Optic Gaming rather, Cloud9, 100 Thieves, all up towards the top of the winners bracket lobby. I don't think you can really
I think we need to go straight to the commission after this Elfish and have a chat about that, because man, those APAC South teams have been performing. And when I keep talking to them, one of the things that really comes up a lot is just how mechanically gifted a lot of these players are.
Okay.
And sure, the level
चश्मे से ऐसे कैसे gender change हो जाता है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता.
The APAC South players don't feel like they're struggling with is aim on aim, reticle to reticle, how they're playing this, and that's why we had teams like Revenant at times and They Were United largely throughout that first day, really running away with a lot of games and racking up large numbers of kills. And sure, there might be some macro aspects of their game to work on, and they've got time for that. Hopefully for the championship, if we get to see them there, but it's the micro aspects that they're definitely excelling at and showing the rest of the world how good we are at those.
Well, I want to hone in again on this lobby that we're about to watch and start to talk about some of the teams here as well that we think are going to be pretty important to focus on. I know you mentioned Invictus Gaming when we were having a chat a little bit earlier. High hopes for that roster going into yesterday, and ultimately I guess they didn't really perform to the level which you had expected or maybe wanted from them. I think they probably wanted more from themselves as well. And again, we were talking about it yesterday, saying, look, this is not do or die anymore at that point, but now it's kind of now or never. Invictus Gaming, if they're going to want to have a solid performance, it's going to have to happen now. It's going to have to happen over these next 6 games.
And I think the format actually might be working a little bit against them here in that way, Elfish, because this is a team that's not necessarily like, say, your G2 or your Revenant, those teams that like to get aggressive and push in. I don't think they're necessarily in that sort of bracket. They're a more reserved team. You might see them get a little bit more on the side of placement points, and that's not necessarily what is going to get you through this losers bracket round 1 match, and it pains me, because EMEF, the coach of IG, he's been a friend to many.
मुझे ये बताओ कि तुम्हारा नाम कैसे pronounce करते हैं, बब्बा या बाबा?
Giving with his time in
first
how he sort of helps us understand the game as well, and so with that kind of backing behind IG, I really thought that was going to be enough to put them in a good position for our Split 2 playoffs here at LAN.
Well, look, it's not over just yet, and to be honest, you could write the most brilliant comeback story of all time if something like that
Let's do it,
happen,
IG.
right? Invictus Gaming, or in fact, look, it doesn't have to be just them. It could be literally anyone in this lobby. Win this lobby, or at least place top 10 in this lobby, go through to the next, the second losers bracket round, go through top 10 there again, make it into the finals tomorrow, and then once you're in the finals tomorrow, look, it's not exactly an even playing field because the top 10
इसमें randomly out of nowhere for no reason एकदम से blush करने लग जाओगी ना.
To win from 0 points in a winners bracket format like that is completely possible, completely doable, and of course that is still on offer for literally every single team playing in this competition right now. We haven't eliminated anyone just yet.
Not just yet.
Okay, nice.
Seeing how many people they've eliminated throughout the tournament. Again, like the other comparison we saw just before. Not as many as perhaps they might like, but Ascend Shira certainly
कि
ahead
आंखों के नीचे
on
dark
those
circles हो रखे
stakes
हैं क्या?
at the moment. I mean, I guess another thing looking at that leaderboard again and just sort of thinking through this is a lot of these teams, of course, are the ones who have the subs at this tournament.
Right.
And I now wonder, you know, how is that learning process going? How quickly can you adapt?
Okay,
How,
ये actually
you know,
मेरे first
how can
time
you fit
किसी ने
those
बोला
players
है.
into your team? Are some of these guys, you know, let's say Scars, you know, maybe yesterday it was sort of, there was some teething issues that they had to work through. Maybe they've gone away and had a good chat about those, and now today they can come back and show a more gelled, more put together team.
Look, I think it's a bit of column A, bit of column B, right? Sometimes you're going to find a player and they're just going to jump right into your roster and perform pretty
missing
They're
है किसी
gel
team
with
में.
you quite nicely and fairly comfortably. And I think there is very much a world where you can make the argument, yeah, obviously you are at a detriment if you're having to play with a sub, but as we've seen from some of the teams in the lobby just prior, it's very doable even if you're playing with a sub. Obviously for Cloud9, you know, and the same for Reignite, all these teams
Hello Kangaroo,
कैसे हो? Players as well, but they didn't do too well in that previous lobby. They're obviously still in the top 20 though, so there's a discussion around that. I think you can still get it done with the sub, and I mean at this point, right, you've probably been playing with them, hopefully, you know, for obviously the last 2 days, and maybe a little bit prior to that if you've been lucky to get that information through a little bit earlier. Not so much in the case of some of the teams like Reignite who had to make that substitution quite late, but it's still very much doable and it's still very much
amnesia
possible to
खेल
make
कर
that
मजा आ
sub.
गया
So, at this
भूत
point in
की
time,
थोड़ी
you
सी
know, I don't
झलक
think it necessarily
मेरी
becomes a
पाई
conversation around sub or not sub anymore.
3 दिन बाद
This is
हार
what
है
you've
रे
got. This is what you've got to
3
play
दिन
with,
बाद
and you're
भूत
gonna
दिखा
have to make it happen today
ALGS
with
which
what you've
team?
got. So that's how it is.
Yeah, and
Crazy
I guess on the other side of, you know,
Raccoon. I like
checking out the winners
Crazy
bracket being
Raccoon
like,
cause
this
of
could look
Ras.
like the lobby that we get to play for all that
Crazy
we can
Raccoon
on
is
Sunday, right?
my favorite
But
team
then
cause of
for
the
lower
cause of
bracket,
one
then you've gotta
player,
think
and
about,
Team
can any of these
Empire
teams make
is
that
my
Cinderella
favorite
run,
team for
get through both
the
of the lower
way
bracket
they
matches
play.
to actually find their way into the final. It's going to be
वो
tough.
लोग actually में
Indeed it is. All right. Well, there are a lot of questions that we still have.
वो लोग इतना ज़्यादा tryhard नहीं ऐसे जैसे most of the teams same comp use करती हैं और legends भी मतलब कि जो सारे जो use करते हैं common वाले उसी type की करती है ये वाली team actually में हर मैच अपना लेजेंड चेंज करती है कॉम्प चेंज करती है और अनपॉपुलर लेजेंड्स यूज करते हैं डूड वो लोग आज एक मैच में यूज कर रहे थे मैगी मैगी रेत और कौन सा थर्ड लेजेंड कौन सा था बेसिकली सारे वियर्ड हाँ मैगी रेत और सियर यूज कर रहे थे वो लोग आज एक मैच में ऐसे ही रैंडम कुछ भी यूज कर रहे थे वो TSM I'm not exactly supporting TSM मैं चाहती हूँ कोई सी न्यू टीम इस बार आपके पास तो भूत भी नहीं आया था डैडी आया था और जब वो आया था ना तो मैं गेम बंद कर दिया TSM में LG टॉप 3 में हो सकते हैं आई डाउट बहुत मुश्किल से TSM टॉप 10 में पहुंची है सबसे पहले इतनी मुश्किल से टॉप 20 में पहुंची है उसके बाद इतनी मुश्किल से टॉप 10 में पहुंची है मुझे डाउट है वो टॉप 3 में आ पाएंगे टीम अलायंस है ना मुझे लगता है वो टॉप 3 में आएंगे बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं वो लोग.
Alright guys, so for my third tip, you can use Valk's jetpack to fly directly over someone's head to make it much harder for them to shoot you. This is especially useful when you run into somebody that maybe you weren't expecting, or you're just in a tight situation.
Hello, Yash.
Maybe like
TSM energy, everyone's lived. Yeah, dude.
Not get shot
I'm
at.
actually pretty
example,
happy for
let's
that.
say I'm calling up this building and I don't know this
एनआरजी तो निकल
here,
चुकी है.
and
I mean
fly
निकल चुकी है तो
straight
टॉप
over his
20 में
head.
भी नहीं है. वो तो लोअर
Keep
ब्रैकेट
going
में
back and
खेलने
forth
वाली
over
है
his
अब.
head.
I mean
It's very hard for him to
seconds,
shoot you
lower
because he
bracket,
has to do
second,
complete
lower bracket
180s
में.
every time I fly over his head. It's very, very hard for him to shoot you. Like at most, he'll crack your shield
भूत
unless
भी
he has maybe
रोलो
like
खुद.
Pulsefire or something.
अंकित
So it's
क्या
very,
तुम
very good
बोल
to,
रहे हो
like,
कि तुम
make
मुझे
people
देख
waste
के
their
डर
ammo
जाते हो?
and
हाँ.
just stay alive for a little bit longer. Alright guys, so for my fourth tip, this is a pretty simple one, but it's very useful, very underrated. So if you accidentally pull your rockets out, but you don't want to shoot them, you can use your jetpack to cancel your rockets. And I do this all the time, and a lot of people don't know that you can cancel your rockets, and that is how you do it. You just pop your jetpack once, and it cancels your rockets. Alrighty guys, for tip number 5, you can use Valkyrie's rockets to blow off doors. This is especially useful when guys are sitting behind doors and holding them and healing, and you want to quickly stop their heal or just kill them. You can blow off doors with rockets. And the best way to do this usually is to align the second row of missiles right in front of the door and the third row of missiles on top of the door. and that's usually the best way to blow them off in one volley of missiles. And it's not consistent. It takes some practice. Even I can't do it every time, but yeah, you can blow off doors with Valkyrie's missiles.
जो खाना खाया है ओ आज क्या खाया शुभ जो बताओ तो जरा
But look at those shots coming in from Verholz. The vault is hitting hard.
So this was my ALGS Masters on Valkyrie. I'll see you in the game.
Well, thank you very much for the tips, Verholz, but we won't see you in this game. He's already managed to make his way through to the top 10, through to the finals. TSM having a good day today. What we're here to find out, though, is which team...
से मैंने ना special kind of burger कौन सा special kind of burger कैसा था क्या था उसमें?
We are at that point in the tournament now where we do have to say goodbye to a few teams.
Yep, it had to happen at some point, Elfish. You can only fit 20 teams in a lobby, and that means the final day you can only fit half of the teams that have made their way over here to Sweden. We'll make those cuts in 2 lobbies in succession, so this is the first one of those, which will, as you said, you know, we'll see teams 31
It's gonna complicate it to explain, but इतना समझो कि आलू की पकौड़ी with cabbage kind घर में बनाया था. And has तो कभी actually भी अंडे वाला burger ही नहीं खाया.
Very much appreciate your patience.
मजा आ गया खा के.
There's plenty of you watching along at home.
उसमें cheese था या नहीं cheese सबसे important है.
Apex Legends this weekend, isn't it? You know, it's been so long since we had a LAN, so long since we got to see all of these teams all competing against one another.
Cheap.
So it'll be fantastic to see which of those are going to be able to put their name up in lights.
I was just on the couch last time.
Shikanji.
I hadn't cast a game of Apex Legends. The last time we
had
a LAN for this game, it was that long ago.
The last time
घर में ही बनाया nice dude इसमें ना cheese भी डाला.
That just goes to show how far away it
cheese
was. It was
सबसे important.
I think it was Raid Pathfinder and Watson was the meta comp, and
you didn't drop out of the dropship with shields.
Yeah.
Elfish. You know, the crate weapons were yellow.
नींबू पानी.
There's so many differences between the game back then and the game that we have here now. There was an extra round. You know, you could you had the rake heal offs at the end of it. We changed a lot of the circles.
मुझे लगा सुना लग रहा है मुझे लेकिन याद नहीं आ रहा था क्या है वो exact. मीठा वाला जो होता है मेरे ख्याल से वो वाला ना. शिकंजी में नींबू डलता है नींबू महंगा हो रखा है. दीदिया वेजिटेबल्स नहीं खरीदती क्या I mean मैं बस खाती हूँ खरीदती नहीं. Is any Indian player in APAC or something? Dude, Team Revenant is there, right? Revenant Esports. Their coach is Indian. अभी दिखाया था अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. भी दिखाएंगे तो मैं बताऊंगी. उनका coach जो पीछे बैठा है ना वो Indian है.
Some cases this worked out very, very well. Sutaraku there, literally for the first time, I was talking to
Fat Monster
in the dining room, and he was saying he had never basically played crypto before. He literally learned by doing on the biggest stage.
He's a phenom. It's crazy. I mean, even looking at some of the teams who might have been here last time on
in the
LAN competition last time it happened around. We've got SSG in that in this lobby. Frex playing for them. You know what else has changed? He was playing keyboard and mouse last time he played on LAN. Now he switched over to the controller player, and there's a lot more of them around this time as well. Elfish, we actually did the maths.
खजूर मतलब कि वो मेरे से dates होते हैं ना. कौन है Fat Monster अभी आएगा तो मैं बताती. वो जो coach है ना वो.
One of them is on the B stream right now holding a watch party.
भी दिखाएंगे तो मैं
बताऊंगी. Nice wig. He was one of them. Frex the other, and of course Snipe down. So it was roughly 1% of the players who were on control last time. You fast forward now to Stockholm, and we have roughly 30% of
Snipe down को कितना regret होता होगा कि उसने TSM छोड़ दी वो Halo के लिए. सोचा अगर वो नहीं छोड़ता Halo और ऐसा dead game भी हो गया है तो वो अभी इधर होता और वो हो सकता है better कर रहे होते हैं. Hello निखिल कैसे हो? Indian है क्या? Yes Indian है.
And yeah, it doesn't get
Hello Manoj, how are you?
As it does in Apex Legends. I know we have arguments about aim assist and whatnot, but like, let's be real. I mean, it's fantastic. It just opens up the pool of players, in my opinion. I'd love to see that. Like, I think it's great that you know, you get everyone involved. Your queue times go faster when there's more players to play with. So I'm all for it, and I think it's really impressive the way that the controller players
I'm good. थोड़ा सा खेला.
You know, I get my hands
फिर अब देख रहे हैं wait कर रहे हैं इन लोगों के match start हो.
Warm hands. It's just no good, right?
And there's so many stars we have here that we wouldn't get to see if that wasn't the case. For Holst on TSM, he wouldn't be in these lobbies. Waltzy, we had that interview yesterday with Straiku. They've made it through to that top 10, you know, off the back of 2 of their controller players. Yeah, it's just incredible to see how many people have made their way from console to, you know, well, admittedly, most of them use a PC.
Saksham bhai can do that. Aaj Saksham nahi aaya.
ALGS and certainly here in Stockholm as well. But you know,
when's the game starting? Not sure.
Still that controller. And look, speaking of controllers, we've definitely got a couple of them
time
here
bhi nahi
in
dikha raha
our
hai.
elimination lobby. You know, SSG, as we just mentioned, have
G2.
some. G2 are probably the most notable one out of these teams. They are a triple controller team.
आएगा Saksham, आएगा तो ज़रूर हमेशा आता है.
What's the optimal setup between the split on your
busy
team?
होगा.
Like, is it better to just have the absolute beamage that we sometimes see out of you know, the controller players, or is it good to have a mix? You know, you've got your bullet in there for Straiku, let's say, to dance around with his tap strafes and wall bounces that you can't necessarily do quite as effectively on the roll.
You noob foggy.
Certainly an argument, I suppose, a discussion to be had, and maybe whichever team walks away with the victory right here in the Split 2 playoffs is going to influence or shape the way people think about that discussion. You know, there's also some really interesting storylines around certain players that have played at X Games and at the preseason invitational. There's 9 players right here that have played at all 3 major Apex Legends lands, and I think that's really impressive and really quite interesting to sort of highlight. A few of them have already made their way into the top 10, Bullet definitely being one of them, Alvarlele and Reps and Hal, of course, all making their way through to the top 10, already confirming themselves into the finals, but a couple of other lands, Kashira, Post-Skill, Vibes, I think might have managed to get through there as well. Sweet and Frexes are still trying to make sure they can get into the top 20.
काश मैंडे खेल रहा था. हो सकता है ये वाली टीम बेटर परफॉर्म करती मैंडे के साथ, हो सकता है. बहुत हाई चांसेस है.
Did you mention Bullet as well there? Yep. Yeah, of course, because you know, playing on that.
So basically, 2 teams हैं जो अपने full form में नहीं है, क्योंकि
just one team, I think, from our you know, our native region in Apex South
उनका जो उनके like जो best players थे
petty times in the Apex region. You know, you had I think they might have actually qualified by a kill race to come and play.
जाना पहचाना सा लग रहा है.
You know, like how long ago was the last Apex Legends lands? Or
देखो हो सकता कि है ना same college या कहीं हो, same school, same college.
To try to qualify for things, and
this is real long, yeah. I was playing before. I thought match was going to start, so I closed the game.
Happy about that. I remember some 24-hour
अभी तक खेल रही
with
होती
people,
नहीं, तो अगर मुझे मालूम होता है तो कितना टाइम लगाने वाले बातचीत में.
Respawns and get as many as
मैं previous record is 59 seconds.
The kill.
जितने भी बार solve करते हैं हर बार timer के साथ करते हैं.
Instead of ALGS points.
Indeed. Anyway, look, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I did lie to you a little bit earlier when I said the game was going to be ready to go. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case, so we are unfortunately going to have to head to another short break. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as possible with the games.
तो ये start होने वाला था, लेकिन कुछ तो भी हो गया, इसलिए उन्होंने बोला कि time लग, कुछ तो हो गया है.
Now LCB, what you see in the feed, Outsiders losing 2 players there really quickly, just like that. 2 squads left here. Just Caddy, I think, versus now 1 player that's going to be from the GSD side. We'll have to see exactly if that's the case. Actually, I think GSD, based on the feed now, is going to go down. So actually going to be a Lava City Boys versus Outsiders. Maybe here, 1v1 moment, a little bit of shield guarding now between these two. Going to play it out. Look at this. Back and forth, a 1v1 battle to close this out. Massive is out. Can he fly in now? Caddy, can he land a second shot here? Yes, he does with decisive finish.
पेशेंस कैसे आता है इन लोगों के में काम कैसे रहते हैं वो लोग ऐसे मोमेंट्स में. मताफे भी नहीं खेल पा रहा है. टाइम मोबाइल में होता है और मोबाइल मेरे हाथ में होता है हाथ
uma vez não perdi, né, mas foi por muito pouco tempo. Qual é com uma arma que... Opa,
Isso, parou, hein? Já foi o primeiro, o Gibraltar caiu. O Gibraltar já cai. Menos um jogador ainda assim, apenas ele, 1 contra 3 ainda assim, fazendo essa situação, tentou o spot, brilhou, deixou. Caiu! Ele levou!
Que tá louca. Flavor of the month.
Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves.
Dude, ये वाला नाम मुझे बहुत अच्छे से याद है. कहाँ गायब हो गई
Well, short
वाली
break
team?
is a good break. That's what I always say. Welcome
ALGS
back,
में है
ladies
ही
and gentlemen,
नहीं.
to the ALGS split to playoffs here in Stockholm.
दीदी आ जाओ
Sweden.
चाय
It is a
पी सकती है आपकी
fantastic
अभी.
time to be around because now the game is ready to go. The players have been cheering behind us. They've been getting ready. They've been pumping themselves up because this is a very important time for all of the players inside of this lobby. 60 players with their opportunities of making it all the way to the finals. On the line right here, right now, you need to stay inside of that top 10. Otherwise, it's elimination.
I mean, it's a dream to be here already, isn't it, Elfish? But there's levels.
ये है team Revenant. Revenant
making it
esports.
here, that's fantastic.
दीदी अब चेस
Being in the
खेलते हो
top
क्या?
5
बहुत
or
पहले
10 in your
खेल,
region,
मैं
that's
बहुत पहले
fantastic,
अब
but
आप नहीं
making it
खेलती.
through to Championship Sunday, where they have everything to play for, that is another level.
All right, so we're in the legend pick, I'm told right now, so it should be moments away if all things go to plan. I'd be interested on your thoughts, actually, Gino. If you were playing in a team right now, what's your ideal composition? What do you reckon?
मैं अच्छा लगता है चेस खेलना शोएब.
100% Valk, GB. I'm on that hype train. But what's your third?
Right, so you're on the
start
Valve,
करने वाला है
we're getting
match.
someone else to play the Gibby because
you don't wanna play
I
the
just
Gibby.
don't want to be trusted with that bubble. It's just too damn important.
Sure.
Yeah, look, I actually don't mind running the Mad Maggie at the moment, honestly. It's fun to just drill
Team
people.
Empire vibes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see how that one goes, whether or not any of the teams have picked that one up. Of course, that all aside, it's time for match number 1 of the losers bracket. And it has never been more important than this. We have not seen so far over the course of this competition an elimination match just yet, but these 6 rounds are going to be the ones that decide which 10 teams go home first and most disappointed.
There we go, we can see them dropping in, getting into game.
The toxic क्यों हो तुम मोजो जोजो?
You can see
Very
the
bad.
little
चलो match
tree
start
popping up
हो गया.
over the side there. And well, I guess we'll get to see whether these teams have really sorted this all out.
Excuse
You know, and think about how many contests we're going
No,
to get
डब्बा क्यों
between
बना
them.
हुआ है?
FC Destroy, certainly a team that we're expecting to take. You know, if not contesting someone at their drop location, someone else.
Amaz.
Definitely, I mean, reply totem. Their day didn't start very well yesterday, and it looks like that's going to continue into day number 2 as well. Odik on the other side of this engagement with that Arcstar you mentioned already.
ये वाले भी जो मैचेस हो रहे हैं इनमें से जो मतलब कि ये जब 6 मैचेस खत्म हो जाएंगे आफ्टर 6 मैचेस इनमें से जो बॉटम 10 टीम्स रहेंगी वो चले जाएंगी घर बब्बाई हो जाएंगी बब्बाई हो जाएगा
just gone a little bit too over eager on his own, isolated the fight against 2, and now all of a sudden it's back into the 2-on-2. Maybe winnable for reply totem down to just SHRP, and unfortunately he cannot get it done, so we'll say goodbye.
Yes, घर बाय बाय. Actually भी किसी दिन चेस की नहीं मुझे नहीं खेलना चेस.
With 3 points on the board.
देखो बात ये है एक बार मैं अपने भाई से हार गई थी चेस में एक बार बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा आई थी उसके बाद से फिर मैंने कभी चेस नहीं खेला है और मुझे नहीं खेलना है Me toxic बच्चा I played Dota and CS:GO. Okay, मोजो तुम toxic बच्चा.
Well, actually, yeah. What's interesting about it is that yesterday we saw so many contests on Skyhook, and I think for the most part, a lot of those teams actually made it into the top lobbies.
लूडो खेलो मुझे जो तुम सबको लूडो है ना खेलना सिखा रहे हो तुम दोनों खेल लो लूडो
얘네 여기로 들어왔을 수도 있어 조심해야 돼.
राकेश और मोजो जो लूडो खेलो लूडो मैं भूल भी गई कैसे खेलते हैं इतने साल हो गए वो खेले हुए Fight कौन कर रहा है?
We had a Loba team actually who like to start landslide purely because you get your ult up straight away. It's one of the closest POIs to a vault, and you can immediately nick one of those gold items straight out of there.
Yeah, hoover up all the loot as you do. Obviously, a lot of teams dropping down toward the southern side of the map. Revenant is there at the tree. You've got
있으면 빠질 수 있는 방향으로 좀 쓸게.
at the dome, and those three teams are going to really have a long way to travel.
Snakes and ladders.
By the time they get up there, maybe all of the real estate is going to be locked up, so they'll be looking to probably play edge for the rest of this game.
Welcome back, Yoshi.
Screens right now, that was a favorite amongst the talent predictions.
Didn't
really have an amazing day yesterday, and that's why they found themselves here, but we know what kind of potential they've got. Probably the same could be said for CLG. They showed flashes of brilliance yesterday.
वैसे कैसे बैठ के खेला था? कंट्रोलर पे खेला था
for this North American squad.
Yeah, and now they're looking to try and gatekeep some of the other teams pushing in. It seems like IG is one of them. They
the wrong number. कभी चाय बनाने के बाद पता चला कि
that's a hard one to get them off. Urban, of course, is going to be popping that missile swarm on cooldown because they don't have a roof.
याद है मैंने बताया था कि मैंने चाय बस तभी पीती जब मेरे पास बिस्किट भी होते बिस्किट डुबा के चाय तो अगर चाय में ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि चाय में शक्कर नहीं थी तो अगर बिस्किट के साथ खा रहे हो तो मालूम भी नहीं पड़ता है कि चाय में शक्कर नहीं है Bring 4 packet of chips कौन से वाले पापड़ कचौरी and fruits wow ये सब यम्मी चीजें खा रहे हो रूह अफ़ज़ा
maybe a swift end for them as well.
And it's very much the opposite of what we expect to see with the Skyhook circle. There's so much cover, there are so many opportunities, especially in the first 3 rings. And you expect them to be able to make those rotations very cleanly. So, Vega obviously a little bit disappointing that they found themselves in boxes so quickly.
Yeah, most definitely.
Ke belakangan dikit ya, ke belakangan. Dia ngapus. Gue balik ke rumah, hati-hati. Wait, the fuck? Gua kena.
इसमें कतर करने वाला क्या है?
What the fuck is this guy? G2, bro.
Usually have lights nice and extra and we eat dinner after that. और starters थे, पर ये लोग मर गए. Oh my god.
Dua di gua. It's G2, bro. Just camping.
G2.
What the fuck?
G2 camping.
No.
अब इसको रैट करना पड़ेगा. लगता है दूसरी टीम में घुस जाएगा. रिंग क्लोज हो रही है.
Nice, TP deh. Ya, sama CR di lawas Ipan tadi.
Coba
tandain aja boxnya. Ya, 200 meter salah.
मस्त एकदम फुल खाना. स्टार्टर्स उसके बाद फिर प्रॉपर खाना. मुझे जो है अफनीट पकौड़ी विद चाय टेस्ट ओपी. पकौड़ी चाय में डिप करके नमकीन चीज चाय में कभी ट्राई नहीं किया. अच्छा टेस्ट लगता होगा.
Oh, kalau lo drone bisa dengar lo ke hit zonanya ya?
ये मस्त है क्रिप्टो देखो. ओ सक्षम आ गए फाइनली.
दikit lagi.
तो शोएब याद कर रहा था.
Nice. Good shit.
हाँ रिस्पॉन जोन के बाहर मजे से रिस्पॉन कर दो. फर्स्ट जोन ही है.
Ya. Gue sekalian langsung ya.
Tim
bisa dilatih deh. Gak apa-apa sih. Kita bisa ngelit lagi nih, Bang.
Ya, ini conflict karena.
Fish is that you look at the drop spots that they played during their splits in their respective regions. I think the Revenant were the only uncontested team. They were the only team out of all 40 that actually played Tree on World's Edge. So they're one of the only teams that has that comfort pick in their back pocket to know how to play that POI.
मुझे दिखाई दे रहा था प्रॉपर्ली. आंखें नहीं जल रही थी इसलिए मैंने नहीं लगाया चश्मा. इससे तो जब आंखें जलेंगी तो लगा लूंगी.
So let's hear from Noises.
In the NA scene,
Don't
you
bring
have
hope.
very heavy
कौन सा
hitters,
hope?
so
कौन
the
कब
NRGs,
कैसे?
TSMs, the G2s, and then you have a lot of other teams who are coming up. And basically, what that means is that you tend to have these very intense fights where the good teams sort of get momentum. In Apex, once you get momentum, you just keep gaining momentum. And so the NA teams tend to be very, very aggressive. They tend to take everything from you and give nothing back. And in EU, it's very different because the skill gap in EU is quite small. And basically, what
चलो ये भी ठीक है. मुझे इसकी आदत हटानी है. बात एक्चुअली में ये मुझे नहीं अच्छा लगता पहनना. अभी लाइक मैं लाइक माँ मुझे सब दिख रहा है मुझे एक्चुअली में सब दिखता है बस कभी जलन
no terus meter
मेरा पावर ज्यादा नहीं है
di box lo nggak ada
आके कैसे जल्दी तू स्क्रीन
ada orang masih ada
मैं जैसे पीसी या फोन पे करती ना तब मेरी जलती है मैं सुबह ऐसे पूरे टाइम नहीं लगा के रखती चश्मा मेरे डॉक्टर ने भी यही बोला था कि जब आप कोई सी स्क्रीन वाली चीज यूज करो स्क्रीन देखोगे तब लगाओ चश्मा या जब बना दूर का देख रहे हो और अगर नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है तब लगाओ चश्मा पूरे टाइम नहीं लगाने का है वो
lo dapat gak kira-kira kalau kesana enggak satu syringe
मैं भी मारूंगी तुम्हें शोएब
terus kemana
lewat lapas sipon gitu mungkin kalau ketemu syringe lagi
आप पता चल गया है कि क्या हो रहा था मुझे हर बार पीसी ऑन करके पहले डीडी से ड्राइवर्स रिमूव करने होते हैं फिर ओल्ड ड्राइवर्स इंस्टॉल करने बार बार ऑटोमेटिकली अपग्रेड हो जाते हैं ड्राइवर्स ये प्रॉब्लम हो रही क्या खुद ही अपडेट हो जाते हैं ड्राइवर्स बार बार उसको वो करना पड़ता है हाँ कुछ फिक्स तो होना चाहिए ना लेकिन कि बार बार नहीं हो ऐसे खुद
langsung crafting है
उसका ऑटोमेटिक अपडेट किसी तरह ऑफ नहीं कर सकते
ada drone
मेरी भी जलती हैं
ada drone itu di depan
कल जाके लेके आऊंगा चश्मा मैं पावर है क्या 99% टीम का जिस पे होप लगाते हैं टीम
ada yang harus satu crafting ini satu aja korbanin
TSM ना उतने टाइम से जीत रही थी इतने सालों से वही हमें जीती थी तो समझ में भी आता है बहुत सारे लोग सोच रहे थे कि वापस जीतेंगे लोग अभी तक जोन के बाहर है वो गिब्बी मरने वाला है मर गया Dude, second zone start होने वाला है कितना दूर कितना है zone
okay
ये scars मर भी गई already just say हो गया है
저기서 한 번 더 볼 수 있으면 들어가서 공격할 수 있으면 하는 게 낫긴 해
다음은 막 뭔가 쩔로 튀잖아? 그럼 그냥 바로 방금 날아가 저쪽 1종 박자
근데 가스 없긴
Hello Batman
일단
वापस स्ट्रीमिंग करते टाइम तो पहन ही लिया करो इसलिए तो हमेशा पहनती हूँ मैं लेकिन अभी आज थोड़ा ठीक लगा मुझे आदत हटानी है अगर अपडेट नहीं भी होता तो गेम नहीं चलता
나 헬멧 메인이다 헬멧 나 헬멧 라스 줬어 라스 나 드론 깨졌어
나 이제 공차
लेकिन रिले दीदी मुझे भी ग्लासेस लगे हुए
나 뒤시작해서 고정 중
मेरी आई में इन्फेक्शन हो रखा है तो नहीं
이별 필요하다
मैं ओ टेस्ट करवाई
나도 이사배야
मेरे ग्राफिक्स ऑटो अपडेट हो जाते हैं उसको वो नहीं कर सकते आप सेटिंग्स चेंज नहीं कर सकते उसमें 0.75 में दो वो शोएब तुम्हारा एकदम सेम है मेरे जैसा बस उल्टा है मेरा इसमें -0.75 है और इसमें -0.25 है सारे सब दूर है आपसे दूर की चीजों के लिए पहनना
나 에바야
오케이 에바 뿌려놓고 가줄래 거기?
오케이 없지?
트레이서 아래 없어 안에 비어있어
ब्लू लाइट वाले स्पेक्स हाँ ब्लू लाइट वाले ही हैं
올라와 먹고
Okay.
I'm playing Apex with my friends. I want people to chat that much, but I'm watching. कोई बात नहीं मजे करो. मुझे लगता है Powerpuff Girls
일단은 링 잠긴 쪽엔 좀 안 보이고
मार रही है जो आई
카운트다운 쪽에서도 네시아 쪽에서 뭐 안 보여. 일단 16팀에 다시 44명 비어.
दिन में सही हो जाएगा. Nice.
원 보고 시장원이랑 바로 간다잉.
오케이.
अच्छा.
올라.
시장 쪽을 바로 간다고?
अच्छा मोरे अच्छा
이거 가는 게 나을 것 같지?
앞에 비벼
उसमें इधर कैसे हो जरा बताना मुझे
엄폐 근데 내가 보기엔 없을 것 같거든?
तब तो आपको दिख ही रखा होगा हाँ मुझे दिखता है बस
힘들지 않아?
이런데 안 걸치잖아
안 걸친다 트럭비 안 걸친다
I have the cards
오케이 빨리 가자
तुम्हें मैं भूत लगती हूँ
해산에서 집 1층 갈 거지?
집 1층 내려가지고 여기 여기 내려 여기 1층 여기 1층
이거 해산에서 내려야 돼 해산에서 오케이 해산에서 다 같이 내려
1층
얘네 피킹하는 거 조심해
열로 내려 열로 왼쪽 집으로 왼쪽 문으로
야 나 좀 많이 맞았다 들어 일단 둠 한번 쓰고 보자 주변
나 여기 1층
maybe a syringe or two. Besides the point though, we move over to GMT Esports who
यही वाला घर है क्या जिसमें रास लोग आए नीचे वही वाला घर है क्या
Yeah, it's the very
हाँ
opposite,
वही घर है.
those early rotators, and as we can see in that mini map up there in your top left of your screen, these guys, Crazy Raccoon, they're right in the thick of it. Elfish.
It's going to be a good old-fashioned skyhook finish, isn't it?
Yeah, as we said, definitely going up past that mountain, and G2 definitely have a little bit more legwork to do to make their way into.
There's a lot of buildings still inside of the.
I'm not dead, dear. Yes, मैं भूत हूँ. जरूर देखो तुम लोग. मैं इधर भूत बैठी हूँ.
Downtime in a sense. You know, there
दिखते
might be
section
some
में any dark
there might be
jokes
some
है.
contests for floors or levels of the buildings. Maybe someone's going to try and come in onto one of the roofs, something like that. One of the teams.
Harry has government exam in few days. He'll be staying away for a while.
Oh,
all the best, all the best. अच्छे से करना.
Very difficult to breach into, and you know we kind of just have to wait for that zone to start to push in to really force teams to actually do anything.
Yeah, there are a couple more. I mean, you know, Crazy Raccoon, they've obviously already got this information, but they do have the drone to keep pinging that sky every time they need it. I mean, you said like it's not quite all the best teams made their way in, right? There are still some outside, and you heard actually G2, they recognized that you know, the team they'd fought earlier, Revenant, had come in. They noticed the same skin and made that call.
जो तुम्हें अच्छा लगता है करना उसमें
Revenant is back
हो जाएगा तुम्हारा.
Take a look here at Kick, who are down to just the two. Utriko having been finished off and eliminated, not Reservoir, of course.
피해줄게. 얘들아 그러면 잘 봐. 얘네 지금 우리 위에 있는 애들 로발지고 본대가 3층이고 옥상에서 계속 시야 보고 있어. 오케이. 2층 얘네 1층 들어오는 것만 잘 막으면 돼. 뭔 말인지 알지?
얘는 우리 안 해.
2층 난간 쟤네가 2층 난간 랜딩하면은 노발지 팀이 좀 패줄 거거든. 그때 2층 살짝 픽해봐도 돼. 야 발공 날아온다.
발공 오케이.
시장 쪽 간다. 우리 쪽 아니야?
오케이. 나 한번 픽해볼게.
옆집 갔어. 옆집 갔어. 여기. 옆집 갔어.
ये लोग कहाँ पहुँच गए?
Turun nih mereka, Bel.
पहुँच गए Skyhook.
Gua ambil angle sini dah.
Mereka kemana?
Depan gua. Nih.
Oke.
Lo.
Nice. Chill. Gold. Chill. Dum.
Oh, जिस टीम ने इन लोगों को पहले मारा तो उसी टीम से फाइट कर रहे हैं वापस G2.
Crack. One more. Low button.
Ooh, nice.
Let's go.
Third party आ गई है.
Get the fuck out of my game, dude.
Get shit on, bro.
Anjing lime. Okay, game. Sini, kiri.
Gold backpack. Actually में क्रिप्टो के पास गोल्ड बैकपैक है. गिब्बी के पास नहीं था क्या गोल्ड बैकपैक? वाओ dude, नाइस क्लच. ये बेल को हमारे टूर्नामेंट में खेला था अभी, अगर तुम लोगों को याद, अभी जो लास्ट हम लोग ने टूर्नामेंट खेला था, याद है?
Oke.
Boleh ngelut lah kalian dulu ya.
Ambil
nice clutch.
Gua ganti.
जिस टीम ने इन लोग को पहले मारा उसी टीम को इन लोग ने मार दिया.
Enggak ada ya.
G2 अच्छा नहीं कर रही है.
Enggak ada. Ada kesalahan enggak sih tadi? Enggak ada. Ada. Ada.
Nice, इनको सब अच्छा. Next team was zero damage चाहिए.
Dengerin gue nyari spot ke lantai 1 atau lantai 2, lantai 3. Kalau ada spot langsung kita gas, oke? Oke. Gue ada banyak net juga.
Look, Karthik, check out Skiddles play from yesterday's game. Insane clutch. The one, is it the one from Nice Vicky stream? I think I watched it.
Udah tahu di mana? Udah di lantai bawah. Ayo. Tinggal lantai bawah ini, lantai 1 kosong. Rumah ini.
Kौन सा वाला clutch? मैंने कुछ 2-3 clutch देखे थे.
Misa aja enggak apa-apa. Tapi rumah ini ya.
Need फिर से
enggak lewat sini. Enggak boleh lewat situ. Oke.
Not toxic, Discord innovations करेगा.
After crack. Nice. Chill. Ada bom, chill.
तो अच्छा कर रही है रेवनेंट.
Yeah. Go now.
Golden Havoc और ammo पड़ी मिल रही है वाह.
Lu pakai master gua nih, bol 3 tuh. Pakai merah gua, Gua master juga.
Yap.
Bol gua mana? Enggak tahu. Gua pakai. Ambil nih.
Our sole interest is power focus or
Udah, ambil nih. Lihat nih. Ambil tuh. Gua lihat tangganya ya, guys. Dorin gua. Kita nge-dev aja ya. Yep. Kalian bisa jagain gua gak? Gua pengen ngedrone. Iya, gua lihat tangga nih. Oke. Lihat tangga kanan gua aja, Him. Ini kan? Enggak kanan gua yang di bawah. Enggak, Lahim nge-pick kita ya. Lahim nge-pick tangga pakai mastif. Lahim nge-pick tangga pakai mastif.
Dude, वो मिनी मैप में देखो 3 ड्रोन्स उड़ रहे हैं. कितना फनी लग रहा है. 3 ड्रोन्स उड़ रहे हैं मिनी मैप में.
Bisa tembakin dari pintu anjing.
Lantai 2-nya free nih. Bisa ke lantai 2 ini gak kita?
वो तीनों drones को मुझे लगता है कि मीटिंग करनी चाहिए एक जगह से
kiri terus ngedum bisa nggak? Lewat kiri sini ngedum. Tahu ada pintu depan sini gak Im? Bisa sih. Yang panjatan itu di mana ya? Yang manjat itu di mana?
Expected to. Zone shifting obviously a little further.
New teams होती 13 squads left.
Majority of teams who have now set themselves up around in the building.
देखो क्या खिचड़ी बनी हुई है इतनी सारी टीम्स की छोटी सी जगह
में. GMT and Crazy Raccoon are sitting.
And you can see with that low bar ult, the black
mark
actually encompasses the entirety of that 5th round circle. So, you know, anything within this circle that gets dropped now is fair game. So, you know, you're worried about an EMP or something, don't drop your armor for too long.
Indeed. Well, someone said he wins the race seems to be the name of the game right now for Space Station. For the most part, just more than happy to keep.
मैंने अभी realize किया कि Rogue नहीं खेलता है tournaments.
And Arkstar does come flying through, and all of a sudden it now requires a bit of action.
No, कितनी open है ये वाली जगह.
Not too much. Pump goes down. Shields once again healed back on up and.
드론하고 EMP 할 거야.
야, 공 3개 터졌다 지금 공 3개.
야, 미라기 들이.
신경 쓰지 마. 내가 할게. 내가 저런 거 할게.
저 spot अच्छा है, तो next zone के भी अंदर.
야, 들어올란다. 왜 반대로 야, 뭐해? 들어가. EMP 써.
आज full backpack होता. रास मत मारना रास. Oh my god, उसने down कर दिया अपने ult से किसी को.
괜찮아.
야, 왼쪽에 돔 20초. 삐가는 거 조심.
얘네 맞는다.
क्या उनके पास टाइम नहीं है क्रिप्टो का अल्ट तोड़ने का.
야, 여기 하나. 야, 들어왔다. 안에만 있어. 야, 나가지 마. 나가지 마.
드론 한번 지금 봐도 될 듯? 제가 드론 한번 봐도 될 듯?
오케이, 나 돔 3초. 나 지켜줘, 현준아. 나 지켜줘. 나 돔 써줄 수 있어, 이제. 야, 1등. 내려봐. 내려와. 왼쪽 봐줘라.
इनके पास में ख्याल से बहुत सारे इधर लोग हैं ना.
ओके. 어차피 나 안 차.
काश ये वाली जीत जाए तो अच्छे पोजीशन में जीत सकते हैं रास की टीम.
나 여기서 드론 보게. 현준아, 내 여기 봐줘. 오케이. 문 봐줘. 제더가 라스가 봐주고 있어. 나 셀 없다 이제.
나 뺐어. 다시 뺐어.
필템 빵게.
Wasimari watching who's
밖에 여기 한 명.
AL official stream.
정리할까?
Official play picks official stream. This one. I'm watching this one. डूडे अभी तक ईवा क्यों यूज कर रहा है? इसको मिली नहीं मैस्टिफ या पीके.
다 만들었어.
나 1템 없다. 돔 28초.
앞에 셀 먹어.
나 EMP 99. 어떤 거? 오케이. 여기 있다가 나갈 거야.
फाइनल कर ले राकेश.
Thank you. I have no LOS. Fighting a big fight. Knock one. Yeah. Big fight here. On my ping. Don't let's close it out. We need nades. Literally two free kills walking in there. Coming. Get the kills here. They're walking in now. Toss the gear behind the pillar.
मुझे इस 8 squads left हैं. Last ring, last zone है देखो. 8 squads left.
Nice. Good job, boys. Keep it up. We're gonna play here soon, okay?
इस सेम घर में हर फ्लोर पे एक टीम है.
Only nades. Lobo. Big fight market.
7 squads.
Nades, Lobo, made it right now. Yeah, I'm taking it. Keep it up, we should be good. I crack what, do so much damage to the arc. Don't. In this bubble. Use something else, do you need more nades? Get the first, knock one inside market. Get the third if you can. Right here, that's kills.
It's kills though, I'm not ulting.
So many kills market, get the, we need them. Underneath, peek.
Looking.
What is P? Got him.
Nice. Are we playing second floor balcony or no?
I'm staying top. I bubbled. We should have saved
इसने अल्ट किया ये.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. It's all good.
पता नहीं कौन सी गिप्पी कल. रास.
플레이 하자는 게 아니라 먹고 나가자 할 건데. 그냥 나가자. 그냥 나가자. We're gonna nade second here. Okay, get ready. Crack market. Knock one market.
वो वाली टीम वाली टीम अकेले उधर है, उसकी वजह से बाकी की सारी टीम्स उसे एक टीम पे फोकस कर रही है. बस सारे लोग जल के मरने वाले हैं.
뭐야 나 지금 맞았어.
오.
Crack one. Let me see this again.
1v1.
All you boy. Let's go. I'm dropping.
Oh!
Oh my god. And what a clutch armor swap as well, right at the end there for Nasky. He goes off of the purple or the red or whatever he had onto white armor Genome and pulls off the clutch in the one on
ये मेरे ख्याल से वही टीम है ना जो बिल्डिंग के सबसे ऊपर थी, छत पे थी, वही टीम है.
Fantastic that we get to hear their comms. They are pumped after that.
50's enough to make it through. Nasky, more of a grenadier than, you know, picking out the armaments there. You hear him just shouting again, grenades. They wanted to put so much
yeah, commentators वाली है कि नहीं नहीं.
And also just force them out into their gunfire, into the open where the circle is going to pull.
एक R डाल जाता ना तो ऐसी तैसी हो जाता.
Luckily there was about 50 bubbles on the ground when they dropped anyway. You know, it doesn't matter whose bubble it is, it's going to have the same value for you or your opponent.
इनसे कहो कम
they drop off the roof at the perfect
आए
time.
खाने
as the quote-unquote third party
खराब हो जाएंगे.
already from the roof, so they bided their time really well. They used their resources to perfection, and as we said, it was a bit of a war of attrition. GMT comes into that late fight a little bit healthier, having popped a couple of bats as they're falling off the roof, and they're ultimately able to win it out in the end. A very close thing though, that really comes down to the wire. Those kind of
मालूम है मैंने तुम लोगों का वो है ना, तुम लोग ने क्या लिखा है पढ़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं. तुम लोग के जो ये मून वाले फेसेस होते ना,
26 points. GMT pick up
ये वाले
in the end.
से समझ में आ रहा था कि एकदम fishy चीजें सोच रहे हो तुम लोग.
Building when it ends there in the middle, as you said, they just get the last chance to drop off, and they have high ground.
Crazy Raccoon's third eye, Revenant Esports 4.
And the
nice,
ones in
nice.
fight for a little while, but certainly
बस maintain करके रखना है जैसे कि
हर
ना चले जाए ये लोग आज.
15 points out of that game, definitely not.
Game with मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है मैं first time देख रहा हूँ इस टीम का नाम.
Around those lads, but have a look at
Detonator ये वाली टीम कल एक बार जीती थी, उसके बावजूद ये loser bracket में है और loser bracket के top 10 में.
I guess that's not too bad, but for anyone else, it's a really
Scars का कितना sad dude. Loser bracket में 17th position पे आ रही है first match में.
The two knocks initially onto those Revenant players, and then Revenant came back and sent their.
So it was RNT top 10 में पहुंच.
They came back to fight G2.
अभी तो first match ही हुआ है ना? 5 matches हैं. Where to watch official Manoj? It's getting streamed on both Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch it is.
A couple assists coming through from Mady to help him out, and then Sir Del as well.
On Twitch it is Play Apex, on YouTube it is
the longest time. I think the other important part of that game was when they took the roof, because you know they were playing
Global Series. हाँ, Apex Legends Global Series is the channel name.
Kind of a safer position. Sometimes you saw
it's getting streamed on both official one, but on Twitch you can select which team you wanna watch over here, along with the official one.
When we got to that end game, they were able to look down on
के लिए मैच 3 बजे तक चला.
The vantage point to net them the rest of those 26 points.
Indeed, well, 26 points. That's not a bad start to the day, but that's all.
How can I watch my watch time? You cannot see individual watch time shift. It only shows like top.
It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away because game 2 is coming up next.
PK, okay. दो के पास PK थे, एक के पास massive. Dude, वो जोन के बाहर चला गया था इतनी देर तक, वो जिंदा कैसे बचा और क्लच भी किया.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
ओहो सक्षम. इन लोग को ऑल्टरनेट करना चाहिए. वॉल्स स्टॉम्प तो पहले सारे वॉल्स खिलाते हैं फिर सारे स्टॉम्प पॉइंट खिलाते हैं. ऐसा क्यों होता है? वैसे चलेगा भाई, मेरा वॉच टाइम. ओह सर्वर में मैं भूल ही गई थी, मैंने सर्वर में डाला था वो. You think Apex has future in India as pro gaming? Dude, it is increasing right now. और अगर ये टीम अच्छा करती है ना, रेवेनेंट ईस्पोर्ट्स तो हो सकता है. और एक्चुअली में इंडिया में बहुत ग्रो कर रहा है. और स्पेशली क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मंथ तो आने वाला है ना, नेक्स्ट मंथ एपिक्स लेजेंड्स मोबाइल आने वाला है ना, उसका तो ई स्पोर्ट्स पक्का रहेगा ही, लेकिन मुझे लगता है उसकी वजह से पीसी का भी होएगा ग्रो। अगर सोनी मेंबर्स इन मॉड्स कैन डू दी कमांड नाउ, आई डोंट थिंक सो, इज इट? मेरे साथ डूड मोबाइल एपिक्स लेजेंड मोबाइल वैसे मैं नहीं खेलूंगी, एक बार मैं भले ट्राई कर लूंगी जब वो आएगा, लेकिन मैं ऐसे रेगुलरली ऐसे नहीं खेलूंगी मोबाइल वाला। तो बैटल के नाम पे बीजीएम है यार, सब मोबाइल गेम्स ना, वो पीसी को आना चाहिए, उस पे फुल टॉक्सिक होगा, मैं फुल चैनल रिपोर्ट। अगर कोई एमुलेटर में खेला है एपेक्स मोबाइल पीसी।
To celebrate about there for GMT as they pick up the first game of this.
कल मैंने एक हाथ से मच्छर को ओहो
does not make them.
Stop VR games, totally too much headache.
Into the top 10 though, which is of course what you need to be doing. That said, we've still got 5 games.
VR games is headache.
On your laurels right here,
Dota is not headache.
Towards these next couple of games on World's Edge to continue the good form that GMT have started off with.
Yeah, you have to worry about being in that bottom 10 Elfish. We've said it time and time again, because that is what's at stake here in our losers bracket round 1. So 26 points, as you said. Honestly, like, what is the cutoff usually for a 6-game series?
In contact lens, no. I'm not wearing any contact lens. Dude, my power is not that much. It's not burning right now, so I'm just
you know, 90%
not wearing glasses.
With that one big game. I mean, 14
kills. Okay,
is a hell of a start for them. And man, we watched that the replay of the finish there.
Rakesh, ऐसे मत बोलो, किसी को बुरा लग सकता है.
Yeah, it was half a white armor that he picked up. So he had like one shield left on the red armor, and then he picked that basically that exact same thing up off the white armor.
He basically found
it on a shirt over
rule. Like stuck it on
forget
his head,
the rules. That's what it's
That's about it.
Goes a long way.
Watch video.
Either way, end of the day, as you say, 32 points actually was the cutoff for the winners bracket between 10 and 11. So maybe that's the number we can think about. Maybe that's what we can look towards right now. It feels like GMT have gotten pretty close to that in just the one game. With that all said though, a lot can change. You know, sometimes a lobby can be really top heavy, sometimes a lobby can really be quite tight, which is kind of what it felt like with that winners bracket lobby. There was a lot of teams getting a lot of points in towards the middle of the pack.
Petition
well.
to rename Rolo to Lolo, no.
See what we're going to get. There's a team on your screen that's going to want to turn things around.
अलग-अलग नाम बुलाते रहते हैं मुझे.
G2. They started strong and then they paid for it a little bit. They, I suppose they tickled the Tiger's feet, and then the Tiger wasn't too happy about it. Revenant turned around and just took their head off.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to, you know, kind of like psychoanalyze their faces there as we get the vision of them on the screen, and you know, you're wondering if that doubt is starting to creep into their minds. I mean, some people had them, you know, maybe not as a favorite to win, but certainly a favorite to do quite well in this tournament.
We're getting destroyed in ranked.
Down the first game with 2 points. I mean,
कौन से rank
said,
में अभी
you know, maybe
योशी?
you need 30 points to get through to that top 10 and make it into the next
चीज है लाइफ में जितने बार उड़ते हुए मक्खी को पकड़ा तब ऑडियंस था देखने को मैंने पहले लोलो ही रीड किया था कब मैं फर्स्ट टाइम ये तुम लोग रोलो को लोलो कैसे रीड कर लेते हो मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है
Either way, of course, we do have to jump into our
पूरा क्रेटर है
teams that we're really looking for to turn things around though are those teams towards the bottom end.
हाँ वो तो मुझे समझ में आ गया योशी कौन सा रैंक मैंने पूछा I mean कौन से रैंक में हो फ्लैट डायमंड गोल्ड मास्टर
be acceptable over multiple games. I'll give you one bad game. That's fair enough. But if you want to stay in this competition, you can't be affording to have multiple 0 or 1 or 2 point games in a lobby like this. Because if that's going to be the case,
eyesight weak.
So into game 2 we go. GMT, of course,
पता है कितनी
will be their heads high.
Also easy to say.
Things off.
Rolo कितना अच्छा cute नाम है.
Yeah, GMT might be the only
Gold.
one, honestly, that kind of has that luxury with a
eyesight dude.
point start.
इसकी कोई eyesight ज़्यादा नहीं है.
Try and work out if any of these teams are going to
दो repeater मिले
each other. If we're going to see, you know, the fights down south like we did last time. Lots of third partying often happens there at the start of a game. If the teams are feeling a little bit frisky, Revenant, of course, they're still landing at the tree. GMT Esports, yes, so they are landing at Landslide, just like we had predicted. I don't believe that's where they land, you know, in their native region. But as we said, you know, it's a reasonable way to play when you do have the Loba starting on World's Edge. As you can see, we're going to get another sort of northwestern ring, though this time it looks like it's probably going to pull over to Lava
Fisher जा रही है.
Shift, I'd say, to get to countdown. Maybe still a chance there, but teams like Space Station Gaming and Ascend going to be pretty happy with
I'm
that.
going to play brain damage. Okay,
from GMT is going to be even faster with their proximity to this ring.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to say it's still a fairly similar kind of
Dawn
shift to the Skyhawk circle we saw in the last game.
AP saying easy, just play to troll is equal to win.
Map, not too bad. The southwestern side of the map, not too bad. But if you're starting on the southeast, if you're Phoenix team or
British वालों की अलग English है, America की अलग है, Australia की अलग, and it is called Swift.
So you're not getting too much circle luck, unfortunately. That's just sometimes the way that it does play out. Of course, you know, this isn't going to be the only map that they'll play. So maybe we move on to Storm Point and those teams will start to get a bit of a helping hand from the zone shifts. Either way though, of course, with a game like this, there's so much mobility to be able to make your way into the zones that maybe it's not a huge deal. Looking at the armor that Space
ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे कि आई की वेबसाइट है जैसे शोएब बोल रहे हैं.
2 sets of purple, a set of gold armor as well. Can't really ask for much more in the first 5 minutes of the game. In fact, you know, it's not even probably been 5 minutes, so they're doing really well for themselves.
No, you can't, and sometimes you want that mixture of purple and gold armor, right? You know, that means you can shuffle the shield bats and as well as the cells around to optimize your meds between the team, make sure your economy in that way is doing well into the later stages of the game. Of course, they probably won't have to worry too hard about the economy with that black.
अब टीवी में देखता हूँ ALGS मजा आएगी टीवी पे देखने में.
Victus Gaming, unfortunately, with only 1 point to their name after 1 game. As we said, you're going to need probably about 5 a game, I'd say, at least.
Go upstart, keep it.
कौन सी टीम के साथ फाइट करेंगे?
Crack. Nice.
G2 लॉल ये लोग हमेशा G2 से ही लड़ते रहते हैं. एक को मार भी दिया. Nice.
Nice. Go pecahin Mel, di atas ada, tenang aja, di atas gue ngurus.
ऊपर जा सकते, ऊपर जा ही नहीं सकते उन लोग के पास कोई तरीका ही नहीं ऊपर जाने का.
Bantai horizon है.
ऊपर जाके बैठ जाए वो बस उसी टीम के दो. ओए कोई कैसे मारा? What?
Satu orang dong di atas tuh ya, ada timnya. Chill. Go maluim. Di mana dia? Di atas. Sini ke gua.
इसके perspective से देखो.
Oh.
Dude, वो Horizon थी वो कैसे मर गई? ऊपर नहीं गई थी वो.
Sini ke gua. Harusnya bilang kalau mau ulti.
Bakar anjir.
1v2.
Chill sini, Max.
Bottom, is that from another team? Because gosh, G2 are really getting a get out of
ते
jail.
वैल्किरी के पास इतनी अच्छी पोजीशन है और वो वाली रेवेनेंट ऊपर जा ही नहीं सकती. ये वाली वैल्किरी जा सकती है लेकिन अगर ये भी मर गई तो फिर तो हार जाएंगे ये लोग. गिट्टू के पास अच्छी शील्ड भी नहीं है.
Terus galet dia.
कैसे मारेंगे कैसे उस वैल्किरी को लोग? वो वैल्किरी तो उधर ही बैठी रहेगी. ये वाली वैल्किरी जाएगी क्या ऊपर उनके पास छोड़ के?
Terus balik battery kita fakult ke dia. Saya balik bagi gua sel gonal.
Gua Horizonnya belum mati kah?
Bagi gua sel dulu, sel gonal.
Belum anjing. Belum anjing.
Apa?
Belum Horizonnya.
Sini fakult di sini. Sini ke gua. Guys,
mana ayo?
Yuk. Fakult. Enggak bisa. Udah ada. Go. Mana dia? Another team sih, Bel.
Mati dia.
Balik kanan aja ya. Ya.
चले गए वो लोग.
Kita bisa balik lagi sih buat Malut.
मुझे लगा था उनके ऊपर उस वैल्किरी के ऊपर अल्ट करके जा रहे हैं.
But it looks like he's going to make a quick escape. Could we see another repeat of game 1 with the respawns and then a run it back?
In this case, you can only get the one.
उधर क्यों नहीं जा रही? वो राइट में जाके रिस्पॉन क्यों नहीं कर रही? था कोई टीम थी भी नहीं. पुश करती क्या वो दूसरी टीम दूसरी पुश कर सकती थी. हाँ वैसे हाँ ये ज़्यादा दूर है, ज़्यादा सेफ था. बाकी सारी टीम्स ऑलरेडी रोटेट कर चुकी हैं.
And Revenant will go on their merry way, moving their way up into the zone. So
और ज़्यादा क्यों पीछे जा रही? इधर क्यों नहीं रिस्पॉन कर रही है?
They are not messing around at all. And G2 will now have to take watch of that because that's 2 from 2. Well, I mean,
ya, makanya gue bilang tadi kan, Malut.
Gua kira lu ada ininya ya.
Belum. Dia knock doang sama gua.
Baru di end.
Hati banget anjing.
Gua nge-drone ya. Iya. Itu Horizonnya. Gua sini, hati-hati lu jangan ke depan dulu. Gua drone dulu bentar. No. Horizonnya bisa di-rest tuh, masih diambil. Entah di mana. Liatin resannya aja yang hilang di mana. Belum ada. bisa ngelut tuh.
पता है क्योंकि dude वो लोग इतने ज़्यादा दूर जाके वो एकदम रिस्पॉन कर रहा है. उधर ट्री में भी कोई थी नहीं, ट्री भी बहुत दूर था.
하다 되면은 그냥 여기 있지, 여 라인. 여기까지 당겨서 오른쪽 아래.
이게 스테이징 के पास है, लोग स्टेजिंग के पास.
비었으면 들어가자.
오케이.
하다면은
살짝 열려 있다 옆에. 이거 아직 몰라. 아직
ये लोग जोन से मर रहे हैं क्या? वो जोन से भाग रहे हैं लोग. 2/3 कैसे जीतेगा? उनको बस रैट करना पड़ेगा एंड तक. अगर लोग लास्ट जोन में पहुंच गए जिंदा तो फिर जीत सकते हैं, क्योंकि फिर जब एक बार लास्ट जोन में पहुंच जाते हैं, जब खिचड़ी मची रहती है ना, तब फिर फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि कौन सी टीम के पास कितने लोग जिंदा है, क्योंकि सब एक दूसरे को ऐसे ही रैंडम नहीं मारते रहते. अगर लोग थोड़ा सा सेफ खेले बच गए तब तक तो जीत सकते हैं. इसको शूट कर रहे हैं लोग.
Oh, they're riding on the roof.
Okay.
Bro, just leave me. Leave me.
Yeah.
Just leave me.
तो बहुत ही सेड हो गया है.
Leave all the way to Shin.
ये कौन सी टीम है? तो रैट कर रही थी रूफ पे. वेट कर रहे थे, उन लोग को मालूम थे लोग जोन से आ रहे हैं.
I'm dead here.
It's okay, as long as the Shin survives, we have a chance.
What is the problem?
RPR Valkyrie खेल रहा है. ताइशिन है ना Valk main.
0. I need to go there and just chill. What else am I gonna do?
FC Hammer Drill. FC कौन सी team? FC.
I mean, you should try for banners, I guess.
Fuck no. There's no way. I will try, I guess.
I mean, yeah.
What else am I gonna do?
You can play
Banner
solo.
camp कर रहे हैं ये लोग. 19 squads left.
Problem is that I
Trap
don't have
ही
mats
नहीं
anymore, so I
देखा।
have to go zone here and just
मुझे
wait.
नहीं लगता वो banners ले
You have
सकता है।
27 seconds. I can't get you.
Valkyrie का तो पक्का नहीं ले
But I
सकता,
can
उसको
get
तो time out हो जाएगा जब तक वो
Look
उधर
at the
तक
building and
पहुंचेगा।
see if they're still on the roof.
Hell, they are, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
they are.
हाँ, वो लोग
They
अभी
wanna
भी
camp it.
Nah, no shot.
You
I'm
gotta
going.
play
वो
yourself.
लोग
Yeah.
अभी भी उधर ही हैं। अब इसको भी rat करना पड़ेगा end तक।
You have a medkit, right?
Yeah.
ताइशीन को, ताइशीन का gameplay दिखा रहे हैं और RPR का चेहरा दिखा रहे हैं।
This is the best of us. It's happened to me before.
Phoenix.
So I mean, I'm just saying I'm the best of us, you know, but I guess.
진짜 가끔 아래로 튀는 링 있잖아.
Hello, Srinath, how are you?
우리 쪽으로, 집으로 있어. 진짜 가끔 있거든.
잠깐만. 뭐지?
1/2?
아 잠깐만
सब में देखो ना।
생각 안 나?
मेगा सब कितनी?
저기 왜 비어 있지?
어디 집?
여기가
एक टीम में
생각
दो लोग जिंदा है, इस टीम में
버려,
एक
버려,
जन
버려,
जिंदा
버려.
है। जो बस रैट करेगा और कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता।
그리고 우리
End
못
तक।
갈 걸?
있다. 야 이거 근데 여기
Mandy went. He already
그래서
went
여기서
home already. He's
두
not
번
like
기대해야 돼.
staying here, dude. That is so sad.
그러니까 이번 거
मैं भी recruitment start करूँगा ALGS के लिए
알아,
team
알아.
बनाने के लिए पर
그냥
ALGS
그럼
2030
만약에 위로 튀잖아.
2030
그러면은 그냥 여기 아래로 붙어가지고 얘네한테 EMP 받고 해야 돼.
इतने जल्दी
오케이.
का क्यों recruitment?
그냥 존나 쉽게 생각해.
야 우리 옆에 언덕 위에 있다 여기 내.
이거
야 이거 위에 애들 내려오지
G2
않을 거야,
is
위에
out.
멈춰서. 이거만
몸 부수려고 지랄 좀.
이거만 조심해. 옆집 들어오는 거.
얘네 하거나 나중에.
It was G2 who had 1% remaining, right?
해야 되긴 하겠지만 얘네 하거나
नहीं G2 में तो दो जन थे।
해도 돼.
응. 그리고
얘네-
날때 여기 없으면 여기 서도 돼.
야 현준아 옆.
Lift the zone.
Scars.
You could grab med.
I think that.
Due to the drone being able to scan those beacons a little bit easier. Yeah,
G2
team on the outside. I'm starting to
G2 में देखो दो जन जिंदा है देखो।
Planning on doing teamish balloon or rocket from the choke. The team was holding the rock.
Respawn किया ना Horizon को। ये वो zone से मरने वाली क्या Horizon? Zone
I
के
have 3
बाहर
medis
जा
left.
रहे हैं लोग।
Yeah, I have 3.
이게 우리 언덕 위에 있나 없나? 위에
어?
있으면 얘네 우리
파이터
못해
레이로.
고스티게들. 야 여기 위에 풀팀 한 팀 있어서 우리한테 못해.
크립토 발키리 팀이야. 크립토 발키리 팀.
Anyone who
나중에
tests positive?
뭔가
Yeah, that
좀
is
벌어서
true.
모르겠다,
But
이거.
did he actually go
Okay.
home?
얘 여기 나오는
Like
것도
he
지금
left
가끔
Sweden.
나와서 해외 애들
야
나와서
들어봐.
플레이
야
많이 하더라.
공터에도 있어. 공터에도 있어.
공터 확인.
저자 우리 나중에 여기 못 비비냐?
어디?
거기 여기 내 핑치인데.
못 비벼. 안 돼. 절대 안 돼.
있어 없어?
Berapa lagi bang?
Dia kहाँ बैठा?
drone kah?
Ya.
No, he did not go home, right?
200 lagi.
He's streaming
Lu yakin?
already.
Kayak dikit nggak sih punya lu? Berapa punya lu?
Enggak. 6.
After seeing him on the first
ये कौन सी
day.
टीम है? Ascent.
Share up. It's the Valor.
We be 19 squads left. कौन सी टीम मर चुकी है पूरी already?
So we've heard from Ascend a couple of times.
I think they have to stay
Also,
quarantined for
but I think
14
we should do
days.
Shira as well and see what he's been thinking coming in.
Check his stream. Then it is
About being
if
a
he's
global
streaming,
event,
then
the
it's
first
like
one,
very
after many
possible that
years.
he's already home.
I would say that
It's
yeah,
just
I'm
sad.
pretty excited to see how Apex is going to be because Apex is
ये
different.
क्या दिखा रहे हैं
like,
बैनर में?
depending on the
0
teams that
squads,
you're
0
playing
squads,
against.
8
Like,
squads.
even inside of a region, if you have different, and we see this in
0
the pro
squads
league,
in
like,
it,
if you
0
have
squads
different
in it,
groups,
8 squads
the
in
game
it.
is completely different. So
What?
Putting together so many different play
Okay.
styles and so many.
मुझे ऐसा नहीं मालूम था कि
ways to
बैनर
approach
ऐसे
the
अलग
game.
अलग भी दिखा सकता है.
Kalau misalnya dia di dalam doom dia, kita langsung doom dia pakai doom lo juga ya.
Okay.
Ngerti nggak maksud gua?
Ngerti. I understand.
There's a team up
लोग
there.
क्या बस जंप टावर पे जंप टावर और अल्ट किए जा रहे हैं? क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग? एक ही टीम नहीं है. हाँ वही मैं सोची कि कौन सी टीम मर चुकी है ऑलरेडी.
They don't see us. We could probably get in the spots over here now. You mean? Like the 100 Thieves spot that we always fight them at?
You can still fight
Or
them.
shoot at them at? Down here? Yeah. I should have grabbed my I car. don't see anyone right now.
This is interesting,
No, there's
Hana.
Is
No,
there?
no, ऐसे
Yeah.
toxic
Oh, yeah,
नहीं
there-
होते.
yeah, there is.
इधर.
We're shooting at the rat somewhere. You're gonna have to Valcult again. Probably. I'm gonna be like at 70
Ultimate
now.
ऐसे ये लोग मैं बता रही हूँ. ये लोग बस
Well, the team in the RV has
इधर से उधर उड़ने वाले हैं
Yeah,
पूरे
let's
मैच
go
में
to
जंप
RV
टावर
there, I think.
लेके अल्ट
No, there's a
करके.
team over there.
I hope GT
There's a
qualifies.
team
They're
over
good contender.
I think we
Weren't
should have
they
to lay low
coming
and ride
like
down
at the
here, honestly.
bottom?
We can't let the team in the 100 Thieves spot and over there.
the outskirts of the ring. Might run into a gentrifying, might run into maybe
दो सर्कल्स क्या दिखा रहे हैं? एक ये सर्कल, एक ये सर्कल. ये देखो कितने ड्रोन्स उड़ रहे हैं इधर. तो फनी लगता है. तेरे का दिन बुरा चल रहा है. डूड सही में वो लोग कल एक मैच जीते थे और आज तो एकदम बॉटम पे बॉटम पे. Thank you so much Swat Cat.
As well as Kick occupying
मैंने
the other
explain कर.
Yeah, this is always a really difficult zone to play, isn't it? Because if you're inside earlier and you're in the buildings, you're probably okay. But if you're coming in late, teams on either sides of the valley essentially are going
इतने काऊ emojis बोले ना, काऊ से पूछो और खुद जान जाओ.
in the middle of the ring. So a difficult one to play out here, and you're going to have to be on
fight
point
कर
once
रहे
again.
हैं. किसी को मारा इन लोगों ने. ओ जीट. ये लोग स्टार्टिंग में G2 से लड़ते हैं. उसके है ना आधे घंटे बाद है ना दोनों है ना सब एकदम अलग-अलग जगह से रोटेट करके वापस यही दोनों टीम्स हमेशा आपस में मिलती है वापस.
Ubingnya safe, Bel. Ubingnya safe.
Yeah. Dominated most of the tournament. I think they're not good on land though.
Kita harus kelarin yang gini nanti ya.
Kau.
Gua ulti ya, pakai drone gua nggak? Pakai ulti gua nggak? Gua nanya nih.
Enggak.
ये कहाँ rat कर रहा है यार? Gentrifying. Dude ये रैट कर रहा है उसके बाजू में. देखो छोटा सा ड्रोन घूम रहा है उसके बाजू में. अगर वो ड्रोन ने इसको है ना देख लिया ना तो ये गया काम करने. ये देखो तो बहुत ही सैड हो गया है. Wait, what? रास मरा है. ये क्या हो रहा है इन लोगों को? मत मारना.
시야 사고 났다. 이거 너무 크다.
Is happening. Game with who I sort of think flew under the radar a little bit in game 1. Seemed to be putting together a pretty solid game 2 here once again. But eventually you're going to have to move out of that command center essentially, and then that's going to make life a bit more difficult.
Sad हो गया ये.
So the north shift of the circle there. Unfortunately, yeah, we said, you know, maybe Kick, maybe
fart.
They've got it right.
Fart सब जगह. दोनों teams अपने fart डाल रही है एक दूसरे
It's
के
going to
ऊपर.
be the teams up towards Lava Fissure like GMT, Optic, maybe even Space Station Gaming, and actually Ascend that we heard from earlier that have the more playable spots, the building and the cover.
Dia perang ya.
Gol tidak. Gua mundur belakang dulu.
तो rotate करना पड़ेगा. 4th ring close हो रही है already.
Crack. Valkyrie. Crack. Get the kill.
Dude, 4th ring. 4th ring अंदर चल.
Ke zona.
Bel kena 2 hit give it.
इनकी Valkyrie तो गई.
Nice. Gulatin tenang ya.
Respawn करने का time नहीं है. और दूसरी टीम तो सेड हो गया है.
It's so fine.
ये लोग अभी तक जिंदा कैसे हैं? ओ माय गॉड. उनकी इसकी वैल्करी बस वैल्करी से होराइजन बार मरे जा रही है. मैंने नजर लगा दी.
Try man.
मैंने नजर लगा दी ये बोल के कि जिंदा कैसे है. तो बती सेड हो गया.
Go the fucking fuck.
11 squads left.
Go in. Nobody. Nice cow, baby. Let's go. I'm blocking the door. Get out. And put traps in the back. We have
हेलो वेन कब खेलोगी?
Yes, we have this game.
पता नहीं मैं अब
Put a trap here, please.
खेलूंगी अब या नहीं. मैंने खेला था थोड़ा सा पहले. ये वाले मैच स्टार्ट होते ना उसके पहले. GTA मैच प्रो खेल रहे हैं. हाँ तो रात अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लोग. वो लोग की नजर बुरी नजर.
So they've taken the space underneath Ascend here. You see Kick, they're like, oh, the truck's fine. I can tell
ये छोटे से घर में दो टीम्स घुसी हुई हैं.
All I'm going to say is I never knew that building had that call out.
You learn something every day, Elfish. I'm sure our viewers as well. Oh man, I think they're much happier to be, you know, down the bottom there with a little bit of safety instead of out in the open. You know, kind of. It'd almost feel like the T-Rex was coming through. You're just hiding behind your little safari.
जैसा क्यों लगा कि उसने T-Rex बोला? उसने T-Rex बोला क्या?
interesting way this circle.
मेरे कान बज रहे हैं.
Inside of the center of it, everyone's playing sort of outskirts. Pull has come across though too.
कितने सारे farts हैं इसके.
They found themselves a nice little bastion of safety, turned it into a bit of a stronghold with all of those coursing.
Zone के अंदर कौन सी टीम है?
Zen, remember they were here I think quite early.
800 to go for
Lava Fissure, especially
2K.
for the caustic. You know, they like to hide behind these bins. It's a very defensible position. I guess the only problem is, you know.
Hello, Dil se how to hide Twitch chat? There's one arrow button on top right. You click on that, it goes away.
To work with, they can go forward, they can go sideways, they can go up the stairs here as well. They can down
ये arrow button है ना? ये arrow button click करोगे तो चला जाएगा.
To make this rotation, to be fair, what other options do they have?
Yeah, but this is always the problem when you have to expand your dome to make the sky with dive Elfish.
It is indeed. When you land, you're not going to have the dome to work with. Either way, Space Station are in an engagement right now.
ऐसे subs के लिए नहीं मिलते
Going to be put down by drops to try and provide a little bit of space. Sen is in the mix now, having landed with their skyward dive. Kings is the only one left. He's gone for an armor slot.
उनका गिब्बी मर गया ना.
I'm not sure, unfortunately, that it is going to
ये
be.
गिब्बी अगर सबसे पहले मर जाता तो वे बहुत ही ज़्यादा मतलब कि कुछ कर नहीं सकते फिर अगर गिब्बी मर जाए सबसे पहले तो बबल वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते अल्ट वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते जोन किसके ऊपर बंद हो रहा है यार ये टीम को देखो नीचे बैठी हुई है किसी ने देखा नहीं उन लोगों को गोल्ड बैक
the middle of the zone for the longest period of time. Red armors are plenty for them.
नहीं है क्रोम में होगा शायद ओह मुझे उसका कोई आइडिया नहीं है
best to make that happen.
अलग-अलग ब्राउज़र में अलग-अलग होता है मुझे ये मालूम नहीं था क्या डब्बे ऐसे अंदर घुसे पड़े हैं उसके नीचे
So if GMT were to do it, they would be joining a pretty illustrious club. That's a nice beam.
अच्छी पोजीशन वो वाला घर अंदर है क्या?
Knock him down a peg, put that pressure back on. Once again, this is not going to be an easy one to win for GMT.
एक घर में क्योंकि दो स्क्वाड हैं एक अंदर एक ऊपर. सब टीम के पास वन गिब्बी हाँ डूड गिब्बी के बिना मालूम है बहुत ही अनफेयर एडवांटेज हो जाता है. I mean आप डिसएडवांटेज पे होते हैं अगर आपके पास गिब्बी नहीं हो और एनिमी के पास गिब्बी हो तो होपफुली नर्फ करें नेक्स्ट सीजन देखते हैं. स्पेशली जो नया लेजेंड आ रहा है वो थोड़ा बहुत सिमिलर है गिब्बी से कोई खेलेगा ही नहीं वो नया लेजेंड अगर वो लोग गिब्बी को नर्फ नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि अभी करंटली तो गिब्बी मच बेटर है. ओह माय गॉड ये क्या हो रहा है?
No back to back for GMT. V3 Vega are down on the bottom as well inside of that lava. Defensive bombardments are getting tossed all over the place. Bubbles everywhere as well.
गिब्बी गया तो टीम गई.
It's Kick that gets eliminated pretty quickly. Now on to V3 Vega who seem to be the major
backup कोई कितने अच्छे स्पॉट में.
ओह
ये वाली टीम जीतेगी कौन सी स्पेस स्टेशन उनके पास बेस्ट पोजीशन है और तीनों जिंदा भी हैं.
On the castle.
Oh, they've got the high ground. This is fantastic. Tappy's just going up. The Valk might be able to dance around for a little while and get some placement points, but Optic are the ones they have to beat.
Yeah, there was 3 teams they had to find.
2v2 ये वाली टीम जीत जाएगी ऊपर वाली देखो नीचे वाली टीम उनको कुछ कर ही नहीं सकती है. उनके ऊपर 2 नेट फेंक दो. जोन के बाहर है जोन ऊपर एंड हो रहा है उन लोगों को नीचे से निकलना पड़. अरे तो फ्री में जीती थी फ्री विन टाइप का ये वाला. ऊपर जा सकते थे वैल्कल्ट है इनके पास जोन से मर रहे जो नीचे वाली टीम फ्री में बस पोजीशनिंग की वजह से जीत गई ऊपर वाली टीम. तो कुछ करे ही नहीं बस उन्हें गिव अप कर दिया था नीचे वाली टीम ने. जोन ऊपर बंद हो रहा था.
It's a low percentage play, but you know what's a 0% play? Sitting in zone.
टॉप में कौन सी टीम है अभी तो ऑप्टिक चल रही है नंबर 1 पे. देखो क्या हुआ था ना कल जो ABCD वाले सबके अगेंस्ट ईच अदर जो कल मैचेस हुए थे उसके हिसाब से एक विनर्स ब्रैकेट था. टॉप 20 टीम्स विनर्स ब्रैकेट में गई थी. बॉटम 20 टीम्स ये बॉटम 20 टीम्स के मैच हो रहे हैं. बॉटम 20 टीम्स का ये बॉटम ब्रैकेट 1 है. ओके तो विनर्स ब्रैकेट की जो टॉप 10 टीम्स के मैच पर कितना गंदा एक्सप्लेन कर रही हूँ मैं। विनर्स ब्रैकेट के मैचेस ऑलरेडी खत्म हो गए हैं सारे 6, उनमें से जो टॉप 10 टीम्स है वो ऑलरेडी फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो गई हैं, ठीक है। ये लूजर्स ब्रैकेट जो है इसकी जो बॉटम 10 टीम्स रहेंगी वो लोग घर चले जाएंगी, फुल खत्म उन लोगों के लिए। तो इन लोगों के अभी 6 मैचेस होंगे। कुछ समझ में आया? मैंने शायद वैसे अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन कर दिया। मैं ड्रॉ करके एक्सप्लेन करूँ कि अगर तुम लोगों को एक्सप्लेन समझ में नहीं आया है। समझ में आया कुछ? नहीं तो मैं अभी ड्रॉ करके एक्सप्लेन करूँगी।
To put on top of the big win that they got to start this lobby off, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Good to
तुम नहीं चाहते मैं ड्रॉ करके एक्सप्लेन करूँ, मुझे समझ में आ गया अभी।
We've seen that they can pop off, but we haven't gotten that so far in this lobby today. Again,
सब जानती हूँ, तुम एक्चुअली में समझ में नहीं आए हैं।
The bottom of the table, so time really is running out for those two. I'd say game 3 they're going to have to get it done. They basically haven't got any points so far in this lobby at all, either of those two teams. And if they don't get it here at the halfway point, maybe they're not going to leave themselves enough space to work with going into Storm Point. And obviously, at that point, they're facing elimination.
Well, G2 are really struggling in the ongoing battle with Revenant Esports, the battle for the South. And you know, Revenant Esports looks like they're trying to get it done basically purely with kill points.
Well, the weird thing is, like, it's not even a hot drop, and we'll talk about that in just a second.
कैंप फिल्टर लगाया नहीं, ऐसा है उसमें reduce noise.
Every day that we get to see the low bar coming into the mix, but it worked out perfectly for Space Station. Circle shrinks on them.
Pro drawing देखो अब देखो।
Reap the benefits.
कल हुए थे मैचेस
A, B, C, as well, and yeah, look, you know, going back to that, you're right.
10 teams
not a hot drop, but it is very spicy down there on the south side.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was interesting the way that
ऐसे सब आपस में ना मैचेस हुए थे कल ढेर सारे। तो उनमें से जो टॉप 10 टीम्स गई थी विनर्स ब्रैकेट, विनर्स ब्रैकेट में गई थी।
Okay, they weren't going into the circle and then trying to prowl that. They went just directly at G2.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Either way, it hasn't really worked out for G2. Is it working for Revenant? Well, I mean, arguments to be made that it is. They've got 16 points on the board. They're sitting in 5th place. GMT still
losers bracket
first at the moment, but equal points with Space Station, so a lot can be said there. Odic,
10-10.
We talked about them denying points from Space Station. Could be quite relevant in the end because they're still vying for positions. Game with, I think they're still sort of flying under the radar a little bit. We haven't gotten to watch too much from them, but they're doing a pretty
headphones
good job. भूल गई देखने दो. The bottom half of this lobby. If we
Hyperx Cloud Stinger है headphones.
These would be the 10 teams that we'd be saying goodbye to. And to me,
एक मिनट मेरा माउस कहाँ गायब हो गया? ये श्री
राकेश।
तो ये वाले मैचेस, ये वाले जो मैचेस हैं, ये वाले मैचेस, ये वाले मैचेस ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं, खत्म सारे 6, ठीक है। तो इसमें से जो टॉप 10 टीम्स हैं आज हुए ये वाले मैचेस खत्म। टॉप 10 टीम्स इसमें से जो हैं वो ऑलरेडी पहुंच चुकी हैं फाइनल्स में। फाइनल्स, ठीक है, फाइनल्स में 10 पहुंच चुकी है, ठीक है। ये जो लूजर ब्रैकेट 1 है, जो बॉटम 20 कल की जो बॉटम 20 टीम से, ये अभी चल रहे हैं मैचेस। तो अभी मेरे ख्याल से 2 मैचेस हो गए हैं, 2 आउट ऑफ 6 मैचेस अभी हो चुके हैं, अभी ये वाले चल रहे हैं, ठीक है। फिर जब ये वाले मैचेस हो जाएंगे तो इन हाँ, ये वाले जब मैचेस पूरे खत्म हो जाएंगे तो जो बॉटम 10 टीम्स हैं वो जाएंगी घर, ठीक है। अब इनकी जो बॉटम 10 टीम्स थी और इनकी जो टॉप 10 टीम्स हैं, इन लोगों ये होएगा लूजर ब्रैकेट 2, ठीक है। ये मुझे नहीं मालूम ये लूजर ब्रैकेट 2 आज होएगा या कल होएगा, हो सकता है आज ही हो। फिर इसमें से जो टॉप 10 टीम्स हैं ये जाएंगी फाइनल्स में, ये जाएंगी, ये इनके साथ लड़ेंगी ये वाली टीम्स, और ये वाली जो बॉटम 10 टीम्स रहेंगी वो जाएंगी घर। उफ, कितना अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया है। आपकी अच्छी हैंड राइटिंग अच्छी नहीं है वेन, मैं लिटरली माउस से ना कर रही हूँ इसलिए अच्छी है। ओके ठीक है, समझ में आ गया। कुछ कोई से डाउट्स हैं? अभी ये वाले मैचेस चल रहे हैं, देखो ये वाले मैचेस ये चल रहे हैं, अभी 2 आउट ऑफ 6 हो गए हैं। ये वाले ना अभी सुबह और दोपहर में हो गए थे ये वाले मैचेस। इसमें जो नंबर 1 टीम थी वो है ऑप्टिक गेमिंग, ऑप्टिक नाम की टीम, जो ऑप्टिक TSM में कैसे TSM भी TSM ऑलरेडी फाइनल्स में जा चुके हैं। चलो वापस क्या चेक कर लो? इसको मैथ्स ही सिखा रही थी। ओके चेक कर लो, मैंने किसी तरह को घुसा दो हेडफोन साइबर। हाँ सही है सही है सही है सेक्शन। रेजर ब्लैक शेयर तो अच्छा है क्या? उसमें माइक है क्या? इसका माइक अच्छा नहीं है, I mean, खराब हो जाते थोड़े टाइम में। लेकिन अपेरेंटली सारी हेडफोन्स के जो इनबिल्ट माइक होते हैं सब सबके ही खराब हो जाते हैं। आपके फ्यूचर के अपडेट्स बंद है और जगह नहीं है इसमें, सो नो। ये मैक्स वो था क्या? तो मस्त चलो, कब खरीदा था? न्यू है।
It's a duo. It's a 3-man. It's a 3-man.
Yeah, it is a 3-man. It is a 3-man. I'm gonna get the kills.
Have you seen?
You got the kills. That's fine.
हाँ देखा है।
Grab nades. Grab nades.
Dude, they're dead. They're dead.
Yeah, I know, but I will grab the loot, bro. I knocked one. Ah, nice.
Nice. Good.
Yo, drop, boys.
Hey,
drop. Let's go,
get
baby.
it, boys. Holy.
मैं होता तो हॉराइजन लाता। कोई सी टीम्स खेल रही है हॉराइजन। वेन मुझे बोलना मत कि तुम नहीं देख रहे थे। हाँ जी, स्पेस देने की 1 जगह उसमें लिखा आता है, आया था क्या कि इतनी है?
Wrong, but I believe that gives you the kill.
टीचर जी मुझे डाउट है। हाँ पूछो। बहुत मेहनत की, खुद बनाया है वो बाबा, एक्चुअली में खुद बनाया है वो। Hello लड्डू, how are you?
We were having a discussion last lobby, myself and Xenox, about how it mattered whether you placed first or second.
रोलो, आपको एक बात पता है क्या? विनर कौन होगा?
Necessarily, it doesn't, really matter if you walk away with first. It's kind of the same as yesterday. It doesn't matter in these.
ये जो टीम्स है ना, इनमें ये जो 40 टीम्स है ना, इनमें से एक जन होएगा विनर। हाँ डूड, बहुत अच्छा बनाया है खुद। मैं एक्चुअली में जब मैंने देखा था, मैंने सोचा था कि तुमने कोई सा क्या बोलते हैं एडिटर हायर किया, आर्टिस्ट वो बनाने के लिए, खुद बनाया तो वाओ। Learning new mantras. What mantras? What mantras are you learning?
Revenant have been playing, pushing G2. Almost feels like it's got that sort of flavor to it.
I'm just gonna say.
World's Edge coming up ने बोल ऐसे रहे जैसे कि पहले कोई और मैप था।
The matches certainly been going their way. You call G2 free. Is that what I'm hearing?
Wow. I mean, you said it, not me. That's all I'm gonna add to that discussion. Look, G2 definitely going to be hoping to turn that particular engagement around. Revenant will be hoping it continues in the same fashion. But either way, it's our final game on World's Edge. After this,
वेम तुम्हें मालूम है, मैं एक्चुअली में तुम्हारा फेस वैसे ही इमेजिन करने लगी कि तुम्हारी आंखों के बीच में ना लिप्स हैं और तुम्हारा फेस है ऐसा ओवल, ऐसा ओवल। मोबाइल पे बनाया पीसी के सॉफ्टवेयर का मोबाइल पे इतना अच्छा बनाया है वाओ मुझे लगता है लेकिन मोबाइल पे ज्यादा टफ है डूड मोबाइल पे ऐसा बन सकता है मुझे मालूम नहीं था इस टाइप का बन भी सकता है मोबाइल पे हमें तो स्टॉर्म पॉइंट ही आएगा हाँ
Immediately on that, you get the information
from there. You decide
whether you are going to rotate quickly or just take your time. Because look, if it's let's say it's a dome circle, right? You're landing in lava fissure. It doesn't matter how quickly you've alcoholed it. You're probably not going to so it does make those kind of shifts those kind of conversations.
This zone का मतलब है overlook. Oh, it's the full open वाला zone है.
Someone like Scars. They've got that information as well. As you can see, RPR coming up.
Scars के पास इतनी जगह है. Scars को top 5 में आना चाहिए. सब आएंगे उनके पास.
Circle predictions on the old APAC South broadcast, so I'll let you get the opportunity on the big stage to see if you can get one right.
Hello Dhoval, I'm not wearing contact lens. No, I don't even have contact lens. I don't like Virgin and all.
It's not an oval circle. I think it's
मुझसे बात मत
too
करो.
far through there so
ऐसी
far.
चीजें बोल के.
So I think it probably will end either down in Ghost Town or perhaps on the eastern side of the fragment.
I want to talk about this a little bit from Space Station, and I think it's something that has been represented by a bunch of other teams as well. Feels like to me, what we've been seeing here at the Split 2 playoffs has been a bit of a faster rotate style than what we've been getting in the domestic competitions. Teams are often
20 scores left, 59. कोई मर भी चुका है already. कौन है?
And trying to get into the center, trying to get some buildings or whatever faster to lock themselves down.
Scars कहाँ है?
Yeah, like we talk about
Ras
the pace of these lobbies, right? And what we mean by that generally, or at least when we're using that term, is how quickly these teams are getting into fight and how fast we're losing teams throughout the lobby. But in another way, if you looked at it, if you're
nice
how fast they actually find those positions in the zone, then look, maybe you're right.
GMT, all these teams rotating the fat rotate.
Look, same चीज़ें तो stream कर रहे हैं.
Teams start to move off of their points of interest a little bit earlier to try to get the faster rotates, and therefore other teams are then looking at that and saying, "Oh, now we have to move off."
It's a bit of an arms race,
right? And so once once the bandwagon starts to get rolling, maybe once the snowball starts to get rolling, it's kind of unstoppable in a sense.
Crazy raccoon कहाँ गायब हो गई?
Either way, that's something we can follow over the rest of the day, and of course tomorrow as well. Big talking point, the leaderboard there on your right. Those 10 teams currently are safe. The 10 on the other side of the coin. These 10 are unfortunately getting eliminated right now, but this is not the cutoff point just yet.
Oh, and you can see we're currently on the Scars point of view, as we noted.
Were you taking brain damage without playing? When did I take brain
somewhere
damage?
Close to the
Me and taking brain damage. I don't even take brain damage when I'm playing.
Circle has been dropped in their lap. They have to make use of it.
Absolutely, you got
to
take
59 or 69
when they're given to you. But I say it's a bad start, whatever, but it is still.
Dhaval, you are giving your that number wala infection to everyone. Do you know that?
Get away with a couple of rougher games and still make it into the top 10. That is very much still possible.
ये पता नहीं
You're going to have to be almost perfect here on out, but definitely still within the realms of possibility. Fennel have been doing pretty damn well for themselves, haven't they? They've got 2 sets of purple armor.
ये क्या buffalo क्यों भेज रहे हो?
Is crypto, so you generally can.
ये ना fight कर रहे हैं, वो fight कर रहे हैं Raka. Oh, dude, ये और Scars fight कर रहे हैं. Ras की team और Scars fight कर रहे हैं.
드론 안에 넣어놨으니까 없는 거야. 가도 돼. 들어가. 여기서.
이거 문 막아 어디 볼지 얘기해.
여기 안쪽에서
난 힐하고 드론으로 밖에 넓게 볼 거야. 기다려봐. 나 쉘 4개 끝 이제.
오케이.
쉘 2개 뿌릴게.
나눠줄게.
여기 사운드.
야, 문 부서.
나 드론 올려서 볼게. 기다려. 홍경아 문 잠깐 열게. 주변 7팀.
네, oh no. Dhaval, I did not expect that face from you.
스나 타워 여전히 있고.
मालूम है मुझे कल पता चला ये टूर्नामेंट देख के कि क्रिप्टो का अल्ट खुद के डिब्बी गिब्बी डोम को मैंने डिब्बी गोम खुद के गिब्बी डोम को नहीं हटाता है डिब्बी गोम इनके पास अच्छी शील्ड्स नहीं है डूड स्कार्स के पास अच्छी शील्ड्स है स्कार्स के पास एडवांटेज ये लोग पुश कर रहे हैं क्या
이거 시야 여기 우리 있던 그 우리 있던 거 고정할게.
निकलने का था धवल भाई ये तो वॉक इन एंट्री है ओके बाकी मैंने कौन सी टीम साइंस ऑफ ब्रेन डैमेज शट अप
이거 여기 창문 샷각 조심해.
야, 문밖에 좀 빡세다 이거 오면은.
ये डिब्बी गोम अभी मैंने जैसे बोला ना गलती से एकदम अभी इसी एकदम सेम तरीके से ना स्टिल किलर्स एग्जिस्टेंस में आई थी
무조건 해야 될 수밖에 없어. 이러는 게 나는데.
एक टीम सैंडविच हो रही है इन्हीं लोग की टीम है क्या ये रात
말해.
제도야, 나 얘네 그 지브롤터랑 코스밖에 못 봤거든. 한번 인원 체크 해봐도 돼.
न्यूज़ स्टॉक अवेलेबल क्या न्यूज़ लाए हो डेरिंग बताओ तो
나 둘밖에 못 봤어.
ये मोजो जो पूरे टाइम बोर ही होता रहता है मुझे लगता है सो जाओ जाके
둘이다.
이거 지브롤터 코스밖에 안 지키는데?
야 이거 나 그럼 폭탄 넣을 수 있어 왼쪽으로 가서.
क्या बोल
더 줄게.
넣어도 될 것 같은데?
오케이 넣어볼게.
야 스나타워 비어있어.
스나타워 비어있다고?
야 스나타워가 비어있어. 이거 나가서 조금 쳐와도 돼.
도망면
내가 치워줄게.
오케이. 그럼 여기 돔스 감 해볼까? 핑계?
पूरा दिन सोए वापस सो जाओ बोर हो रहे हो ना ये भी डिनर
맞아. 하나 더 가.
돔 들어가.
비.
했어.
이거 적궁. 오케이. 나 이게 돔스가 나와서 스페이스 만들었다.
देखो ग्रास का पर्सपेक्टिव क्यों नहीं दिखा देखो नहीं
정렬 준비.
오케이.
준비하게.
प्लीज ग्रास का पर्सपेक्टिव दिखाओ एक बार
하나 둘 셋.
가자.
폭 하나 먹어봐.
왜 리바이브 कर रहे हैं
나 오른쪽 바로 오른쪽.
잡아.
और नाइस
들어와. 메이 들어와.
가는 중.
처박지 말고.
너 죽을 수도 있다. 나이스. 다행이다.
나중에
다음
파밍하자.
돔 돌면
ये में इन्फेक्शन नहीं होता तो डायमंड हो जाता मैं
원 찍고 와.
ये दोनों आंख में एक ही आंख में कुछ लगा दवाई वगैरह कुछ ऐसे लगा के रखिए क्या अभी कुछ कर रहे हो क्या उसका ट्रीटमेंट
야 네가 나 드론 더 돌거든.
나 제더 지키고 있을게. 너 혼자 먹고 와.
오케이. 현준아 홍경이 도와줘. 나 안 지켜줘도 돼 지금. 나 혼자 드론이 할게. 드론이 꼈다. 나 링 좀 찍을게.
उसको पूरा फिनिश कर दिया इन लोगों ने वो जिसको डाउन किया था
야 현준아 이런 체크 콜.
एक के पास पर्पल शील्ड हो गई लेकिन बाकी दोनों के पास अभी भी वाइट है
얘네 갑바 뭐였어?
아래 파가
वन नाइन में
오케이. 나
한번 더 쓸 거야.
उन लोग कुछ समझ नहीं आ रही कोई ना एक्टिंग कर और
현준아 이거 돔 치고 먹어도 돼. 위험하면.
괜찮아?
야 여기 한 팀 랜딩 먹고 빨리 와
क्या बोल रहे
기다려.
मैं डाकू बना हुआ आँख में वो आई पैच लगा के रखा है कि एक एकदम पायरेट्स की जैसे News today I met hell of a campers, for example Sage for camping near spawn. I mean Valorant game camping वाला ही game है तो I mean इसे camp नहीं बोलेंगे इसे तो holding बोलते हैं Valorant में. Camera like Sage for camping near spawn market type place. Map कौन सा था? When the bomb was planted. Rocket League I try to understand the mechanics of knockout mode.
이거 타워 비었어 올라가야 돼.
나 육면 좀 먹을게.
타워 비었다. 그리고 여기 원래 제작대 나오는 라인에 3명 있으니까 홍균아 얘네 조심해 얘네. 쟤네 로발지.
오케이 빈 오케이.
그러면 나 이제 다시 시야 고정. 내가 제도야 내가 거기 볼게.
여기서 딜을 볼 거야? 얘들아 나는 이번 판 딜을 아예 안 할 거야. 나 그냥 시야만 볼 거니까 나 그냥 데미지 빵 넣을 거거든.
दोनों के पास blue shield हो गई है नाइस.
필요한 것만 할 거니까 총알 필요하면 다 가져가.
알겠어.
बस कोई है भी
나
I'm gonna make hit off something like that.
इस जोन के बाहर क्या चिल कर रहा
है?
Post kill.
Relatively early in the game, only ring 2, so it's not gonna be doing too much damage from my totem.
Like FOV game and it did not play most popular FOV games like CS:GO. हाँ, just because वो popular है इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी ना मैं मैंने बोला था मुझे abilities वाले FPS games पसंद हैं. उनमें abilities नहीं है. क्या नहीं पता अंकित.
singular point to their name. Often the bridge of death, we call these. Going over from epicenter, a lot of zones kind of shift very violently around them. Zen looking to use violence themselves.
Tanda gua. Lihat di samping tangga itu, di samping tangga. Di samping tangga. Max, gas. Bakar semua. Crack. Chill. Nice. Romar. Gua nyatai. Chill.
Oh my god, slow.
Crack gua. Di Valkyrie terakhir ya.
मैं तो कभी ऐसे चढ़ ही नहीं पाऊँ. My god, बालकनी में मुझे मालूम नहीं था कि उधर से ऐसे बालकनी में चढ़ सकते हैं.
Chill. Keluar dia lantai 2 Bel. Ini gua lagi main. Nice, ambil banner. Chill.
इसका पहले बैनर ले लो, मुझे थोड़ा सा उफ जल्दी से बैनर.
Sabar dia. Valkyrie-nya di rumah sebelah ini. Bentar Max. Gua langsung ngeres. Okay, heal.
I mean, Sage was camping near spawn when the bomb was planted. Split. में 20 है. Okay. I mean, वही Valorant game ही वो वैसे ही है.
Ada round full attachment है.
Okay,
Go.
Surgery.
Gua ada artillery juga.
Dora sad.
Balik Max.
सीरियस मैं तो बहुत ज्यादा सीरियस ले चुकी हूँ वेन. मुझे बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. अब मैं एकदम फुल गुस्सा हो चुकी हूँ. अब मैं तुमसे कभी बात नहीं करूँगी. Dude, सही में जो फाइल्स में ना जो लीक्स वगैरह मिले थे लोगों को वो स्किन्स भी मिल गई हैं. बहुत गलत बात है.
gas. Doom. Nice, turun ke bawah.
Enggak usah.
Medkit. Timing aja. Gue liatin kok, chill ya. Turun ke bis sekarang.
Respawn भी कर लिया dude. Wow.
Thanks man. Nice.
क्यों बात करूँ मैं?
Ada masih di luar.
अगर Valorant कैंपिंग गेम है तो Valorant की कम्युनिटी में सुधार आना जरूरी है. उसमें सुधार कम्युनिटी का उससे लेकिन क्या रिलेशन? और गेम बनाई कैंपिंग करने के लिए. Beauty body creative.
Gua ngeraya bisa ini ya, bisa dari sini. Soalnya di kanan ini gak ada orang tadi.
Ya lebih bagusnya lu.
But they can't
lihat them. Ya gua lihat gini Max.
Dude, मुझे हाँ तो लोग apparently Sunday को कुछ next season के बारे में reveal करने वाले हैं, which is tomorrow. कल कुछ new season के बारे में लोग को दिखाने वाले हैं. हो सकता है वही सारी skins वगैरह दिखाएं. Face on fight क्यों नहीं करते? कर सकते?
Badiku mana di sini? Dicolong. Sama Loba mau ngasih arm.
मैं reply नहीं देना चाहती कुछ.
Lu mau juga Bel?
Apa? Ada finish enggak? 19.
तुम ओपन में आओगे तो कोई भी एक बार में मर जाओगे. कोई क्यों मरना चाहेगा ऐसे?
Ambil tuh. 이런 걸 어떻게 해야 되지?
So Lisa shields off full speed. Nice full heal. Wait, what? एक minute.
Focus up. That's what I tell my teammates before the game.
이건 좀 더 확실하게 봐야 되지 않나?
Crazy रकून
저 뒤에까지
मर चुकी है. हम पता नहीं कौन सी भी टीम को देख रहे हैं. तो बत्ती जरा सेड हो गया है.
Exciting prospects, those X Factor teams. I feel like they're really an X Factor team that could come away with some interesting results. There is a nice black hole, by the way, onto Ace that's going to start to put them under the
Valorant camping करती होगी समझ गया मैं.
Ascend down to just the one and now the none. Ascend eliminated.
वैसे तो नहीं है लेकिन ठीक है. ऐसा नहीं करती पर ठीक है.
Also able to finish off Optic.
Yeah, I think that was in combination with FC destroying IG down to 2, but they don't want to stop here. Finally, it seems they've they've got one.
IRL fight ले. Camping क्यों करता? सामने.
Bryn pushing up. Does he grab the banner? No.
These are not person with this money and then no one will do that. मोजो जो वो Valorant की बात कर रहा है. Apex की नहीं. वो जो face to face fight की बात कर रहे हैं वो Valorant की face fight की बात कर रहा है.
Plenty of resources to work with here. Couple of death boxes. You can see lots of syringes stacked up inside the train cart too.
So just a note, it didn't finish. It's not finishing in Overlook. It's actually going directly on top of FC, destroy the end circle, like we were talking about. So
shit, dude, अगर मर गए कोई मर गया तो गया. देखो गिब्बी का बॉक्स जस्ट बाजू वाले उसमें है उसके.
time for them.
लेकिन तब भी उन लोग ने जाके नहीं ले रहे उसका बैनर.
That needs to get points on the board right here and right now. The circle was favourable for them initially, but now they got to get on the move.
देखो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि कैंपिंग करना बैड है, पर जब तुम हर बार एक कैंपिंग करते हुए बंदे से मरते हो ना तो गुस्सा. डेयरिंग लेकिन वैलोरेंट में इसीलिए तो बोलते हैं ना कि जब भी आप जाओ तो सारे एंगल्स चेक करो. इसका मतलब तुम एंगल्स चेक नहीं कर रहे हो कि कोई भी एंगल पे कोई भी बैठा हो सकता है. तो गेम खेलते ही वैसे तो मैं क्या बोलूं.
Actually, we'd have to go back and see which of the two players were alive. But yeah, I guess the question in my head is, do they have the defensive legends left alive to be able to take some, advantage of that? Hold that thought for the moment.
क्या मस्त पीके यूज कर रही है?
Serdell has the peacekeeper in hand, looking for angles, jumps inside the caravan, great movement.
ये क्या है? वेन डायग्राम बना हुआ है ये.
Revenant once again.
गिब्बी डोम से वेन डायग्राम बना हुआ था.
These guys are turning.
ओह इन लोगों ने मारा है. वाओ. इन लोगों ने मारा है इस टीम को. डूड कितना अच्छा खेल रही है रेवेनेंट e-sports.
harus pingin lo ya. Gua nggak ngerti ini mau kemana. Harus pingin. Ya, gua lagi nyari. Lo mau serah gua apa gimana? Ya kita semua ngakal, belakang ini.
ना एंगल्स चेक करो. यस एग्जैक्टली 1000 एंगल्स चेक करो.
Dumbis.
सेकंड टाइम खेला इसको.
Dum.
वेन डायगा हां डूड वेन डोम्स थे वो. वेन डोम एकदम परफेक्ट.
Permasif di gua.
Oke. से इधर आ गए.
Gua butuh like 60 nih.
तूने वो लाइन सुनी है न्यूमन रिएक्शन मीम?
उdah lagi.
वाली पता नहीं मेरे ख्याल से मैं देखूंगी तो याद आएगा, लेकिन ऐसे तो मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा ऐसे नाम से.
51 gua ada baterai lebih kap ya?
12 It is from CSGO. तो फिर मुझे लगता है नहीं मालूम है. CSGO से रिलेटेड मुझे मीम नहीं मालूम.
Cari kill sini guys. Oke. Belak.
इन लोग के पास कितना अच्छा स्पॉट है.
ये भी है.
जोन नेक्स्ट जोन के अंदर है.
Flash, satu orang as. Berita nggak portal nih. Lihat gua portal udah. Masker crack.
ये लोग एक्चुअली में जीत सकते हैं डूड रेवेनेंट e-sports.
Aduh.
Oh sorry.
Jangan nge-pick di pintu, enggak boleh. Jangan nge-pick di pintu.
Gua cuma coba cari kill gitu.
Ya, sama gua juga. Ya, ini orang enggak bisa mana-mana tuh. Ya, ini kita liatin ini ya.
Ya,
kita lihat tiga-tiganya enggak sini. Ya, tiga-tiganya. Dia ada as. Mungkin dia bakal as ke kita ya. Siatin. Ya, benar banget. Free 3 KP free ini. Gua bagi lag lagi dong. Lag gua dikit.
Ammo खत्म हो रही है.
Udah, enggak usah deh.
Bel tunggu ring close aja, Bel. Gua nge-pick, Bel. Mending lu
Finally क्या हो गया finally?
Bel, denger kan? Gua.
Ya, gua 200 ada udah.
Mending
इतनी सारी है.
Mending gua aja sama Max yang belum.
Ya, ada Valkyrie belakang kita deh. Ada di sini.
Really? Did they actually get every heirloom cause they are participating in ALGS? Did they actually get every heirloom? Like
kalau hancur
did ये actually give them every heirloom for free permanently?
Oke. Kalau nggak di sini di kita, Doom di sini nih. Di belakang, oke?
Oke.
Menurut gua bagus di sana sih, Bel. Iya, kalau di netnya sebelah sana, kita sebelah sini. Kalau sini, fokus sini, guys. Gua ngeliatin kanan kalau gitu.
Gua nge-pick pintu kalau gitu. Lu nge-pick pintu, Bel?
Enggak. Gua nge-pick kanan. Pintu ini kebuka, hati-hati, nggak bisa lo. Nggak bisa nge-pick pintu ya, mati lo dikenain di sini 3 orang.
Yap, Max. Lu nunduk,
Max.
Duduk.
Jangan gerak, Max. Nembaknya jangan gerak. Iya. Mati lo kena ini. Gua lagi lempar.
Max, gua net aja kali.
Net lah, bagus minggir lo. Fucked up nih, lihat rek. Nice. Sweet, you guys look that. Gua liatin belakang.
Wait, को डाउन कर दिया इन लोगों ने.
Gua termite.
5 KP है.
Sini belakang box. Gua start gua banyak.
Osnet. Bisa ditengin, masih bisa diteng.
Lihat lagi.
Crack Ibi.
Kestak satu.
Crack 2.
Next Max, chill Max.
Complexity.
Gua hakautin pintunya.
जिंदा कौन है? वैल्किरी का इनकी.
Cila di atas. Cila Max jangan perang. Chill. I told you to chill. Please.
Nice try.
Max.
अच्छा कर रहे हैं.
Man.
Up much placement points in
Scars भी डब्बा बन गई.
Probably enough to keep them in that
all-important
top 10. FC destroy another team. There are so many duos right now.
V3
This is
Vega.
How many have we got? We've got
ये
V3
भी Apex
Vega,
South है ना?
And then of course
बस escape ही नहीं है।
IG lost their second, so
दो जन है बस और जोन के एकदम एज पे इन लोग को जल्दी रोटेट करना पड़ेगा, लोग मरेंगे। काउंटर लॉजिक गेम है, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी नहीं है। कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी है भी या नहीं? मुझे CLG कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी मालूम था उसका फुल फॉर्म।
We probably focus RV first.
They gave them new account in which they have only for this tournament they gave them. हाँ मोजो जो
If we drop, we have to kill this duo for placement. 8 kills.
नहीं है
No, that's where the other team's gonna go. Oh yeah, this team.
Oh, बस इस tournament या फिर ठीक है।
Who's out here? Is that another rat? I'm gonna queue him.
लेकिन अगर equip कर ही नहीं सकते तो फिर use क्या है?
The duo and 2 trios. Alright, focus the RB then. The thing. No, it's one more rat. The other rat's sliding out on him. They're sliding out on him. Don't fuck him up too bad.
Sens stream नहीं कर रहा।
Let them fight. Let them fight. They're gonna EMP too.
इनके पास मस्त spot है वैसे तो।
This rat's gonna be on our
लोग
left,
आपस में
by the way.
कितने squads हैं? 4 squads left.
I'm gonna ult them when we jump.
उधर अंदर ट्रक तुम उस घर में कितने squads हैं? इनको कोई देख तक नहीं रहा है। वाओ, ये जीत जाएगी वाली टीम G2। दो टीम्स तो दिख रही हैं सामने, एक ये थर्ड है, फोर्थ एक और कहाँ है? लेफ्ट में होगी कहीं मेरे ख्याल से। हाँ ये देखो छुपी हुई है। Dude, what? Dude, इनके पास इतना अच्छा स्पॉट था, वो लोग आराम से जीत सकते थे।
Don't shoot him. Nice. There's a milk in the room.
Dude, उसका अल्ट है ना किसी के सिर से टकरा के कहीं और चला गया। 1v1 है? नहीं 1v2। नाइस है वो शील्ड स्वैप नहीं कर पाया। कौन सी टीम जीती है? Dude, वो Horizon का अल्ट किसी के सिर से टकरा के कहीं और ही चला गया था, नहीं तो वो कुछ मुझे लगता है वो लोग तब जीत सकते थे। They can't equip under this skin. Is Amnesia? I'm stuck in the game. I know the objective. They say I have to find a way, but I'm not able to. I repaired a lift. The dark rooms are scary, but it's brave, huh? These matches are not fun to watch. They are.
Just a tad more chaos.
First floor is search. I have to search the second floor. Maybe there's no. I have to collect, but I'm low on light sources.
Had the full complement alive, and there weren't quite as many any damage they could have done to CLG.
G2 जीत सकती थी dude वाला match.
Indeed, but end of the day, obviously we've been talking about CLG a lot. They haven't been able to find a win up to that point, but they have been putting good results on the board. This now though is.
But then every skin that is going to be released, that is actually so nice.
High now as a result of 21 points on the board. FC Destroy, nice to see them up there as well.
G2 third आई, second भी नहीं आई। Sad हो गया है ये, बहुत ही sad हो गया है।
To this point, so a little bit
Scars
of a relief I'd say from G2, but they know, of course, they've got a lot more work to do as we do start to now think.
थोड़ा fourth में कितना ज़्यादा difference है points का?
Wait,
Revenant number 4 पे है, उनके points ज़्यादा हैं।
Man, that beautiful circle pull for FC Destroy gives them some placement points they're not accustomed to having in their column.
I think you noob scene.
Good effort from them, but looking at the bottom half of the lobby, a lot of those points just getting really hoovered up by the top 10 there. Optic, the only one there with 10 points to their name from game 3 and a solid performance to
Imagine डंडा उनका वो दिखा के dude मजा आ जाएगा अगर वो लोग है ना दिखाए। मंडे को ट्रेलर है, गेम प्ले ट्रेलर है मंडे को, तो है ना नेक्स्ट 6 स्किल्स है उसके पास, तो मंडे को जो हाँ नेक्स्ट सीजन के बैटल पास में जो भी चीजें आएंगी ना वो सब दिखाएंगे मंडे को। जो मुझे लगता है कि तुम बहुत जली हो रहे हो कि वैल्करी को एक बहुत सुंदर कूल सा डंडा मिलने वाला है और तुम्हें नहीं मिलेगा और तुम्हारे पास एक चाकू है।
and I mean they're not all
सेन
the
से
way
पूछो
done
कल
yet.
स्ट्रीम स्नाइप करने क्यों आया था? हाँ सेन कल स्ट्रीम स्नाइप करने क्यों आया?
Our job. That's for John and the boys on the desk. I hear he's got a special guest, so let's jump over to the.
At least मेरे पास लंबा डंडा है और तुम्हारे पास एक चाकू है.
Thank you so much.
तुम्हें पास आना पड़ेगा मारने के लिए. मैं पीबा एकदम दूर से ट्विक सिर पे कर सकती हूँ और मर
time to the desk. None other than Hockey's himself. Big brain of Apex, captain and IGL of Alliance, joining us for the first time. First things first, man. How you doing? How you feeling after the big dub? Top 10, barely made it in.
I'm feeling great now. Was super exhausted after the games, but
Okay, Saksham, मैंने तुमसे ये expect नहीं किया था.
Congratulations on that. 10th
तुम्हें
place,
मेरा
first
side
place,
लेना
obviously a
चाहिए.
seeding point difference, but more
Hyperx
importantly, you
खोलूँगा
made
तो
it
मेरे
big.
को
I'm excited. We've been
भी
chilling in
मिल
the green
जाएगा
room and talking
डंडा.
through some gameplay
लेकिन तुम
analysis
तो
and
चाकू
gameplay
लोगे.
related things. Excited to jump into the
छोटा
discussion.
सा.
Also joined with none other than Killer Pigeon and Xenox as
Fighting.
well. But 3 games into this series, this is losers bracket round 1, win or go home. And first thing I want to talk about is G2, biggest topic here. I know you guys have a little bit of a rivalry. I'd love to get your thoughts on G2 as a team.
I mean, G2 is obviously a great team mechanically. They 3 rollers, 3 very cracked rollers. Not really sure what's going wrong in this tournament, but you know they're a team that can always make it back in my opinion.
मुझे ना लगता है कि है ना कभी-कभी मैंने सक्षम का चैट पढ़ना ही चाहिए. अच्छा होता है, अच्छी बात है कि मैं कभी-कभी नहीं पढ़ती हूँ उसको स्ट्रीम लाइव समझ के.
Yeah, that's the difference actually. The last
चाकू
2
ज़्यादा
games,
दर्द करता है डंडे से.
but it's usually been to the downside. Why like
जब चाकू जब टच कर ही नहीं पाओगे तो क्या दर्द करेगा?
All the attention was drawn to the south side, so they're able to actually just sneak that in. I was really surprised now that G2 took it, but I think this is like promising. This shows you what G2 can do when they get in that type of position.
Javelin ज़्यादा दूर. Exactly, Derek. देखो, देखो मुझे तो मैंने एक छोटे से चाकू के साथ इधर रहोगे. मैं उधर दूर से है ना. डंडे के साथ.
Yeah, it's an issue and kind of concern playing hard edge, right? You guys, we'll talk about it later, but you play edge, but you also find a way to rotate and find great positioning. I'd be curious to get your perspective on that as we take a look here. Map number 1, though, was GMT, ending up on top. A dominant game from GMT. Xenox, walk me through what we saw on match number 2.
Yeah, well,
By the way, चाकू तुम्हें इसलिए लग रहा है कि ज़्यादा दर्द करते हैं क्योंकि वो शार्प है. लेकिन जो डंडा है ना वो भी शार्प है दूसरी साइड से.
And then obviously SSG kind of showed us what they're really capable of.
And Valkyrie performing
together. And it was also a really, really poor game from the APAC North teams. I think I ended up counting like 5 of the bottom 7 were all from APAC North. So a bit of a rough one there for match 2. And then obviously for match 3, it really was the focus on G2. Could they respond? Could they bounce back?
Yeah, that's a great point. And in this situation here, G2, full team of 3, and as we head to late game, they had that high ground. They were really fragging out, got a few high kills, ended up in 3rd.
ये G2 की पूरी टीम कंट्रोलर प्लेयर्स की टीम है ना शायद में. डिजाइनफुल मुझे मालूम है कोई सी टीम इसी टीम का बोला था कि तीनों कंट्रोलर प्लेयर्स हैं.
Trailer at the truck. That's how they'll win this game. That's kind of their win victory condition. Thoughts on how G2 could maybe turn that around and won it?
Dude, what?
I mean, they ran down, tried to 3P the trailer because there was people fighting at the trailer. They threw their GB ulti and everything, and then tried to swing left to like take cover and shoot the team in the back. However, they ran into a duo ratting. So I think Resulta went down without bubbling because of the rat.
Thank you, Saksham,
so
समझने
I feel like if he gets the bubble down there, they probably win the game. But running into a duo ratting is kind of rough.
Exactly, that's a rough take, rough situation there for G2. They still get the kill points, which is definitely helpful for them in that scenario. But it seemed like the rats were there, but they were actually split. I think Designful was fighting towards truck. 2 of them were handling the rats behind them, as opposed to all 3 of them turning. Resulta doesn't pop his bubble, and as a result,
dude.
And they get
Imagine मालूम है अगर उसका अगर Valkyrie का वो जो डंडा रहेगा ना उसका weapon inspect animation एक ऐसा होगा जिसमें ना वो ऐसे करती है और उसमें से whoosh whoosh वाला sound आता है.
America and CLG looked really great, KP.
Yeah, I mean CLG, like, they've been a squad that they kind of come in late, right? Like I felt that happened yesterday. They started off a little bit rough, and then they do clutch up at the end.
Shit, इसको वाला animation मिलना चाहिए. मजेदार रहेगा.
Just taking on
आवाज कितनी मस्त लगती है.
Like they started off solid at the beginning of this, right? And I was actually happy to see it because one big notable thing is like Fennel has especially been causing issues for this squad through and through. I love how they got vengeance at the start of that series, right? They had the spot over them. They kind of like how the tens are tabled, right? Like it was a beautiful moment. But what
कितने मैचेस हो गए? 3 हो गए ना? मेरे ख्याल से 3 हुए 4 हुए.
Very clearly a lot of competition back and forth. It's not like one side is running away with the whole thing.
मैंने अभी हरकतें कर रहा है. What is
his opinion on it? Is like you mentioned about G2 and Alliance and having this kind of similar late timing on rotating into the rings. What do you think that you're doing so much better right now than G2 with that?
I think it's more like G2 is trying to brute force their way in, which is not it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. It's like either you get a high point kill game or you die early.
Let's try this one again.
More like
Valkyrie,
we're
Elum,
kind of-
non-special Valkyrie,
we're kind of
taking
forcing
lessons in
things away
Hinda
instead of
from
like
Ma Durga.
committing to it. So we're able to
हाँ, वो
coexist a lot more with other teams while they're like.
लेकिन वो जो trident type की चीज होती है ना वो mostly लोबा को मिलेगा.
Standings are ready. Let's take a look at the leaderboards.
त्रिशूल type की चीज लोबा को मिलेगी.
We go GMT Esports with
क्या overall
35 points on
overall
top right now after really
Crazy
a
Raccoon top
disappointing start
10 में है,
They're
10th
performing
पे
today
है,
after a good
बाहर
game
मत हो
number
जाना.
1. Audic from South America right behind them.
Revent
SA on the
Esports
map,
अच्छा
PlayStation
चल
behind
रही
them
है.
in 3rd place, CLG in 4th, SC
GMT number 1. Oh, number 1, number 2.
must-perform
Oh,
game
top
number
4 के
4,
almost equal
25
points.
point
Wow.
total. And still not in that top
One-sided
10. You
pick
see
नहीं हो
Crazy
रहा है,
Raccoon
बहुत close
sneaking
चल
in
रहा है.
is G2. Let's take a look at the
Because
second
ये वाली
page
ये
here
जो top
as
4 है तो
well. G2, well, they're in 11th, the 7
पहुंच ही
point
जाएंगी
bump.
मुझे
3
लगता है
games left. They
next.
certainly have an opportunity.
उनका मेरे ख्याल से एक
They
और
are
next
on the
होएगा, वो
bubble
लोग
right
घर
now.
नहीं
Ascend,
जाएंगे मुझे
another
लगता है.
team as well as IG, your counterparts in EMEA. What do you think?
ये जो 1 digit वाली टीम से मुझे लगता है ये तो जा रही हैं घर.
Ascend, I don't really know. They're playing with a sub, so I think they're missing a huge part in VJX. But
Lobo is modern one. She'll
not sure,
take it from
IG,
Aekansh
you agree with the roster
selfies.
change. I mean, you know, you have
Yes,
to play
Sweat
against
Cat,
IG. I consider them a top 3, top 5 team in EMEA for the roster change. Do you agree with the decision to pick up Urban in place of Blasts?
I mean, both players are very good players. Like I think Blast is more of a like flex player, like a caustic main, while Urban is like a mechanical talent. So I feel like they're just trying to like, find new synergies within the team. It's been looking good for them though. I'm not really sure what's going on in Long Island. Maybe it's nerves, maybe something else, but I mean both players are really solid, so it just depends on how they want to move
Do you
the team
have
forward.
stock
what type
cooler
of
or do you have
dynamic they want.
added cooler? How does the PC stand up with all these gaming during this Indian summer?
Urban's
PC
obviously
heating
first
up
land,
like
younger player.
well
We'll see if
even
they
with
can perform and make it. You never know.
NCST.
Certainly 3 games left, an opportunity. But let's take a look at the map schedule.
I
We're going to be
don't
switching on from
have
World's Edge
stock
to Storm
cooler as
Point
far as
here,
I remember, and
so
I
let's,
don't remember
continue to
which
get your
one I
take.
have.
What is the reset
to
like
check.
from World's Edge to Storm Point? Is it a physical or mental reset where you're saying, okay, let's play differently, the map plays differently, or what's the difference between the 2 maps? And what was it like having to adjust to a second map again in competitive Apex for the first time in 2 years?
I mean, adjusting to a new map is both rough and fun because all teams, I mean, nobody has no clue what they're doing, so everybody's just running around inting. But I mean, it's also fun because you're able to play new things, you're doing new songs,
कौन सा है?
new
Deep
comps, everything,
cooler,
so it
dude.
brings a little
Deep
bit more
cooler.
content to the game. rather
Gamma
than more
X
competitive stuff.
400
So
Pro Dual
definitely
cooler
both ups and downs, I would say.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see both sides to that story. Last question.
Let's
Last question I have for you,
let's
Hockey as
just
well. We'll look at
say
your take as we're wrapping up
till
here. So, last
selfies.
question before we throw to a quick break. Any perspective kind of in the mind of a pro player in terms of the regional distribution of meta? You were talking a little bit in
बदमाश हुए जा
particular
रहा है
about
दिन
Watson
पे
and Watson's
दिन.
impact on certain maps. Would love to, have you explain to kind of the viewers here
But
your
this
thoughts
time
on
the
that
samosa is
Watson and
without
crypto
glasses,
team comp
okay.
and how it's
Okay.
effective or maybe not so effective.
I mean, it's a new concept for us in EU and NA, I think. Most of us are playing it. We've been trying it a lot in scrims, and I feel like the comp, it works on Stormpoint because the buildings are designed in a way
चलो
that
अच्छी
it's
बात
harder
है
to
अब मैं
break
समोसा नहीं हूँ.
defenses, along with the map being bigger, so you have more space to like
Oh,
control
God.
with. You don't really play that close range like you do on World's Edge. I'm not a big fan of the comp on World's Edge because you're playing way
Nile
too
see
close to each
crispy
other.
images
It's
of
just so easy to swing in the
stereotyping.
open, break the Watson gen, and then
Nile
a
not
couple
see
nades with
samosas
DBLT, you're
anymore.
dead. So I think definitely prefer the comp on Stormpoint over World's Edge because it's just easier to control space on that map than it is on World's Edge.
Interesting. Stormpoint a little more effective in your eyes, and really cool to hear that you actually were also playing as that team comp.
हाँ
Understand what it
बिल्कुल
feels like and
innocent,
what works, what
बिल्कुल
does not
मासूम,
work.
बिल्कुल
I like that
साक्षात.
preparation. But hey, great to have Hockey's on the desk here joining us. Of course, getting some coaches, players to join us for some perspective. I tweeted it earlier, but we'll have Hodzik joining us a little bit later. Killer Pigeon, Xenox, always a pleasure as well. Game 3, well, it's done and dusted. First 3 games of this series. 3 more games to go where we will find out if G2 can clutch up and make it to the top 10 to continue their run through the losers bracket, or Invictus Gaming, or Ascend, or will we continue to see Space Station Gaming and a lot of the APAC teams that are performing incredibly well, the Indonesian squad in particular showing up in Revenant. We'll find out because game number 4 on Stormpoint is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Quick break. We got game number 4.
हेलो जीरो कैसे हो रोलो? तुम्हारे पास स्विंगमैन की अटेंशन टू डिटेल और फ्लैटलाइन की हैवी मेटल है क्या? वो सारे मैचेस कंबाइंड है मालूम है ना ओ हाँ अंकित वो रशियन प्लेयर है apparently हार्डिकी is a Russian player who is currently playing for Gambit Esports.
Where we begin the back half of this stage of our first losers bracket. However, the most important thing
Russia का है.
This is the first round that we've seen in this tournament over the course of a day and a half.
Russia का है, हार्डिकी Russia का है.
They're not in the top 10.
ये हार्डिकी जो है.
Teams who you wouldn't expect to be in that precarious situation, such as G2, IG, Detonator as well, of the way they've been playing. Kick not doing so well either, and Totem are having a nightmare. So there's still a chance for them to turn things around, but those chances are starting to run out now. We have 3 games remaining in this series of matches, and it's time to really start to put a bigger imprint on these matches to come. G2 finishing 3rd in their last game, but still only good enough for 11th
देखो रशिया उसमें लिखा है रशिया का.
Not what anyone would have expected coming into this. I know a lot of fans around the world are surprised and still hoping. There is hope, and that means 3 games. Anything that happened in the first 3 can swap and happen to another team or better in this one. But you certainly are hoping that on G2 side things look brighter. Let's talk a little bit about what we've expected as far as the talent predictions. I know I had CLG coming out a little bit quickly. Maybe game 1 was a sign of things to come. Game 3 certainly was. They got the win there. They're looking strong, but there were a couple other teams specifically in that final circle that I think allow us, James, to say that there are teams definitely looking to pick it up, and we'll have a chance against the other 10.
I think as far as predictions go, as far as North American teams go, predictions have been disastrous for the most part. But that, you know, that there are pros and cons. Obviously, we have big brands we expect them to do well, but they have been making way for teams from different regions, Latin America, APAC North, APAC South, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a variety where I think people maybe root
गया वो बोलना चाह रहे हो या समझने की कोशिश करो जब कोई किसी को डांट देता है फिर वो रूठ जाता है.
Set up from different teams in different regions as well, so it has been quite a shocker in terms of, I mean, you know, if you're especially from North America, those guys are certainly the best region, but they are not seeing the best results, so it has been somewhat shocking.
सही बोलूं तो मैंने notice भी नहीं किया था.
What's been great is that finally we're seeing some stronger performances from
पंजाबी में रूसना कहते हैं उसको. मैं सही pronounce कर रही नहीं, रूसना बोलते हैं.
This is where you start to see the stories that you tell after the tournament is over begin. Will these teams
रूट और रूस एक चीज होती है. हाँ मुझे मैंने रूस वर्ड पहले कभी नहीं सुना, मुझे नहीं मालूम था वैसा वर्ड है प्रॉपर.
To qualify earlier on in the day.
ये कौन आ गया है चश्मा लगा के?
Only 10 of our teams were able to do that. The rest on this journey waiting, watching, getting ready to see which 10 qualify from
Double
here.
S का sound डालो बस सबसे Rus ऐसे
they have started to pick it up big time
Rus
with win,
गया
and obviously with a few high placements here, so they're very close to leading, not leading heading into this, James, and that's a strong sign as well.
Interestingly, second, third, and fourth place in the current standings. GMT winning the first game in second place. Space Station winning the second game in third place. CLG winning the third game in fourth place. But who's in first place? It's RURII, who've got 6 kills, 8 kills, and 9 kills respectively, finishing P8, P2, and P12. So that is quite the mixed bag, but the consistency in the fight is allowing them to be joint first with GMT. Both teams on 35 points. Space Station just behind on 32. So there are different ways to secure your position, but I don't know that many of these positions are secure just yet.
Perfect Rolo आगे पंजाबी में सब एक गालियों से
get into these games.
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ ना सब करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है
this series.
रसना भी नहीं रूस डबल ऊ लगाओ रूस
able to hold that. The first 3 maps that we've
बिना
seen today
चश्मा दिख रही नहीं मुझे बिल्कुल कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है
in the last 2 games respectively.
मैं बस सब पे ना गेस कर रही हूँ कि तुम लोग क्या लिख रहे हो बस इमेजिन कर रही हूँ कि तुम लोग क्या लिख रहे हो इमेजिन कर रही हूँ क्या चल रहा है इसमें रूस से रस
They say anything like that where I'm from, but hey, you know what? I think I need to travel a little bit more. I'm certainly aware that we have started to travel in this journey that will lead 10 teams to again a little bit of a layover before they see their final destination, whether it's in the grand finals tomorrow or whether it is going home, unfortunately. And we will see 10 teams now go home. If they cannot put a performance together, they have 3 to do it. And they've got a brand new map to see if they can shift the energy, or at least if you are on top. Grab so far. CLG, a team that mentioned 31 points on the day. They come in, I believe, 2nd place, and they are going to look to continue their team fighting that's been really confident, and also a team that is used to fighting early. They, as we were talking with Hatsik backstage a little bit, know how to contest very well. They've contested with for a very long time, and so they understand what it's like to kind of almost claw at results and claw to fight for every single moment. They aren't necessarily always given the easy route, and that's something that I think in this losers bracket run you're going to have not only to make it top 10.
You know, they say हमारे जैसे और 6 होते हैं
as we see Shipfall
क्या मतलब है तुम्हारा
team in our POVs, 20 squads still left as we kick off game 4.
Yeah, not seeing too many contests off the drop, but I can see that CLG and FC are pretty close to each other, but before there's nothing crazy going on just yet, so we're gonna have a quick look with Phoenix.
Honestly, aim-wise is probably, I think, Jim Burton. He's the best in the world, in my opinion. And overall, I guess Imperial Hall is a good choice. He's just super consistent. I mean, I'm excited to play against them.
I know you too.
They were kind of our idols, I guess, and today they are our competitors. So it's just a really nice feeling, catching up to them, I guess. We're feeling pretty confident. We really want to put a spotlight on South America, because our region is not the most developed one compared to the other ones. So we kind of want to put a spotlight on it, shine it a bit more.
They are certainly doing that, but there are bigger spotlights to come, and who knows what they may be able to show us in Championship. Speaking of contests, we see that GMT have got some action early.
Results of engineering नहीं मुझे लगता है कि आप चश्मा पहनते हो उसके बाद मतलब कि आप ज़्यादा टाइम तक चश्मा पहन नहीं रहते हो बहुत महीनों से या कुछ उसके बाद नहीं पहनते तो मुझे लगता है ऐसे ही लगता है सभी का Results of engineering इतना लैग क्यों कर रहा है?
On the wingman realizes he's got to start closing in angles. It feels like every time you look at GMT, they're either performing at the top.
Triple take Audrey.
ये लोग
Wingman peacekeeper.
Flyer को मार रहे हैं.
Wingman master.
Dude, बारिश हो रही है.
Like this is really strong.
गर्मी चले जाएगी अब.
Taking everything. But we can also get in the water here, which is also strong.
Actually got the better of them 3 games in a row.
किससे fight कर रहे हैं लोग GMT?
Big shot from the Sentinel. And when you're contesting, you don't want your opponent to have a wingman so dangerous. And
wow,
dude, wing. We're in a 3 versus 1 situation as they look to finish off the job, and we're about to lose our first squad. I feel like unless they can run, but it doesn't seem like it. And the final will be weeded out on this occasion. So they're
आँखों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए था मेरे को इंटरनेट जाए जस्ट लाइक माइन मुझे लग रहा है बारिश हो रही ना उसके वजह से लैग हो रहा है हाँ डूड लैग हो रहा है नहीं ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम ही लैग हो रही है somehow पता नहीं कैसे ये ऑफिशियल वाली ऐसे प्लेयर्स वाली नहीं हो रही
나 이거 먹고 갈 테니까 라스 뭐
Just be careful behind us. Don't want to stay there too long. Get info.
I wanna go further.
Sure. Go Tashin.
हेलो ऋषभ कैसे हो यप इतने टाइम बाद
I don't know where they went though.
Just stay close.
Watch corners.
Actually should applaud for
feel like
confidence
if
and
they bought
willingness
on
to
ulti, they
explain
would
even
scan,
after
right?
such a track record and history
Run with gun out, I guess.
क्या चीज explain कर दी मैंने ऐसी
In front of us, spotting. 45 blue and
ये
red.
1080p पे करो
Putting in here.
कर देती I mean ऑटो पे है वैसे अभी लेकिन कर देती लेकिन लैग हो सकता है अगर मैं 1080 पे करूँगी तो पावर कट होने वाला है मतलब अब नहीं होएगा पावर कट ऐसे देखो लैग होएगा अगर मैं 1080 पे उसे ऑटो पे करने तो क्वालिटी थोड़ी लैग होने की जगह तो क्वालिटी थोड़ी सी कम हो जाएगी लेकिन कम से कम
You die jail, bro. If you want to, we
वो
do
नहीं
it.
जाएगी लोड वगैरह नहीं होगा
I have 2 arc stars.
An arc and a.
ये ऑफिशियल वाली स्ट्रीम में देखो कैसे लैग हुए जा रही है पावर कट नहीं होगा जनरेटर लगा है तो 5-10 सेकंड के लिए लाइट जाएगी लेकिन वापस आ जाएगी उसके तुरंत नो स्पेक्टेकुलर नो वाइड इंटरनेट को भी बारिश से फर्क
Stay here.
पड़ता है
I need to bop.
Are you fine?
Yeah, I got beamed. Is it safe on you?
No, I just got beamed as well, bro.
Go back, I guess.
Just मैन के एक्सप्लेनेशन में 1 out of 10 के बावजूद समझाने की कोशिश
Good spot on me.
I have to crouch here.
Yeah.
Really good spot up here.
We have to leave.
1 out of 10.
I'm full healing.
Safe on you as well, up here?
Yeah, this. I need to
check करो stream का.
When do we get home?
10.
I need to walk.
We could also back out a little bit and then walk out.
No. We can walk up to these buildings.
ऐसे shake क्यों हो रही है इसकी screen?
I just need your dome.
ये officially stream तो load पे ही अटकती है.
Yeah, I'm gonna go instantly.
Okay, I'm doming.
Yeah, go.
जाओ मस्त. भजिए खाओ.
I got insta crack by the sniper.
You से anti कहते हैं nice try lol.
There's no one in the water.
क्या you can do better 1 out of 10 के लिए. lol.
Any phoenixes?
No.
It is what I meant. Screen shake हो रही है.
We take everything up here as well. Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
मैं stream में मारूंगी सबसे.
Care above us though. That team looks.
लोग किससे भागे ये लोग?
No more medkits.
We should take a better spot. Like where our piano is, you know?
Yeah, but I'm just healing right now.
कब?
Oh yeah, this is good.
I think my side on me is better because this team can shoot you.
Look at this corner here.
Yeah, we just gas up this entire area.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my purple. I am 3 bats and.
ये ऐसे क्यों दिखाया?
I have 3 bats and 8 cells.
I have 16 cells up here. I give you 3.
Wait, I gotta ask something after I gas.
ये लोग इधर हैं, इनके उधर ऊपर देखो रास की टीम है.
No space.
Delta squad.
No space. A lot of nades up here.
ये लोग fight कर रहे हैं.
Selo dikit. Selo habis kan?
सामने एक टीम है.
Iya, gua paling nggak nge-seal sih. Seal aja. Buat battery kah? Tunggu ya.
भाई बस रुक जाओ, PC फट जाएगा शेष.
Gua 41 doang nih. Gua pengen biruin doang, habis itu udah nggak nge-pick lagi aja. Anjir, tuh kita gak pernah.
Current one, this one I took.
Di belakang kita ada orang anjing.
You know, check karo di stream you're watching.
Di belakang tadi. Iya. Untung Max juga ngomongnya ini belakang. Ada yang ngazipin di ke atas. 2 orang ngazipin ke atas. Gua lihat di atas dia ngepick.
Load पे ही अटक.
Berarti mau kita ntar perang sama dia dong. Dia agresif banget anjing. Iya, dia nyari angle tuh. 7 doang. Baterai aja. Dia agresif banget ya. Ini orang mau nyari angle ke kita nih.
Node status क्या है वो?
Kita harus coba perang sih. Gue langsung pop up sentinel gue. Gue nunggu arm seal gue dulu. Tila ada kan Bel banding
Si मैंने नहीं कहा कि आप शेक हो रहे हो. चश्मा पहन लो क्यों? Rolo cam looking grainy today cause enlarged. मैंने कुछ चेंज नहीं किया है कैम को.
Yang di launchpad nggak ada scan zone.
Settings में जाऊँ.
Jangan ulti ya Bel, ingetin doang.
Iya.
Itu Gibi tadi Bel.
Iya.
नहीं जुकाम ठीक हो गया. अब मैं काम कर सकता हूँ. जुकाम ठीक. Nice.
Tapi masih ngepick aneh banget.
Yang sudah instant stats. Oh.
Oke. Kita bisa nggak ini?
Speed check करने को बोल रहे हो. हाँ sweat cat क्या हुआ? Probably more noticeable cause it's larger.
Apa kalian aja sih?
हाँ sweat cat क्या हुआ? Video stats.
Balik deh. Nggak jadi, balik deh. Balik ke
Ngeliat
tower.
spot doang kah?
Balik.
What the?
Nice ngomong balik gitu. Berarti mau nggak mau kita perang sama dia Bel. Dia nggak ada Valkyrie lagi kalau dia nggak ada acceleran.
इसलिए पीछे दिख रहा है.
Bisa dia nyantai.
क्या हो गया sweat cat? क्या हुआ?
Baru kita nge-push. Oh di atas masih zone dia.
Iya. Masih zone. Dia main di belakang juga.
Oh di pintu itu.
Di pintunya ya.
So much of the success of these teams later on, and if you've got two, that means you've not only not killed very many people in team fights, but you haven't placed very highly. No points until 15, and then as you continue to go down in the squads left, that's better in this.
ये लोग अभी तक इतनी खतरनाक पोजीशन पे अभी तक खड़े हुए हैं एकदम.
Raccoon representing just so well in terms of their play. They came in as one of the teams to look at, and kind of, I would say, Ross being one of maybe the most celebrity type player that we actually have in Apex Legends. Not
हाँ ये लोग फाइट करेंगे अब क्या?
क्रेजी
रकून से ये लोग फाइट करेंगे अब. कहाँ लैंड का कर रहे हैं ये लोग? कहाँ चला गया मेरा कर्सर गायब हो गया. ये रहा.
나 이제 총 못 쏜다. 거의 못 쏜다.
쏘았다. 여기 안전해. 우리 차라리 있는 거지 그러면.
얘네 시야 놓쳤어.
It was buffering. Oh,
우리 아래 있어 얘네.
우리 아래 있어. 지하 소리 계속 나.
어차피 하든 말든 우리한테 성공권 있으니까.
이런데 올라오는 거.
한 명 무조건 있어도 돼. 메인이 올라가도 되고.
나는 여기 드로닝만 할게. 이거 아래 애들 조합 확인하면 좋을 것 같은데.
지붕이 발키리 하나 몰라.
오케이 내가 한번 봐볼게. 내가 한번 살짝 봐볼게. 야 얘네
씨 क्यों तरहते?
야 얘네 호발지.
조심하자.
이거 큐업 갑자기 하는 거 존나 조심해야 돼.
이거 뭔가 얘네 하기 전에 우리가 먼저 하는 거 어때? 좀 뭔가
근데 그러면은 여기 집에서 와.
Think about what they're doing. They're not making a mistake, and this is an extension of the fight with CLG.
जरा GTM टीम को देखो कौन सा गन है इसके पास.
They want FC to chase them into caustic advantage, trying to find elevation with the stairs and so on, but FC will be on the roof now, so what is your next play, CLG?
I think they're just going to skyward dive. They got to get out of there. There's no way they can siege a properly prepared CLG, and they know it, so they're just going to try to get ahead.
GMT, I think GMT बोलना चाह रहे हैं ना तुम?
From FC Destroy.
GTM नाम की कोई टीम है अभी, नहीं GMT.
How about we go where you need to go, and we'll get in the building first.
G7 Scout Massive. Let's check Discord for a selfie. Very Steve Jobs like selfie, to be honest.
They open a door behind, careful.
Okay.
Yep.
Boy.
मुझे भी सेल्फी देखनी है. धवल से पूछो वैसे क्या पूछा. मुझे गेम के एनिमेशन में दिक्कत लगती है. स्ट्रीम शेक नहीं हो रही एनिमेशन. हाँ जब मैं जब कर्सर हिलाती तो ठीक हो जाता है. I mean I meant to show the quality.
Here, my ping here, right here. If you look at my monitor.
Dude, that's my camera's thing. My camera is not that good. हमेशा से ही वो ग्रेनी ही है.
Yeah, that's we oop for that spot.
जब मतलब कि अगर मैं नॉर्मल पीसी कैसे कैमरा यूज करती हूँ ना तब भी पूरा ग्रेनी ही दिखाता है वो. मैं कुछ कर नहीं सकती.
We are chilling. We know how to win this game. We are fucking winning this, okay? We know exactly what our game plan is. We just need to hit our shots now, okay, boys? That's all.
Di mana dia? Di pojok situ.
Doing better, making it to the upper half, but IG are a team who are maybe doing worse than all of them.
And this is trouble for
इनका तीसरा जन कहाँ है?
They've only got 2 players though. You cannot take it away
या
from
बस
them.
दो ही
They
जन
showed
थे उस
more
टीम
heart than
में.
almost any other team in this lobby, in this tournament. They have been playing.
ये लोग जब से इधर ऊपर खड़े होके डांस करे जा रहे हैं.
둘다 쟤네 어차피 나오다가 싸워야 돼. 어쩔 수 없어. 아니 그러니까 쟤네끼리 싸우고 우리한테 절대 못 박아. 괜찮아. 저기 랜딩에서 다음 자리 찾으면 돼.
오케이.
야 그렇게 하는 거라고.
Hello Ravinder, how are you?
이걸로 정해.
이렇게 하자. 랜딩에서 위험하면 돔 쓰고.
똑같은데 아래만 신경 써 지금. 위에서
오케이.
जो उसका एक प्लेयर उस टीम का सिंगुलैरिटी का एक प्लेयर दिखाई नहीं देता नीचे लेफ्ट साइड के वो लोग उस ज्वाइन ही नहीं कर पाया था कि उसने लीव कर दी थी लॉबी पता नहीं क्या हुआ था मरने के बाद हो सकता है लीव कर दिया बाजी में
오케이.
그다음 얘네 어떻게 하는지 보고 얘네 키한테 썼잖아. 그러면은 우리가 다시 역공하는 거 각 잡아가지고 내려갈지 안 할지 좀 얘기해가지고.
ये पता नहीं क्या बात कर रहे लेकिन बहुत अच्छा साउंड कर रहा है.
오케이.
우리가 돈 빼면은
So long at this point. It's nice to see them show up in a big way here.
It looks same as those weirdo facial expression Mono and Saksham share. Because they're cropped and Elja, but today normalcy was more because cam is a bit larger. I did not touch the cam at all. I did not change anything. It's the same. बड़ा है क्या? नहीं dude, same है जाके पूरा ये वाली स्ट्रीम खोलो पुरानी कल वाली स्ट्रीम खोल के देखो साइड बाय साइड सेम साइज है कैम का तो लगता है तुम्हें ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं चश्मा नहीं पहनी हूँ इंडिया की टीम भी है क्या एक टीम है जिसका कोच इंडियन है रेवेनेंट टी स्पोर्ट्स ये वाली टीम इनका जो कोच है जो पीछे बैठा है ना ये इंडियन है नहीं तो ये प्लेयर्स इंडोनेशिया के हैं टीम मेकर से इंडियन टीम ही है ये लेकिन इंडोनेशियन अभी मैंने नोटिस किया कुछ क्या नोटिस किया यस डबल आई थिंक चैनल के टीपी में आंखें कितनी ज्यादा अच्छी है फिर तुम्हें रियल लाइफ में रोल क्या तुम ये बोलना चाह रहे हो मेरी आंखें गंदी हैं डरी Welcome to the club.
No, 5 detik lagi. Pencil gue bel.
ये जिंदा कैसे बच रहा है?
Dia maju.
इनकी टीम में यही सबसे अच्छा खेलता है.
Gua gak gerak.
Oh my god, पिचकू कितने लोग शूट कर रहे थे इन लोगों को? 15 था ये. कोई बात नहीं.
Iya kah? Ada orang di situ yang main Max.
Just Sens, and it's not Sens for long. Game With takes the kill, and Kick survives because of the distraction.
These teams are dropping like flies. Looks like Naski's got a scout. I haven't seen too much of that of late.
I know.
Plenty of flatline, plenty of
flavor,
and a lot of juicy vault, but maybe the scout can get involved as well.
कोई बात नहीं, it's okay for me. नहीं, कोई it's okay नहीं.
First they got to find some space.
ये 5 थी सैंडविच हाँ डूड कितने सारे जगह से वो लोग शूट हो रहे थे They can't even think in end zones like this when I 80 dude जब लास्ट जोन में 18 टीम्स जिंदा बचती तो more like luck टाइप का गेम हो जाता है
G2 as well as Crazy Raccoon in the same building in Stormcatcher. So keeping an eye on the way these 12 squads are going to have to meet. It seems like Zen is not going to have to move
कौन सा zone है?
at all. And so it's up to Space Station to try to maybe craft a little bit of space to move
12 squads
through the teams that are now looking.
तब भी बहुत सारी squads I mean कम squads बची हैं दूसरे मैचेस के हिसाब से दूसरे मैचेस में नॉर्मली और भी ज़्यादा लोग बचते हैं एक्चुअली में सरप्राइजिंग बात है क्योंकि ये मैप ज़्यादा बड़ा है दूसरे मैप से तब भी इसमें कम थी मेरे से क्योंकि कवर वगैरह कम है ज़्यादा ओपन एरिया तो ज़्यादा जल्दी मर जाते हैं लोग
Looking at the map, it seemed that nobody really was in the next zone at all. It seems that everyone's trying to avoid getting stuck in a sandwich, playing on the edge for the time being. Game With are in a very dicey situation as well, unless they've got a launch to move forward at pace. But now that zone will start to close and everybody's got to press forward and these reses are going to be even more difficult. As we see Zanio looking for more and there go the detonator team. That's 11 squads remaining now. They still need to get dropped back into the game if they can, but first they've got to get the banner. So there is much work for them to do and they might not have the space to do it. A defensive caustic.
Imagine you got matched on Predator lobby.
I don't think they're getting the banner back.
What do you mean?
So many people coming their way. Arc stars as well.
How will you feel?
But they're gonna try to. Praxis, he goes down.
Dude, I play in like Predator lobby almost all the time.
He decides against it, and he's gonna hit a battery as he slides down the hill.
In pubs, when we play pubs, we are in Predator lobbies most of the time. In rank, once we reach like in the beginning of the split at least, when we play, even when we are in diamond or we are plat, it is spread lobbies. क्योंकि उन लोगों के भी रैंक कम होते हैं ना.
The vault is absolutely lethal at these medium ranges. Enjoying high ground, and they are exposing people trying to hide behind them.
क्या रास की टीम को मार दिया और रास की टीम
so much KP opportunities for them.
सब मरे जा रहे हैं.
They've crafted the good, and they're looking to make it pay for them. We've got the domes out, we've got the bombardments.
Second last.
Anything moving in their screens. There's again nowhere to go. Trying to fight cover. They're going to crack some more players, but can they get some more KP from this? 10 kills for Kick as they're.
What is your rank? What is the first one to die while running around and getting into matches like this, which है? देखो ऐश के पास है heavy metal flatline. वो pay to win वाली skin.
In the similar position.
मैंने अभी ध्यान नहीं दिया. लेकिन pay to win वाली skin.
If you're looking at it from down to upside on the hill, it is going to.
कौन सी टीम थी वो? कौन सी टीम थी वो ऐश वाली टीम मैं अभी देखती.
Because you know at the bottom, Audic.
I don't know about BRM, but Dota man basically plays with someone similar rank with you. In Apex, the MMR, the pubs का MMR and rank का MMR is different.
Into another zone.
Yeah, you can see Audic just trying to move into the next.
Ash कौन सी टीम की थी? याद है तो मैं अभी खोल के देखती हूँ. गंदा रिंग एंडिंग स्पॉट है. दुड हम लास्ट रिंग हमेशा ही ओपन में एंड होती है. जैसे कि है ना जो जन क्या बोलते हैं कवर में है उनके पास एडवांटेज ना हो.
They've got the odd rock to play with, but again, look at the angles being served to Kick. So much opportunity, and there's plenty of ammo as well, at least on the R301.
Then why do I get divine?
A lot of chances to get some more KP.
Watch party कैसे मिलती है? तो Twitch पे official stream Twitch और YouTube पे हो रही है, बस वो देख लो. मैं Twitch पे देख रही हूँ. Was it icon on top? Far left. Far left on top right. Decide if it's like left or right. What do you mean far left on top right? What? This one.
11 kills on the side of Kick. They climbed up into 20.
I think it's team kills.
And now they're going to try to find 21. They can't quite do it yet. But that will be
it's team kills 12.
It is Kick. Shako finding that kill. He's still got a phase breach to boot.
They are feeling themselves now, looking to hunt IG. You are surrounded. Put your hands up. IG are gone.
Change कर skin और मैं.
And there's still more to go.
बेटे last zone चल रहा है. हम इसका बीट नहीं कर सकते हैं. हम लोग को switch.
And we could see an outrageous game from Kick. Where is this coming
from? I was so confused. वो जो एक symbol था ना इधर एक symbol था. अभी दिखाएंगे ना जब किसी टीम से के perspective से तब बताऊंगी. ये वाला जो 15 लिखा ना इसकी बात कर रहा है वो. हाँ यही वाली skin ना ये जो गिब्बी के पास भी थी. ये battle pass वाली pay to win skin है flatline की. मेरे पास नहीं है. Season 4 में आई थी मेरे ख्याल से.
But Gamewith is trying to get into the action. They've got 3 squads left. Gamewith holding the high ground, but they're with the Watson. The Watson is down. It's Mathew who's got to find the answer, but he's got to hit the shield battery here just quickly. Kicks still putting pressure into Audic, who are carefully balancing between both teams who want to go exactly where they are, and Audic are going to be the ones to finally get a kill as Gamewith will push, and it will open up the door from Kick to be able to make this move now that Mathew is going to have to do something.
Mathew
He's just got to run to his doom, and it's a contest to see who can get the KP, and the Kick will get one more. Now, Audic, is this the run for you guys? Because Kick are looking very dangerous indeed. Down to the last dome now. Point blank range. All of Kick still standing. And they will take the victory. A monstrous game from them. Maybe the highest kill count we have seen this whole weekend.
That could be 19 kills for Kick as they kick down the doors of this lobby. They are trying to survive.
He's watching it with us. This is watch party.
Looking like they are
low health पे भी हमेशा annoying रहते हैं. मरता ही नहीं है.
It finishes just the same way. The celebrations from Kick, well deserved.
Absolutely. They had 5 points at the beginning of this
Yep,
match.
yep,
They were
sahi
in
prediction.
18th place, and things are going to change dramatically. That came
इसके
out
पास
of
वो है ना
absolutely
काऊ
nowhere,
वाली
firing
रिंग
all
है इधर
units in match
काउस
number 4.
की ऐसे
That
लगा
was a monstrous game from Kick.
Gamble
I
3
can remember it's 17, I think. I think they
डेरिक का प्रेडिक्शन सही हो गया तो डेरिक को लगा यस मेरा लक मेरे पास अभी बेस्ट लक है दुनिया में 3000 का गैम्बल करते हुए और हार गया
that is one way to galvanize your squad for the final 2
किसने
games
सबको
as well. They
किक कर
really
दिया हाँ
put the scores on the doors on that one.
Well, you're gonna have to
Where is Asu?
keep them energetic
He
because
isn't
you
playing.
gotta do it here,
He's
but
not
you
a
gotta
pro
do it
player
again,
anymore, right?
do it
Good
again,
content
and
creator है हम
31 points, one of the biggest, if not the biggest game that we
एक बार
have seen
समझ नहीं है
on
कोच
stream
की
here
क्या
in the
जरूरत है
playoffs with 19 kills.
मेरे
Coming
ख्याल से
out of nowhere in
मैच
18th
के
place, James, that's
बाद
certainly
में
gonna put them,
बताने के लिए वो लोग क्या
within the top
गड़बड़ें
10.
कर रहे थे मेरे ख्याल
That's
से
about a third of the server, and they've got
इसके
so
लिए
many kills that the first page is
it
looking
should be
like a
illegal
drought,
for
as the
team
second
kick
page
to hug
normally
a
is.
fist
Moving over to the
bomb
second
after
page,
winning. Why?
nothing but zeros because
Kick करना चाहिए
people
उनको
were harvested. They were put in the meat grinder, and there was nothing to show when they came out. Zeros everywhere.
16,000 to 1,075 सब हार गया where is my boy Izu is not playing dude he did not even participate in ALGS
We'll see just how monstrous
as
now
far
as we
as
look
I
to
know
the individual plays.
11 kills
for
11 kills
Chaotic
3
Munch.
kills
Could
5
ask
kills
more from him in that
कितने
game.
सारे kills इनके
As
पास
well, just holding it down with 2,000
wow
damage. Shako as well.
rain day yep
Every
yep
single player
rain
on
day
this team
है
has a 2K or
to
above.
have a neutral
And oh my
view
goodness, 5
to point out
3,
areas of
and
mistakes
11.
which
This
one
is just a team effort, and you can tell by the assists. Usually, it's not that high.
to
Individually,
have a
there's
neutral view and
lots
to
of
point
performances
out
that we've seen.
areas
That's
of
what Chaotic Munch has
mistakes
done.
ah
But in
coach
terms of
का
assists, I don't think
coach का
anyone's
के लिए
come
चाहिए
this
वो
close to
बता
having
रहे हो
that
yes
many, group team
सक्षम ने
kills.
बताया
Yeah,
coach
that was
का
a
के
close
लिए
state game,
चाहिए
it feels like. The
It
way they
was.
were moving down the slope, they didn't even need to necessarily do that, but they saw opportunity, they felt the opportunity,
Yep,
and they
double
seized it
rain day.
time and again, and they made that work. That was fantastic to watch from
भाई
Kick.
chaotic
was
coach को
one of
देखो
the
what am I
games that
doing
maybe
what are you
changed the
doing
feeling
there
of this lobby, and to do it on Storm Point as well might just show that if you are a Kick fan, you have got a lot to be excited about. They jump up
overall leaderboard plus 15 dude इनको plus 15 points मिल गए हैं देखो पहले से नंबर 3 पे पहुंच गई है किक इस एक मैच से plus 15
you cannot stay content, which is
wow
what all those teams did in terms of their points.
shit ये मुझे crazy रकून लगता है घर चले जाएगी ऐसे में
Sticks out like a sore thumb in this bottom half, especially with everything else that we've been seeing.
अच्छा करो oh my god dude scars last overall leaderboard में scars last आ रही है bottom loser bracket के
as well as ascend from a
loser bracket इसका मतलब number 40th last चल रही है वो scars कितना sad है
at the right time. Well, the right time is
और
slowing
मैं
down.
doing expression देखो मुंह पे
Teams home for the first
yeah
time here
oh
in the playoffs.
सक्षम
in
coach
Sweden.
power bomb कर मस्त खेला है इन लोगों ने मैच 5 4 हो गए मैच 2 और मैचेस धवल वो जो तुम पूछ रहे थे ना कि वो क्या है वो सिंबल और उन लोगों ने याद है उन लोगों ने बोला था कि रैंक के बहुत सारे चेंजेस कर रहे हैं वो लोग रैंक में तो अपेरेंटली वो जो सिंबल है ना वो टीम केपी है तो रैंक में अब टीम केपी मिलेगा आपको अगर असिस्ट वगैरह नहीं भी मिले उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता आपकी टीम सबके तीनों के हमेशा सेम पॉइंट्स होंगे आपको जो प्लस आरपी मिलेगा तीनों को हमेशा सेम प्लस आरपी मिलेगा इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ आपको कितने किल्स और असिस्ट मिल रहे हैं। ये रैंक चेंजेस हैं नेक्स्ट सीजन में, वो सिंबल हमारे नॉर्मल मैचेस में ऐड हो रहा है रैंक में। So what's the news of people that other accused of cheating? Who? Which one? I did not hear of any drama in LAN, to be honest, till now. मैं अंकित तेरा तुम्हें देख के ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि तुम मेरा खुश हो रहे हो कि तुम पनाती हो? Gonna get carried to Bloodlord. I don't remember the names. John Burton. Hello Anish, how are you? No, someone else, and then I don't know. Anyway. OP gameplay, but I'm not playing, right? Send force and Syrian DMs for
Welcome
reference.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends playoffs here in Stockholm, Sweden. Rain Day, James Bardov on the cast here for Game 5. And we've got some great finishes that just occurred if you missed the last 4 minutes of broadcast. It is Kick Esports who put together a
31 get carried to Plat for that.
A little bit of context, James. Most games, if you're good and have a pop-off game, is 25 points.
Absolutely. And I'm starting to wonder maybe in future there should be some kind of bounty for the high score.
I understand.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I mean, there's a bounty for
I was like, why are you just sending that in here?
We call that the Apex Predator. They get some extra cash as well.
My PC में channel subscribe 2K. Wow. What do you play?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like
Especially
that.
maybe mini trophies
What do you
or
do
something
stream?
to go with that beautiful one, which I'm sure we will see more of tomorrow. But many of these teams won't be seeing more of that trophy because many of these teams will be ejected from the premises. Once this is all said and done, you really need to make sure you stay in this top 10. 2 games to go, and it is well, the chances.
मुझे राज के लिए sad feel हो रहा है वो like when one क्या मुझे लगता है वो best player है actually में लेकिन उसका team अच्छा perform नहीं कर रही है.
Make your way towards the top.
I mean, that's kind of what
meme बना ली मैंने तो कौन सी meme बना ली meme बना ली तेरी.
And it can change the way you feel about your chances at this tournament. But it is still a far cry from the work that has to get done to make it to tomorrow. They have to not only do this here, they've got to do it
Is
again.
it the Japanese dude? He's actually Korean dude, but he actually like speaks in Japanese when he streams.
Now we've got to go against the teams that
Remember I showed you one video?
Talking NRG players. We've got crazy, AD Raccoon. We've got
मैंने Discord पे भेज तो
we have considered.
Maybe I showed you that video where there was one chicken, the cool bread chicken, who was like
Yeah, and I think Team Empire
bullying other Preds in that class. आपके channel पर 1K
because there's no more time to mess around with people like them. And we know if they want to destroy lobby, they will do so.
Right.
One match, 2 matches और बाकी हैं win. 2 matches और बाकी हैं इस तरह loser bracket 1K, loser bracket 2 sure नहीं है कि आज ही होगा या कल होगा. Loser bracket 2 होगा इन इस वाले इस overall में जो भी top 10 teams होगी उनके बीच और जो दिन में जो मैचेस हुए थे उनकी बॉटम 10 टीम्स एक मैच खेले क्या कल के लिए अभी स्टार्ट तो हो रहा है मैं इतना ज़्यादा लंबा एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया तुम्हें वेन तो अच्छे से तुम है ना पूछते नहीं हो वन मैच क्वेश्चन मार्क डाल देते हो मुझे क्या समझ में आएगा तुम क्या बोलना चाह रहे हो ये कौन सा वीडियो देख रहे हो ये एपेक्स का जो सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट अभी हो रहा है ALGS लैंड का हम लोग वो देख रहे हैं टूर्नामेंट देख रहे हैं हम लोग
uncontested through the squads and it seems like
तुम कौन सा गेम खेलते हो अनीश
50s to start off. It's going to be GMT and Fennel as well 50-50 and we're going to see CLG and potentially FC destroy
कहाँ है
now this doesn't have to be a fight. We've seen this handled a lot of ways especially
with Optic Gaming. Drop spot
they actually love to take that fight but sometimes when they were going at it against Sentinels it wasn't really effective in the qualifiers and it put Sentinels in the position where they weren't actually to be able to be here in Sweden so
you have
drop
spot fish farms
possibility of success
दूसरे मैप के दूसरे कोने में एंड हो रहा है जोन
Yeah, that's
Scars
a very good question. And we can see that FC Destroy and CLG are they're near each other in Cenote Cave. Now we can see that Scars might be fighting early. Looking at the southern
Scars will be fighting early. Scars
west of the map is where the zone is going to be.
Oh, Revenant.
So that's going to get
और Scars बाजू-बाजू में ही है.
Soon. IG and G2 a little more separated from each other in the top right corner of the screen. So we shall see what happens and if there'll be some contesting as we start to move on. Maybe
Game
CLG
Apex Legends.
Maybe they will look for it themselves.
So Fennel, instead of contesting, have now gone to
price pool only rupees 10.
Other side they've gone to the
okay.
They lost to GMT so fast they went to the
तुम
extreme
कोई से टूर्नामेंट करवा रहे हो क्या 10 रुपीस वाले प्राइस पूल का PGMI लेजेंड आप खेलते हो वो गेम लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं डूड मैं मोबाइल गेम्स नहीं खेलती मुझे पाथफाइंडर एलूम चाहिए वेन तुम्हारे पास ऑलरेडी 4 एलूम है ना और कितने चाहिए बहुत ग्रीडी हो रहे हो मुझे लग रहा है तुम कुछ नहीं मिलेगा आज होगा 2 बजे तक स्ट्रीम और व्हाट नहीं ये वाले मैचेस खत्म हो जाए ना ये फुल सेट ये सेकंड लास्ट मैच है फिर बस उतना ही करूंगी मैं सारे नहीं कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला ग्रीडी
It doesn't change based on the lobby, but and again G2 have been quite underwhelming in Sweden thus far, and it's great to see they still have their confidence. They need their results, but you have to play your game. You can't be deterred if you think it's the right thing to do. And G2 are the last team who are going to be like that. So good to see their success. In the meantime, we can see perhaps some frustration from
IG photos ka bheje
of Urban, and they've had to make way for G2 and just get out of there.
An incredibly well-spoken individual. Noises and I think you can see Bryn and Urban
of course
not really meshing as well with this team the way that we thought.
Please मुझे थोड़ा सा वो meme समझा भी देना.
One of the squads that we've expected a lot from. They are currently in the qualifying position of top 10 in this lobby, but not by much. They're at 25 points.
आप कौन से गेम खेलते हो? यही वाला गेम खेलते हो Apex Legends. Oh 500 packs खोलो फिर देखते.
Keeping you up to date. We've got 2 more games on Storm Point to determine who are the first 10 teams to go home. That's right, pack their bags, go back to the hotel, talk it over, and hope for a better time.
2000 packs kholo
That's happening
sare
right
chahiye
now,
na
this hour here on our show.
How are you able to watch the specs? मेरी आंखें बस थोड़ी जलती थी इसलिए अभी नहीं जल रही थी देख पा रही हूँ मुझे पावर ज़्यादा नहीं है तो दिखता है एक्सप्रेशंस के नाम पहले बंदे ने पता नहीं कैसे रूसा हुआ फेस स्पॉन्सर करो
No pun intended. I just realized what I did there. I feel like I should apologize.
You should apologize for that. How dare you do that without
दूसरे बंदे तो angry auntie as well lol.
Kashera has been a well-spoken figurehead for this team, and he had a chance to catch up
with us before
the game started.
मैं भागो जो हार जाए पक्का ओके नहीं ऐसे बहुत सैड होएगा अगर हम किसी टीम को ऐसे चाहेंगे कि वो हारे हम किसी टीम को बोलेंगे कि ये जीतो तुम उनको मत बोलना कि तुम जीतो तुम उनको बोलना तुम हारोगे जो टीम हम चाहते हैं जीतेंगे फिर वो लोग जीत जाएंगे You play Apex?
Well,
समझ आई मी
interesting to think. Ascend and GMT
look
not
at
landing
camera
here as much. He might have been speaking specifically on World's Edge, but that's the idea. Heading into this land, you knew you were going to have Group A versus B, Group A versus C, and A versus D. You were going to play so many different players and teams. It was going to be hard to plan for anything, and you're just going to have to thrive through the chaos, and that's what Chaotic Bunch has been able to do. They fight Finnle now, so Finnle, whether you want to or not, you are going to be the first team fighting on either side of the map, but this time it has gone well. Will our winners of our last game actually go down?
Oh my god! Gibby को मार दिया उसमें. Wow!
Fight again.
वो डब्बा बनने वाला है. Shit, heat shield. Oh, dude, heat shield नहीं होती है tournaments में. डब्बा बन गया वो. भाग क्यों रहा है ये? दूसरी टीम आ गई. दूसरी टीम आ गई थर्ड पार्टी करने. मर जाएगा, जोन से ही मर जाएगा, रिंग से मर जाएगा. Shit. Dude, लेकिन क्लच अच्छा था. थर्ड पार्टी हो गए लोग जोन के बाहर.
Phoenix team just coming in to pick up the scraps like a bag of fries has fallen over. It just picks it up and ate it. They'll take all the protein from that one. 18 squads remaining.
You wouldn't expect a team to be in zone with two other teams at this point when the ring is so clearly really towards the middle of the map. This is such a far rotation, but Phoenix landed that way, and this is one of the things
Team
they gave
Raccoon.
up. Station and Finnle, where they
Crazy
switched due to being.
बोलो Crazy Raccoon हार जाएगी. ये लोग oh my god. ये लोग teabag कर रहे हैं बाहर के. बोलो Crazy Raccoon हार जाएगी तो वो जीत जाएगी ऐसे बोलो.
Don't tell me that.
Thanks for free
I was wondering if they were looking for revenge.
इसलिए पूछ
Apparently
रहे थे.
they have been still admiring the boxes. They really have something to say about this. I don't think he's a fan of
van के
tactical
सब्सक्राइबर
crouching.
हैं.
Seems to be a
आपकी
family
stream
tradition
इतनी
as far as fam
कम
are
लोग के
concerned.
दिखते
So
हैं.
she will
ऐसा नहीं
appreciate
है.
this. And CLG are just saying like, okay, we can't allow you to have
Van
that one
के
over us from the
सब्सक्राइबर
previous
क्या
game.
3000 Apex by only rupees
20
2,70,000.
We've lost.
बेन तुम मुझे दे रहे हो उसके लिए.
And then of course CLG got in the mix.
मैं खोलूंगी फिर से अपने Apex packs.
He's still shooting the box. Can you see it on the HUD?
Well, I think you could tell that.
With your gaming chair and PC, sell your gaming chair and PC.
Earlier with how do you handle when a team is
you
contested?
sell yours.
This is something in Apex Legends
you sell your
rarely,
PS4.
maybe, 90,
and you, I think, if you're sitting on bed and playing, then sell your bed.
This many teams from this many regions, you have to share certain spots. You're gonna get wires crossed on who takes
Just
what, and how do you manage that? And I
Dude,
think what most teams try to do is gauge the level of fear. Do you respect me? Do you respect our team? Do you think we'll win or you'll win in hypothetical situations?
मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता कि कम लोग देखते सही बोलो तो.
the skill relative
अपने सब्सक्राइबर में दूसरों के कंपैरिजन में मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा ही देखते हैं. We need more because we have only one heirloom. Yeah, Wayne बोल रहा है वो देगा मुझे.
Just to really get that soul.
So everything I said was just
Economy भेजूँ must mean हाँ भेजो ना. मेरे 8,000 for 10 packs, तुम्हारे इसमें से 5,000. अच्छा. मेरे पास already इतने सारे heirloom है, मेरे पास बस एक है.
I hope nobody cryptos this. This is a work of art. This is too beautiful for any crypto to be trifling with. Honestly, it is. Detonator. We spoke about them earlier. Opportunity.
Yeah, Scars की team मर. Oh, Scars.
Who seem to be in trouble now. Tygene's on the floor as well, so they may not last much longer.
I'm gonna fucking charge off here.
Alt करके भागो, alt करके भागो, alt करके भागो. नहीं भाग सकता, मरने वाला ही है. ओपन में जा रहा है, इसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है वो क्या करे. दोनों साइड से पड़ रही है उसे, आगे से पीछे से. बहुत सैड हो गया, मुझे लग रहा है स्कार्स जा रही है घर.
I got charged rifle, man.
Do you have bubble?
Yeah, सैड हो गया है. Revenant T-Spots ने मारा इन लोगों को.
Kecuali lokal ya.
ये लोग charge rifle. Oh, ये लोग charge rifle चला रहे हैं.
Kalau gue bilang nih liatin, tapi nggak ada nama lu. Jangan pernah pergi dari situ.
Yep. Terus up comms up, nice. I like it.
Pan. Dikit lagi nih, nomor 1 lagi.
Yep. Merah sih kalau bisa. Enggak deh. Gak usah lah ya.
Ada terbang nggak?
ये क्या है ये?
You know what I like. Oh my god. Forget the points rain day.
ये क्या करके रखा है? What the hell?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Lovely.
Absolutely beautiful.
And
Sorry, please continue.
No, I think it's great. You get to see
Game
this is
it!
Fascination of Color Destroy's dream, right? If they could lose that, this is James' dream as well. If you two
मुझे ये वाली टीम को spectate करना है, game win.
Watson has been something Yuka has continued with.
उसे पूरा fortress बना रखा है उधर. Game
Only
win.
10 teams are qualified for finals tomorrow. It hasn't been working for them. I mean, they were in final 3.
एक नेड आएगा अंदर या एक क्रिप्टो अल्टो आएगा और इतनी जो उसने मेहनत की ना पिछले आधे घंटे में सब बप्पा है 1 सेकंड में. एक मैच खेले लेजेंड एपेक्स अभी नहीं अभी तो बस वॉच पार्टी करूंगी मैं. क्या टाइम है? पढ़ाई हो गई क्या पढ़ा स्वैग बताना तो जरा. Serious, this is just like a yeah, dude. Does damage.
Yeah.
It's out of fences, out of एकदम सही बात. Dude, लेकिन क्या बस fences बनाए पूरा fortress बनाए वो जो पूरा area है ना बस उनका कोई उधर घुस भी नहीं सकता unless enemy के पास crypto हो या एक nade हो. मेरी एग्जाम फिनिश हो चुकी है. ओह कौन से स्कूल आई मीन कौन सी क्लास में हो? कौन क्लास कॉलेज? कैसी आवाज आती है फेंसेस में? डूड इन लोगों को है ना इन लोगों को एक रेत रखनी चाहिए थी और फिर ना वो रेत को है ना पोर्टल बना के किसी को किडनैप करना चाहिए था इसके अंदर. मीम्स है फर्स्ट जरूर देखना या फिर लास्ट तो सब देखूंगी. मैं YouTube चैनल पे फोकस दूंगा. फुल फ्री अप.
結構ヘリ早いマジでやってることやべえこれ
めっちゃファイトしてる
치즈볼 쪽이 아예 차지라서 치즈볼 쪽만 이제
ओ क्रेजी रकून इधर ही है.
이거 나 링 찍으려면 좀
फोर्ट्रेस के जस्ट बाजू में है क्रेजी रकून.
같이 가자. 드론 앞으로 붙여 놓을게.
여기까지 붙었다.
헬로 모노.
나 갈게.
여기 돌.
सबके पास स्नाइपर है. हाँ लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट सी हो रही है तो वही कर रहे हैं नहीं तो उनको ना ही किल्स मिलेंगे ना ही डैमेज मिलेगा.
잠깐만. 지금 찍을 수 있어.
Dude, look at this fortress of this team, dude. Please अपना fortress दिखाओ.
めっちゃファイト終わったかも。
浮くみたいになるの？
なんか浮くみたい。あれ屋根つね。
裏飛んだよ裏飛んだよ。
なんか均等に全員30ぐらい。リードを狙いに行ってるかも。
俺らマジで
क्या मजे से ओपन भाग.
Around the edge of the ring, looking to flank some teams. It looks like
1 million subscribers.
We'll keep an eye on them and see
1 million 1 month में कैसे?
Heading towards IG and Detonator at the moment are G2, and we'll see if that is going to get favorable for them or if it's going to go wrong. And again, they can't afford it to go wrong, but we'll see that later on. We can see Detonator now moving around.
여기서 뒤에서 괴롭히는 거 막아야 돼.
이거 건물 애들이 올 수 있어.
그러니까 야 들어와. 건물 애들이 걸어오는 건 다 막아주잖아. 그러면 여기 오는 건 다 애쉬궁 아니면 발궁이니까.
And side as well. Revenant seem to be fishing for something, but they also have to be concerned with moving into the ring as it is closing, and there are 40 seconds to find a strong
fortress के पास जा रहे हैं.
Flying down. Let's listen into how they approach this one at North Pad. They desperately need a win.
Yeah, this thing's in. Yeah, but I don't want to get pinched from there. If we hold that, they're going to go other places.
That's
true. I want to keep the very end.
ये fortress, look at that fortress. Avocado movement, what do you mean?
早く1個俺も。
こっちさ、ちょっと出ていい？ジャンゴ見に来たかも。
OK。俺が行った方がいいな、そういう時も大丈夫。大丈夫。
I remember I don't have a shotgun, so if we bubble fight, I have Havoc.
Alright.
स्ट्रीम कम वीडियोस ज़्यादा और इंस्टाग्राम पर भी रहना डिस्कॉर्ड वगैरह 1 मिलियन से
Shit on this race, 150. They tried to move there.
चैनल पे 1 मिलियन
Tell
हो
me if they come to this rock.
चुके
because
तुम्हारे
I'm looking up. They can see me from there.
1
Alright, I'm
मिलियन
on
वाओ
the team.
Just looking at checkpoint.
They're vocal-ting.
Alright. There is only 12 teams left.
Yeah.
फाइट कर रहे हैं
Yeah, chill.
Nggak bisa di situ.
Di go safe.
Ya, aman.
Dude, इसके पास स्क्रिप्टो है ये पूरे वॉटसन के पूरे फेंसेस उड़ा सकता है एक बार में अपने अल्ट से
Iya.
Belakang kita guys, belakang kita.
Oke.
2 tim.
Look it.
Depan gua.
12. Garing dia.
Awas ya.
Dia lihat kan yang Max liatin dari situ Max yang tadi ke ini. Lihat ini. Ini low lagi.
Ya lu berdua.
Lagi portal. Lihat portal lah. Knock.
Nice.
wow
Fucked up tuh temannya liatin. Valkyrie.
I got
oh nice
I got cheaton. Itu orang di bawah dua-duanya crack, dua-duanya crack yang di bawah yang duo.
के पास पोजीशनिंग नहीं
Gold.
Aman. Ada tim. Bel. Di gua
aman juga nih.
Gua ngelut dulu.
Itu di bawah dua ya.
Ada lagi.
Gua fuck man.
Sebenarnya best spotnya tuh di sini juga bisa nih di gua nih.
Di mana?
Dari gua nih, di gua
Oke.
nih. Nih, tanpa kena hit sedikit pun.
Bilangin aja.
Nah, ini bawah ini duo.
Ada sisa
dia ke kanan. Kita perangin yang ini ya. Dengerin gua.
Oke.
Gua bakal crypto ult ini, lu nge-pick di sini ya.
Oke.
Ayo, go, nge-pick. Speak that.
Mana?
Cari. Dia lari ke jauh ke depan.
Jalan ya kita?
Kita cari ke depan sini lah.
CSGO esports is high just like this.
Ada orang di atas dia.
हाँ, that is true.
Ungu itu orang yang di atas lo. Gua enggak ada baterai ya.
Ada orang. Valkyrie ult lo ada gak?
Enggak ada. Nih 25.
Dapat cuman pas-pasan banget. Gua ngelup bentar ya. Soalnya ada baterai. Atau ada
Kasih pressure aja, Sob. Kasih pressure aja.
Iya, lo alatin dulu sih. Cari pressure lo.
Yang kanan, tim kanan.
Ya.
Ini masih di sini. Oh, 2 tim anjing.
Iya, di sini 1, di belakang 1.
Oh, ini kayak perang dah. Yang belakang ini kayak perang sama yang ini, Sob.
Enggak, yang ini di sini dia save dia di sini.
40
Dia lagi tanda gua sekarang. Lagi jalan mereka. Bisa kita jalan yuk.
Oke.
Bokongin dia.
Jangan lupa healing him ya.
Bilang kalau ada fakult ya. Berapa persen lagi fakult?
88.
CSGO frozen exploser.
Yeah,
that is. लोग हर गेम में ही और अच्छे होते हैं.
Bagi aja. Kita bisa main di sini nggak sih, jalan gitu ke depan di dalam bawah ini?
Kita walk. Gua dapat ulti
yo.
That extra little bit of damage is just resulted now, but it certainly could be G2 have given up their advantage to stay alive here and climb up into the top 10, and it is all Invictus Gaming who are doing the cleaning up themselves. What a rotation! Just
ada gua ada.
Ya udah gibuild ini sekarang. Yang ini. Tanda gua sekarang. Di situ.
Gua ulti Bang. गोल्टी तो परफेक्ट बंगा
इसी जगह तो उसका पूरा फोर्ट्रेस था इनके फोर्ट्रेस को क्या हो गया गया इनका फोर्ट्रेस
था बना नोबरो आइको
नहीं ये दूसरी जगह फोर्ट्रेस बनाया है दूसरी जगह फोर्ट्रेस बनानी है इन लोगों ने कर क्या रहे
पता नहीं
ये क्या हो गया कहां से मार खा रहे हैं
kiri gitu
bisa
dari safe spot
open में से भागना था
gak ada orang di situ Bel di batu itu Bel
di batu mana
yang shout out to David Bocek, inspire the name, but he didn't inspire that player right there. That's all nasty from GMT. We gave him the nickname for a reason. Him, Del, and Matey.
इस टूर्नामेंट से नई चीजें
to be in that grand
तो
final
सीख रही हो ना
Let's take a look at just exactly how he was able to clip that one waist to the edge.
अच्छा
And then is this bubble
मैं कोई brain damage नहीं लेती हूँ
Oh, why are you running?
Mama!
अब कहाँ रहा तुम्हें क्या लगता है मैं कहाँ रहती हूँ?
Do not want to see that sight, and they're holding the backside of Launchpad, probably the most strengthened position here in this final circle, James.
Yeah, and they bolstered their defensive.
ए वो यार टीम में तो क्या चुपचाप किधर कोने में बैठी हुई है IG noises इधर चुपचाप किसी को नहीं पता है कि वो लोग एग्जिस्ट भी करते हैं
many teams here
कोई आवाज नहीं निकाल रही हैं.
into a very small ring, and it's going to be awkward.
Bow and Tawny, dude, people, some people who actually know how to use bow, they always use bow, and they like, they can like knock people in like 2 or 3 shots. वो तो मुझे करते नहीं आता है वो यूज, इससे मैं नहीं करती. नहीं तो बहुत वो मतलब कि one of the best weapons है वो यूज करते हैं. तो टाइम खत्म होने दो.
8 squads left here.
India, हाँ.
SSG holding the rock. They're outside most of these teams. But it doesn't matter. They've got angles on almost everybody here. Still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, मैं dominate लेता.
Zone बंद हो रहा है. Please ult कर देना मरने से पहले. नहीं किया ult मरने से पहले.
들어가야 돼. 나 죽었다.
सब मर रहे हैं, सब मर रहे हैं.
Surely people are going to start dying to the zone. Yeah, that's a nice stick, but we'll see if he can do anything else. We've got boxes.
5 squads left last zone में.
So much opportunity. Natsuki gets the drop with the charge rifle. Down goes Jay Savage, and he's not going to last.
GMT esports ये वाले उनके पास best spot है. ये कल भी ये same zone बना था और ये GMT की जगह वो NRG थी. लेकिन लोग ने throw कर दिया था. अलग बात है, second आए थे, नहीं तो जीत जाते.
The only problem is GMT are the place everyone wants to be.
GMT के पास best spot है, उन लोग को जीतना चाहिए.
Look at this, Sirdel's not letting them even have the decision. One tap.
Ult भी है dude इसके पास.
Videl and now Space Station holding on this left side, looking to finish off B3 Vega. Can they do it? It's just GMT who have a chance to go ahead and try to finish off everyone, but they're
Space Station
leaving these two teams to fight, and they know
इनके गिब्बी के पास ult है या नहीं? Drop.
It's about to be a 2v2, a
4
essentially for the win here with Space Station and GMT.
4 team kill.
Really difficult position for Vega.
एक जन बच्चा है वो तात्सु नाम का. कहाँ छुपा हुआ है वो?
Surely, please just leave me alone. But there's no
one
else
start
to almost. He's gonna crypto. He's gonna ult himself actually, as well as everybody else. Going out in style, I suppose. 2 squads remain now, and position will be very, very key. But that is a great
GMT
because the ring starting to close, and they may be forced forward out
now,
of that though. But here comes
Caustical.
GMT going forward with the shotguns, with the massive. Down goes Nasky though. Sir Dylan Bailey have to deliver.
मिस करा था एक PK shot. Punch.
What did I just see? Apex Legends Kung Fu matey finds a way though to bounce back. Can he do it for his team? And
Space Station जीत गई.
Are here to stay.
Dude, I just saw some Kung Fu at Apex Legends. That was unreal.
Wow.
Heel kick to the face.
2 matches जीत.
Fashion. Space Station will be the victors. That was quite the game.
Rockman go खेलो ऑनलाइन गेम कभी नहीं सुना इसके बारे में. मैंने डॉगी को लेके नहीं जाना बाहर. बाद में जाऊंगी. मैंने उसे अराउंड सही बोलूं तो 11:30 बजे के करीब लेके जाते हैं.
And you have to wonder, you know, because they were aggressive, did they pick the wrong choice? Because obviously not winning that game felt like they didn't play to their strengths. They phase breached actually.
हाँ 2 मैचेस जीत गए. ये लोग मुझे लगता है कि बाहर नहीं होंगे. ये लोग टॉप 10 में ही रहेंगे.
Use that Ashe ultimate to all ints, but of course, if you all use it,
last minute of Apex turns it from a VR game to Call of Duty,
and that's just going to end the fight right there.
21 points! Wow! Dude, first और second के बीच में कितना ज़्यादा difference है. Wow!
Are the ones who ended it. 21 total points.
Number 6 से number 6 नहीं, rank 5 से सब 1 digit वाले हैं.
Only 4 kills for GMT, but second place will be good for them as well. Again, a late resurgence for GMT, and hey, sometimes you need your back to the wall to start moving forward. You need a bit more pressure, and GMT is certainly starting to deliver now. Another quiet game for Detonator, excuse me. G2 not having the greatest of times either. Just 2 points for G2. That one is a shocker, and again, CLG running hot earlier. Hey, they got 6 kills. Right. That might be the consistency we're looking for. Beyond that, it's almost zeros across the board.
I think a 7-point game, realistically, that's enough to say that we did a decent job. Especially if you win, and especially if you have performances that are relatively in the 5 to 10 point range outside of your wins. That's going to be enough to push you through in top 10. but it's Space Station Gaming, who are a team that have dominated and won games in Stormpoint and have the potential to win games in the future, even in the best of best Apex Legends lobbies, but they haven't been able to put it and put their
तो कौन घर जा रहा है? एक और मैच बचा है अंकित.
Why we consider them, why you pick them in this
एकदम प्रॉपर फाइनल लिस्ट के लिए कि कौन-कौन घर जा रहा है. बाकी 10 लोगों के मैचेस होंगे. और
1900. That's the space station we're used to seeing. That's the space station we need to see. We haven't mentioned Drop's name too much.
No, we haven't.
This entire weekend, and it's a surprise. It's something we want to do more. But here is the overall leaderboard. Suddenly, Space Station move up 2 places now into 2nd place, joint first, in fact, with GMT, as both are on.
Overall leader was GMT. Oh, 1 or 2 के same points हैं. Wow.
But below that, I would say 6 to 10 is.
देखते कौन मुंबई है.
Numbers are pretty close together, so I wouldn't be comfortable if I was any of
ये
I would say
GMT और Space Station तो नहीं होंगे disqualify. I mean disqualify. Scars, dude, Scars अभी भी last चल रही है. ये जितनी भी टीम्स है ना 14 से 20. 14 से 20 मुझे लगता है घर जाएंगे unless ये जो 19-20 है तो पक्का घर जा रहे हैं. 14 से 18 वाली जो टीम से मुझे लगता है until unless ये लोग एक मैच जीते with बहुत सारे kills तो कुछ chances हैं उनके रहने के.
When they were winning or almost winning, the final in that TSM was able to clutch out.
What happened in upper bracket?
It could be the end of their journey in our next LAN.
Actually,
Cannot wait to see how this all ends, James. So many storylines, so many exciting things, so many potential disappointments, all coming up in Game 6. Sir.
ALGS winner bracket. Scores कहाँ देख पा सकते हैं. Winners round 1. हाँ, आज कौन ऑलरेडी फाइनल्स पहुंच चुका है? ऑप्टिक गेमिंग, Cloud9, टीम लिक्विड, 100 चीज में दिखा देती है. ये देखो. ये देखो. अनु मलिक की आत्मा आ गई थी मेरे. You need permission for watch party? कि ऐसा कैसे करते हैं? नहीं, तो ट्विच पे है ना जो ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम हो रही है ट्विच या यूट्यूब पे, बस वही देख रहे हैं. ये देखो, ये विनर्स राउंड 1. ये सारी टीम्स ऑलरेडी फाइनल्स जा चुकी हैं. ऑप्टिक गेमिंग, Cloud9, टीम लिखे आने थे TSM. ये वाली जो टीम्स हैं, ये AD रकून से लेके टीम यूनाइट तक अभी जो मैचेस हो रहे हैं इनमें से जो टॉप 10 आएंगी वो लोग इन 10 टीम्स के साथ फाइट करेंगी. स्ट्राइक नहीं आएगी, नहीं, बहुत सारे लोग करते हैं. प्रो प्लेयर्स भी करते हैं एपिक्स की. जीत गई मेरी टीम. कौन सी वाली? TSM. ये हो रहा है ये वाले मैचेस होने. अभी भी है ना अपडेट होएगा. एक लास्ट मैच बचा है इनका. इनमें से जो बॉटम 10 रहेंगी वो जाएंगी घर. ये जो टॉप 10 रहेंगी वो फाइट करेंगी इनके साथ लास्ट मैच है चलो ये अभी तो प्रो अच्छा I'm so tired but can't sleep. एक है ना एक वेबसाइट है रेनी मूड नाम की वो मजे से लगाओ अच्छी बारिश की आवाज आएगी वो सुन के सो जाओ Do 10 pushes and spot ready to be counted.
But it is time game.
ये दूसरा तरीका
For game 6. Some people are being confused. Why? Well, maybe Hardeki, right? When he first saw us.
I wasn't gonna say.
You weren't gonna say the joke.
It was funny though.
Hardeki did confuse James.
वो इंट्रोवर्ट वाला भी मेरे में अप्लाई होता है तुम खुद को कैसे इमेजिन करते हो डेयरिंग बताओ तो
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I came out of the airport
Mask
and he
was
said,
on.
Hello, rain day. I was like, hey man, how you doing?
I love how you do his accent. I've heard this story like 6 times.
Yeah,
we keep telling it.
It was really funny.
It's a good thing too. And I actually didn't know who Hardeki was, by the way. But no more Hardeki. I love the blonde hair. He's my homie now. We've got them coming up in the next round. Why this is so important though is game 6 means that 10 teams will be deciding their fate. These 10 teams as it stands now, after game 5, going on to the next round where they will face the 10 teams who lost earlier in the losers bracket, the bottom 10. Those will then be the 10
मैं नारुतो का चाचा हूँ
ड्रीम्स में spots in tomorrow's final. But these 10 teams and the 10 teams who lose the next losers bracket round will be going home. These are the first 10 teams. If it ended now, that would
normally लोग है ना ड्रीम में ना खुद नारुतो होते हैं तुम नारुतो के चाचा
big names in here.
5 teams 11 12 13 14 15 that is 5 indeed.
You can count.
They yeah sometimes they are
हो सकता है अब स्टार्स है ना लोगों को एप करेंगी
from 10th place so it's going to be crucial. Every kill, every placement point is going to be absolutely critical.
Just क्योंकि उनका मैंडे नहीं खेल पाया जो मैंडे बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर था स्टार्स का लेकिन वो पॉजिटिव टेस्ट हो गए तो नहीं खेल पाया.
Suddenly your fate is no longer in your hands. That is going to be really scary. Let's not forget Fascination Color Destroy. They're in 10th place in that first game of this Storm Point series, so game number 4. They contested
extreme introvert.
And they killed them.
Like
CLG went after them afterwards
very
in that
big
game number 5 and wanted to exact revenge. So now you've got to feel a bit nervous. You can't really afford to have that variance at the beginning of your final match.
Would you say that if G2 win, they're in?
I would say a lot of things, Rain Day, but that's also one of them that I would say. I would say they're probably
CR too, right? Crazy Raccoon.
Yes. They're on the same points. They're both on 22 points, so they are 6 points away from 10th place. If they win, they're in.
I think it's worth reiterating. If you get the job done here in Game 6, spotlight like Jordan on the final shot, you will be on to the next round, and that's what makes a champion. I'm sorry, I think we have to give esports its due in terms of the clutch moments. That's how you make a name for yourself.
ये कौन सी टीम है इतनी खुश है लोग पक्का जी पक्का ये लोग क्वालिफाई ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं ये लोग जा रहे हैं नेक्स्ट मतलब भी क्वालिफाई मतलब कि नेक्स्ट राउंड में लोग पक्का घर नहीं जा रहे
Apex Legends unless you win the game. And so these teams
even if I've known you for like 2 years and we decided to meet him
GMTR. After the airport incident, I actually got Mathew to go to Rain Day and say hello, Bardo, put the camera, which was pretty fun.
I mean, जब तक सही में मत मिलो
क्योंकि super happy, great energy from
बहुत
that
से
squad.
लोगों बहुत क्या इंट्रोवर्ट्स की एकदम इंटरनेट पर्सनालिटी और IRL पर्सनालिटी एकदम डिफरेंट होती है ना.
I don't even know.
It's going to be dicey.
I don't even know.
It's going to be dicey. It's going to be like a bad salad, you know?
Well, I won't cut to team comms at that point. That's what I would say. And I think it's not even going to be anger. I think it would be just dejection. It would be disappointment. And I know the fans would feel the same way.
हाँ मैं बता रही हूँ लोग हो चुके थे कॉलेज में इतने खुश थे कि अभी मैं अपनी इंट्रोवर्टनेस में सुधार ला रहा हूँ इतना ज़्यादा इंट्रोवर्ट नहीं रहा मैं ओ कैसे सुधार ला रहे हो क्या सुधार रहा है बताओ तो अभी मैं लोगों से अच्छे से बातें कर लेता हूँ that is nice
crazy raccoons
मैं गोजो सातोरू का भाई
even Finnel have a chance here and so do Reply Totem who have started to pick things up over the course of this bracket, but it is do or die. It is win or go home. Top 10.
Win or go home.
You're out of here. And G2 know it. So they are going to land with the utmost care. A 50-50
हमारी
right
जो
now,
मेरी जो at
would
least
be a
favorite
very
teams
dangerous
हैं
prospect indeed for any team.
वो अभी bottom 10 में हैं अगर वो अभी कुछ अच्छा नहीं करे एकदम तो हो जाएंगी बब्बाई GG easy हो जाएगा उनका
on the top left of Northpad where the game just ended, who are very, very
gold sheet.
It's
ये
like
zone कहाँ बंद
Scars
हो
are
रहा
actually
है?
fighting
Command
potentially
center.
There's
Oh,
also
new
Zen
zone
and
लग
F
रहा
to
है ये
destroy
new
on
zone
the
है
left
dude.
side at Mill. I think that's the fight actually going on. Two teams that desperately need to win and put together the points that you know have given them an opportunity.
ये को देखेंगे Scars को ये bottom पे चल रही है देखते क्या करते हैं इन लोग. That's a lie.
I'm running energy.
I got attachments for energy.
I'm good on that. I just need turbo.
It's fucking in Hindi on this stream.
I don't have that.
Yeah, turbo.
Nice, Legend.
How the fuck did you find that?
Turbo charger मिल गया उसको. R99
So many cells, bro.
with
I got
purple
5
mag.
cells.
उसने purple mag
I
ping
don't
दी
even
कि अपने
need
teammates
that,
के लिए.
So
I need backpack. That's what I need the most.
As a retired
blue one on me.
introvert,
Oh,
introvert gets afraid
building.
about what they reply to the
Coming.
what the reply the person will give
three
and
of
what
them.
will the result.
Was in a building behind me
What will
somewhere.
be the
where I looted.
result? That's why they get nervous.
I'm rampage wingman right now. I'd rather go 3-1.
मैं मत देखना अपने favorite team को
Which building was
सहा
it?
नहीं जाएगा.
This one on the bottom. There's a purple armor right here.
11 बज गए जो last
Should have
match
beacon
है.
as well.
नहीं वाला बस ये देख के last. Everyone so
Right here,
used to
purple.
speaking in English that
Motherfucker, I can
all
find it.
most
I
of
found
you
it.
guys speaking English. Run में कहाँ रहते हो योशी?
Someone should grab this bird.
What? Aren't he? What? उनका एक मर गया.
Bro, he's scraping.
Shit.
What the fuck? Grip there. Look.
ना
He's
sad.
griefing, bro.
हम लोग हार
Look
गए.
at it.
What the fuck?
ये लोग bottom 10 में आ रही थी ना?
Bro.
ये लोग
I don't know, man.
सबसे पहले disqualify. I mean हार गए.
What the fuck, bro?
ये sad feel हो रहा है dude. उसका expression देखो.
Bro.
Gue tembakin Tyson juga tadi. 4-4.
Bottom 10 में थी ना Revenant Esports. हाँ.
Yeah, they're ready for it. They're good for it. And there is a
Scars. हाँ. मर गया यार.
Ash is cracked. Ash is cracked.
नहीं हारना है. अगर ये हार गए तो इनका भी GG easy हो जाएगा.
Dude. When did he get out of the fucking building? How do we not see that?
I'm not the front. I don't know.
I was looking at the building.
चले गए वो लोग भी घर जाएंगे अब.
fuck
Scars.
shit, man.
Dude,
Oh my
Mande
fucking
कितना
God,
sad
man.
हो रहा होगा.
How does he just cross outside the building? None of us saw him at all. He just fucking what? He just teleported.
I thought you wanted to Ash on top of the roof when we got the crack.
Yeah, but I was sitting here shooting guy. I cracked the guy right there. Somehow there's a guy on this fucking bridge that just beams me right here, and I can see the stairs, so I don't see him walk out. So how did he get there?
Well, you got the crack, and I was like,
Yeah.
Ash on.
कौन सा है? Revenant. लेकिन अब 20th आए तो पता नहीं.
casualties considering the vacuum of this series than Scars. IG
भोपाल
will
से
land
हो
and look to
योशी.
do what they can. Currently in 9th place, as you can see.
मैं भी sort of भोपाल से by the way.
It says 9th place there. Okay. Yeah, they're joint actually with GW. with game
मैं
wins.
Zeno का भाई
Again,
Zeno
ninth
कौन
place
है?
is no comfort at all. You know, it's like when your
ना
family
कर
friend is still got a plastic on the couch. It's just like every time you move, it's gonna make a weird.
Did you understand what I said?
They're
Yep,
not
yep,
quite
I
gonna
understood.
get that comfort you're looking for, so they have to do better. They've got to rip off those covers and try to enjoy the leather.
Yeah, a lot of people understand that process right now. Every single move matters.
Crazy Raccoon, please top 10 में आ जाना. अभी तो तुम top 10 में नहीं हो. You know, some are from DPS. Dragon Ball Super. Oh, मैंने Dragon Ball नहीं देखा इसलिए नहीं आइडिया मुझे.
크립토 좀 많다.
ये लोग चुपचाप. Wait, what? लोग वॉल के इधर पहुंच गए हैं. इन लोग का ड्रॉप स्पॉट है ना मैप की कहीं और है. लोग इतने जल्दी इधर रोटेट भी कर लिए. ओके, फर्स्ट स्ट्रिंग क्लोज भी नहीं. अच्छी बात है ये.
때리고 이런 거 해야 돼.
난다콜 들어가면
leaderboard in a loser's bracket, but still would not want to lose this one at all. But it seems like that could be it. FC Destroy taking it to him, picking up 3 KP. That's all CLG is to them at this point as they knock out one of our leaders in this lobby in 5th place.
That is absolutely bananas. 3 KP for FC Destroy, and that will be bars of gold, all of those kills. And we did mention that CLG would likely rotate through the mill, especially with the replicator there. That's exactly what happened. And I was fearing for FC Destroy because I thought, okay, they're kind of entertaining themselves, chasing Zen around who have rotated elsewhere, and maybe they'll get themselves into trouble, but apparently not. They are ready for it. They are, again, they're being the bad guys today, focusing on Destroy and moving a little further to security, but some people who are very insecure at the moment in terms of their placement are, well, both of these teams actually, Detonator and G2.
Detonator तो मेरे ख्याल से already वो नहीं कुछ कर सकती है.
We'll see if they go for a full send.
G2 have to decide. Are we going to make it happen? Are we going to wait and buy our time? Are we going to be a little bit respectful of other teams, knowing that, hey, we are not where we want to be yet. We cannot die here. Well, that's not going to change unless you get kills, unless you make these placements go your way. And right now, doesn't look like there's a better fight for them to take. Resulta holding out the range with the charge rifle. Gentrifying looking to push in as well in design. Leading the calls on the comms. Can he bring his team into striking distance to overall qualify for this next round? It hasn't been the tournament they wanted, but there's a chance at redemption here. They're not going to push this one yet. Now fighting in the zone, this becomes more dangerous for everyone, and Detonator might just be able to skirt around this mountain without G2 willing to pursue them anymore.
Yeah, they can't really chase this position unless they see Detonator run around the corner and they want to go after them. But that could also be an ambush. So I think the opportunity has come and gone for G2, and they'll have to disengage. The risk is too high at this point. So they'll be moving back into the zone. Maybe thinking about where Detonator might
fight
hang around up high,
करती नहीं है ज़्यादातर टाइम में. कभी fight में नहीं रहता ऐसा लगता है.
Provide some opportunity, maybe hoping for good fortune. A vault would be enough. A Kraber would be special for G2, but we shall see what it is soon enough if they choose to open it. And I'm sure they will because it's just around the corner. We can see plenty of crypto drones flying around on the radar as well, so one must be careful. Never assume that something is safe. It seems that Gent will take the purple shield to go to the care package just in case he gets peppered.
मैं originally MP से हूँ, but Bangalore में रहती हूँ.
Which could be interesting, and there's instant opportunity as we see Kick on some lower ground. Detonator have rotated around now, and have got some buildings with which to admire the carnage. Space station here as well. So again, you've got to be really careful about how you move across this terrain. Make sure you've got some rocks to cover you, otherwise you could find yourselves in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, G2 kind of playing it close, obviously landing towards the northern side of the map. They've got to find the best way to make it in. Right now, they've got Kick, SSG, Detonator in their way if they continue this route. They could always skyward dive though. Zen, a team with 24 points just outside of qualification. They're going to have to win this fight here. But Stalzy already under pressure, has to hit the shield cell. And Kings forces the shield battery in the dome. Too, one of the most valuable assets to the squad, so they're just taking a full stabilization.
Maybe 17 spots
left. That is dangerous unless they can somehow find an opening.
जिनमें से एक Revenant, Esports,
they're pretty low on resources as well. Have a look at the shields from player to player. You can see they have to drop some shields from one to the other. that not many of them have more than 4 shield cells, and I haven't seen any battery, so they need to win a fight eventually just for the resources. They can't keep these engaging, they can't just keep engaging and disengaging and not getting anything out of it, because they won't have anything left to fight with afterwards.
Are Invictus Gaming going to be right where G2 are? I feel like there are shots happening there. It's Invictus Gaming and G2 who are fighting here. Invictus Gaming in 8th place, and Result already takes so much damage. It's time to do this or go home. G2 have tried to wait out
time to do this or go home. ये लोग अगर ये fight हार गए तो
what are they going to do here? Black Hole as well from
easy हो
Design
जाएगा
to buy some time and maybe some space, but he is so low. He gets the blue shield back up with a shield battery, but look at this Ash poking in. It is going to be Invictus Gaming taking the fight now to G2 underneath.
In the meantime, Zen were eliminated by Ascend and Singularity. 2 teams to finish them off, so it really didn't work out for them. And it seems they may have forced the issue if they didn't, and the other teams did. And well, yeah, there's more than one team here for G2 who have a building at least, but they are taking a lot of damage, and they've really got to try and hold now. Shotguns up close, and that is a good question. Designful and Result are
charge rifle है उसके पास
नहीं
हार
the only one now who has to keep his
1v3 है ये ना मेरे ख्याल से
this is the end of the line. Full send from him, but he doesn't get taken out of the sky, and that is the end of G2. They are eliminated from the tournament.
Eliminated from the tournament.
Space Station Gaming take down G2. One of our North American representatives who have underperformed, but it was really Invictus Gaming who ended up being in the right place at the right time.
तो सोने जा रहे थे ना योशी.
Time if you are a G2 fan.
ये क्या rat है? What?
Forces the engagement, and it didn't go their way. SSG clean up Invictus Gaming.
दूसरे इस वो IG जो स्क्वाड था जो छुपी हुई थी यार उसके दूसरे टीममेट्स का है.
Apex Legends that
IG
but my oh my, a big story there just had its conclusion in G2.
IG
and we might see another one. IG the
oh, 2 जन रैट कर रहे थे, इसके दोनों मर गए हैं. ये टीम IG.
Do you think you can get towards Stormcrusher maybe?
IG. नंबर 9 पे हैं ये लोग. अगर जल्दी मर जाएंगे तो बाहर चले जाएंगे. अच्छा कर गए थोड़ा सा तो फिर टॉप 10 में रहेंगे.
Did you have meds on your box? I had a Phoenix.
KP, इनके पास एक भी
if there's a way you
KP.
get my gun, go for it, man. You're gonna have to go like right now though. There's no loot in there. No loot.
You need to go. Yeah, you just have to go.
Of the strength of Apex Legends around the globe as an esport, but this is the moment that Ascend found out that they were going to take this fight and take down Zen. Ascend desperately needing these points to move forward, and it's a team that, James, if they win, would certainly do what their fans are hoping, which is put them into the next round.
Hope and despair.
ये तो मेरे ख्याल से ये तो हो ही जाएगी क्वालीफाई में. तो टॉप में नंबर 3 चल रही है तो पक्का हो ही गई है.
Definitely want to be in the more
अगर ये लोग 20th भी आते तो हो जाते.
Otherwise, it may be a long journey home for you.
Oh my god, dude, वो 1 HP से survive किया. उसका Phoenix 1 HP से वो हुआ है. Wow.
You can even fly left of the rocks, like over Thunderwatch if you need.
Yeah.
If they're there. Wait, they rock all the way maybe from the beacon.
एक टीम तो कैंपिंग कर रहा है. हाँ, उनका एक मर गया ना. कोई मर गया.
Nobody dead. Why just play here?
अब कहाँ किधर से हो? MP में रही. मैं MP में born हुई हूँ. 3rd standard तक उधर ही थी मैं.
Nice. You can even hit the beacon as well, bro.
लोग मोबाइल respawn beacon क्यों नहीं use करते हैं? लोगों को crafter है ही नहीं.
Yeah.
लोग fight कर रहे crazy रखो.
ये भी देखो. 들어왔다.
fight जीत जाता please.
밖에 나겠다. 올라. 이쪽아. 얘네 텔 썼다.
क्या हुआ सक्षम?
지웠어. 얘네 뭐 못해.
한대 뺐어.
얘네 살릴라 한다. 얘네 텔 타고 어디 갔어? 우리 1층 소리 아니야?
मैंने सबको मार दिया. Full HP है तीनों. जाके मार दो. full squad wipe कर दो.
다시 드론 봐야 돼. 우리 얼티밋 없지? 얼티밋 없어.
TT and detonator ये लोग तो वही टीम है जो G2 से भाग रहे थे उधर lightning rod के पास.
나 폭 없어. 야, 여기 아크 하나 먹어놔. 너 먹어. 너 파밍하고 와. 그리고 나 이거 배터리 하나 먹을게. 이거 메드킷이랑. 오케이. 나 이거 드로닝 좀. 나 오늘 또 봐야 돼. 이거 링증판이야. 나 이거 봐야 돼. 나 배 2개, 셀 11개.
स्पॉट अच्छा है.
여기 야야 들어봐 내 말 들어볼래? 잠깐만 바깥 라인이 많이 걸쳐서 바깥을 계속 쓰려고 해가지고 밖에서 걸어
ये देखो ये रास की टीम पे जा रही देखो ये इधर ये वाले घर में ये लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं रास की टीम इस घर में
대가리 있어? 나이스
अरे ऊपर से
이거 나도 나 EMP 채워야 돼
오케이
잠깐 나
너부터
तुम लोग के ऊपर एक वैल्क्री है सुनो मेरी बात सुनो
링 10초
उसको मार दो केपी में
바깥쪽 외곽 싸운다 존나 싸운다 팀 치고 있어
13분대야
킬 먹은 사람
नहीं
없지?
थोड़ा सा
난
दूर ला
없어 여기 바라치 팀 내려왔어 여기 쓸려 한다
확인.
किसका नाम है
야 링 우리 거야 링 우리 거야
कितनी गंदी जगह ट्रैट कर रहा है ओपन में
Hug the rock by the palm tree there. Next one over's better, bro.
들어봐 들어봐 다음
These
턴에
guys are speaking like angry anime characters.
진짜 무조건 봐
오케이
Whether you know how to pronounce monolingual microservices, you don't want to go news, but do you remember what it means?
여기 내려온 거 같아 아까 그 왓슨 팀
우리 그러니까 무조건 올 거야
I
그냥 올 거야
forgot.
생각해 그냥
I think it's some
야 진짜 부정한 사람 이거 먹어.
야 우리 좀 아크 박는데
Yeah,
상관없어
I forgot.
그냥 개끼 부리는 거야
ने
저거
कर दी है लाइन कनेक्ट अब बोलो
여기 샷
उनको
나오면 해도 된다
सुनने का कौन सी लाइन कनेक्ट कर
얘네 지금
लेकिन वो थोड़ी सी दूर चले गए हैं
이거 프리킬이야 프리킬 좀 깔렸다
डिस्कॉर्ड मुझे लो ये बोल रहे हैं
뒤에 사진 있어
폭 제대로 들어간다. 폭 제대로 들어간다. 사만다.
야 지금 우리 쪽 아니야
빼다.
아 우리
아니야.
오케이 막 괜찮아 얘네 우리
Yes,
못 넘어, 못
yes,
넘어.
disease.
얘네
देखा
발키리만
सही
넘어.
बोला मैंने.
이거 진짜 부정한 사람
वॉल्केनिक है कि मुझे इतना नहीं
보여줘도 돼 베드라면 안 넘는
확인. 야 이거 먹어.
나는 괜찮아
메인.
뭐? 아 오케이
여기 다리 밑에 있다. 다리 밑에 코스틱.
다리 밑 코스 확인
다리 밑에 코스틱 빨간.
야 다리 밑이면 나중에 들어올 수도 있어 코스틱 팀 신경 써
확인
वो दूर अच्छे शॉट्स हैं वो कितना अच्छे हैं इसका
다리 보라고
다리 밑만
계속
나 딴 데 볼게.
오케이
야 이거 링 준다 이번 턴에
오케이.
진짜 발공 바뀔 거야
야 코스
확인.
야너궁 찼지
진짜 무조건
헬멧
해봐
헬멧.
나 EMP 써
Really looks like he's playing on 140 FOV. Is that normal?
우리 숨 너무 헐떡이네. 제대로.
140.
좀만 천천히.
다리 아직
야
있어
여기.
기다려
딴집 들어왔다.
오케이
Where? No.
정리할 수 있어
여기.
My FOV is 110. It looks more than this.
나 뒤로 껴졌다 씨발 야 밖에 있는 애들이 깨뜨렸어 괜찮아 천천히
여기 아래 있다. 여기 아래.
Look when he holds massive. I don't think so.
아직 없어 좀만 내리자 얘들아
눈으로 봐야 돼 얘들아 하늘 보자
इन सब बड़े बड़े नाम वालों से ही पता लग जाता है मिलते जुलते बहुत जाते हैं बीच में
야 메인 헬멧 내놔 나 드론 돌 때까지만
오케이 나궁 앞으로 1퍼 아예 9퍼
ये अभी तक रैट किसे कर रही है कहाँ ये आउट ऑफ बाउंड्स बैठा है गया ये तो गया काम करने रास की टीम में घुस रहा है नहीं पहले ही मर गया रास की टीम में घुसने से 11th था ये लोग
My jetpack just wouldn't activate when I wanted it to.
because they can cape skills नहीं थे ना
most likely has a chance to go ahead and take down the spot that was being held by FC Destroy. We'll follow along with that as well. One of our representatives, one of our favorites from APAC North, having a chance to get involved there. But Optic, they are able to go ahead and fight. It is GMT who are doing well. We know they're going to qualify, but it's Reply Totem and Crazy Raccoon really with a lot of the storylines here because they have a chance.
This looks very stressful, dude. Yes.
Beyond the teams that have already fallen. G2.
ये लोग इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए 3 साल से वेट कर रहे थे 3 साल बाद लैन हुआ है
and now Vega and push themselves into the next round.
और ये एलिमिनेशन वाला है
as well. They are falling like
एलिमिनेशन राउंड है ये
things are going to get nervous.
इसमें अगर आप गए तो गए घर GG easy
반대편 뭐다 다 잡아놨어 하나 얘 돈 빠졌다
야킬 4개 먹었어
오케이 돌아와 다 잡은 거야?
ये लोग एक ओ रास किल लीडर
여기 하나 죽여놓고 돈 빠졌어 나
오케이
내가 죽은 거 살리느라 돈 빠졌어
야 이거 EMP 들어갔다 나 들어간다
야 조용히 해봐 분대 체크해 7팀이에요
इनके पास बेस्ट स्पॉट एक्चुअली में स्टार्टिंग से ही वो लोग इधर आके बैठे थे और
이거 아래 짜발이 찾아야 되긴 하거든 얘네 위에 뒤에 팀 싸운다
오케이
판 가르고 어디 있는지 위치부터 따 제다야
알았어. 야 근데 우리는 집에 있어야 돼 계속.
그래도
야,
따야
지붕이 한 명.
돼.
지붕이 한 명. 한 명.
내가
야 모비 깐다. 모비 깐다 이 새끼. 야 둘이 같이 가. 둘이 같이 가. 메인 둘이 같이 가라고. 가자, 가라고.
야, 돔
죽여. 메인 죽여.
비켜. 존나게 피.
야 쫓아가지 마. 쫓아가지 마.
오케이. 괜찮아.
돌아. या उड़ी उठता ले
ना रिस्की प्ले कर रहे हैं लोग किल लेने के लिए गए वापस आ गए रिस्की था बहुत ये क्रेजी रकम क्रेजी अब हाँ डूड ये लोग घर नहीं जाएंगे अगर इन लोगों फिफ्थ आ गए ये लोग मेरे ख्याल से क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे नेक्स्ट उसके लिए नेक्स्ट सेट ऑफ मैचेस के लिए
얘네 픽하는 것만 조심해. 오케이. 홍규다 계란다에서 픽하면 너 문 열고 쏴줘야 돼.
알아.
I can hear Raz in my mind.
야 메인이 지붕은 몇 퍼야?
지붕은 30.
Not angry, dude. You know, Raz he like never mauls or he's never angry. इसलिए मुझे Raz
어쩔 수 없긴 하다.
이거 얼티밋이 없네.
मुझे नहीं लगता इन तीनों को ही देखे कि कोई भी ऐसे गुस्से टाइप का जाना है.
아니야. 이거
네가 드론으로 봐주기만 하면 돼.
하나라도 걸레되면 얘네 내려온다니까.
내가 걸레 만들 수 있어.
오케이.
나 자신감 있게 하게 해줘.
ये रास बोल रहा है जो पीछे.
야 본다.
ये नहीं.
안돼.
ओके जो बोला वो रास था.
얘네가 우리 그 원줄 때 먼저 할 수도 있어 우리.
EMP 93, EMP 94.
아니 뭐 EMP 쓰고 우리가 지르든가 잡든가.
이거 집안에다가
intense anime noises.
야 폭 있어?
집안에다가 드론 주차시켜 놓고 나갈 때 1층에서 우리 좀 써서 스페이스 만들고 그다음에 EMP 누르고.
They might be speaking in Korean to be honest, because they are Koreans. Raz he speaks in Japanese on stream because he has a very big Japanese audience.
얘네가 우리 할 수도 있어. 얘네 우리 할 수도 있어.
But I think with them he's speaking in Korean. If these two are also Korean, which is very likely.
자 그냥 뭉쳐 있을게 나 이거 여기 다 잘리면.
2층에 있다가 1층으로 나가면 돼.
오케이.
야 그리고 들어봐.
क्यूट तो है कैसे गुस्सा होगा हाँ dude बहुत क्यूट है the way you say Ras लोग कर रहा है his name is Ras oh हाँ यार he said ara I think it's just मेरे को कोरियन आती है बताओ स्वाटकट कोरियन में बात कर रहे हैं जापानीज में
이러면 2층으로 나가야 되는데 우리.
야 이거 EMP 잡고 하나 잡자.
오케이 안에 정리하자.
I think it's Korean.
오케이 나 찾았어.
나 이런 거
81% जल्दी से अल्टा जा गिब्बी का माय गॉड कितना स्लो है गिब्बी कर
2층에서 나가자.
야 이거 천천히 하자.
아니면 옥상 있다.
왜 오른쪽 발키리?
천천히.
위에 있어.
위에 있는 방에 알았어.
야 이거 왼쪽으로 돈 쓰면서 나가야 돼.
Yeah, Japanese not Japanese. तो कोई से words recognize कर पाते हैं ना?
천천히.
जोन के अंदर जोन से ऊपर बैठा है को oh my god नहीं तो सेड हो गया कोई बात नहीं पोजीशन अच्छी आई एक भी केपी नहीं था पोजीशन लेकिन अच्छी आई हो जाने चाहिए इन लोगों को क्वालीफाई
Crazy Raccoon is down too. Fennel, they could have just done it. They might have been the ones to take it, but Reply Totem, no, they come crashing down. They will face off against
Reply
GT Esports. Will they do the unthinkable? Reply Totem's your champion, and they book their ticket almost assuredly into the next round.
Talk about a full send. They made it. I'm pretty sure they did. We saw that.
Dude नंबर 14 पे थी बस क्योंकि इन लोग ने जीता ये वाला मैच विद कितने केपी
Crazy Raccoon though I do wonder if they did enough again. They had the building for so long. They had the dome, the Jibby ult.
ये लोग क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे. Oh my god इन लोग ने एक्चुअली में लास्ट मोमेंट पे क्वालीफाई हुए बस लास्ट मैच
like seals in Canada. I don't know. But
nice Venn diagrams of dude. I accept the exact same word. I use the exact same word for one of the previous games.
At the end of that, but they started with 29. Reply Totem started with 18, and somehow I think they at least got over 35.
Scoreboard दिखाओ जल्दी से.
All around. Vinnel celebrating their performance. Was it enough? It looks like on their faces, it's seemingly enough.
I need to see the numbers.
Is this Reply Totem saying
see the numbers?
Is this true? Did Reply Totem We don't know.
No, their game is bad.
Barely qualify away.
Last
Oh my God,
match
I'm nervous for them.
Where's the abacus? We need to do the numbers. We got counting to do.
I don't know what's happening, but we certainly know that Reply Totem had the most kills in that game. With 20, that puts them at 38. But
Fennel put in work. Fennel got 9 kills in that
Fennel
game.
with 9 kills. 16 points. I mean, I think that might have just put Fennel either tied.
Number 6 or 7 को देखो.
This is
प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट एक 6 था एक 7 था लेकिन 7 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है जस्ट बिकॉज़ उनके पास 7 किल्स थे और उनके पास 0
had enough at that point, James. Even though they did 9, they did well. They were in that final circle.
Super sad for IG.
CR out, not sure, dude. Their position was decent, 4th, but they did not get any kills. They did not get any kills, right?
Tells part of the story of a horrible weekend as far as they are concerned, because it's certain that they didn't make it, but we'll soon find out who did, and I can't wait to see it. But before, I thought I was getting baited. I thought this was the overlay, but it's not.
We just got to shout out Sharp, J Savage, and Amaz. Just incredible players and performances. Whether they go home or whether they move on to the next round, there's one thing you cannot say about them, that they didn't put in their absolute best at the very end of that one. Just plays all around. You saw a bit of a dejected look when they were looking at something. We saw Fennel hugging and clapping.
Crazy Raccoon, they had the best spots in the beginning of the game. But they still did not get any KP. That is sad, dude. उनको KP मिलना चाहिए था.
Let our desk tell us what happened.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Rain Day and James. Hell of a
What is
cast
Ash name?
and what
Amaz.
a series. Our losers bracket certainly did not disappoint. Unless, of course, you're one of the bottom 10 teams, G2, an unfortunate exit, but ultimately a massive congratulations to the likes of Fennel, Reply Totem, and, of course, our dominant teams today, Space Station Gaming and GMT. We'll take a look at the leaderboards here in a moment as I welcome to the desk someone I've been tweeting, hyping it up a little bit. It's Hodsick Reed joining us on the ALGS. I got to lean over and give you some dap.
Absolutely, man.
This is my duo, by the way, my casted duo, my analyst duo, back before you started coaching Team Liquid. Good to have you back on the desk, man.
Dude, it feels good to be sharing the stage, so to speak, again, and super cool.
I
I think Apex to be able to be on LAN and like branch into this, you know, coach and player perspective.
Yeah.
Having Hawkins on earlier was really big. Absolutely smart player.
Yeah, 100%. Good to have you back on the desk, that's for sure. Well, hey, we don't want to keep you all waiting. We want to jump right into the results.
Yes, jump karo. Overall leaderboard.
For the next round is B3 Vega gonna do it. Fennel and
Game with
APAC North inches by FC
Reply Totem barely qualify हुई है लास्ट मैच से. Crazy Raccoon नहीं हुई.
Represent North America is CLG and Space Station. Audic also representing South America.
हम जो भी टीम्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे थे उनमें से एक भी टीम क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई है. वो सब घर जा रही हैं GG easy करके.
We can't miss that one, but also Crazy Raccoon, you know, being from APAC North, this was a team that finished second in the Pro League. I had big thoughts that they were going to be able to do well internationally. Thought maybe the competition would hold up. Did not. Again, this has just been a little bit disappointing from them. They haven't really had any excuses for it either, to be completely honest. But congratulations, of course, to those top 10 teams that did make it through.
एक मिनट, dude, number 10 के कितने points थे? Rank 10 के कितने points थे? 31 points. Crazy Raccoon number 12 पे. Revenant Esports भी 31. Scars के actually में बस 3 points 6 matches में. That is sad, dude.
Crazy Raccoon, IG, probably the biggest names, but also at the very bottom there, Scars playing with a substitute, an unfortunate situation in turn of events
Completed.
for a team that is so beloved, myself included.
Dude,
also playing with a sub VJ.
देखो rank जो 10th आई position में उसके 33 points, 11th के 32 points, 12th और 13th के 31 points.
All these teams, my hat goes off most importantly, as we know you put your heart and soul.
2 point से रह गए हैं वो लोग.
It's not over yet. We got ALGS champs later on this year, and guess what?
Dude, इनको अगर है ना 2 kills भी मिल जाते तो टाई होता.
Chance to qualify for ALGS champs, a major competition coming in just a few months. So obviously, not a whole lot to hang your head on, Hodsick.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
बहुत ही sad है.
The first lane that we've had in 3 years. First for many players. There aren't too many repeat players here. So it's super heartbreaking. I mean, we all love the victory stories, but you know.
Players in Element 9 qualified. Players in Element
tough,
9.
But you know, like you
Where
said,
is
it's not the end.
players?
wait, we got a lot to analyze.
The first one, they were in first round.
And his brilliant mind, his team
Players, oh, they will be playing among these people now, the top 10 of this one. And Element 6, I think you meant Element 6. These people are also going to play with them now.
Then Nasky of GMT live for an interview with Killer Pigeon on the main stage.
Thank you, John. That's right. I am here with Nas.
चलो ये पता नहीं ये वाले matches कब होंगे अब.
Not looking too good. Rough start. But to come in like this, the complete.
पता नहीं आज होंगे या कल, लेकिन अब मैं stream बंद करूँगी, इसलिए मैं किसी टीम को support नहीं करता. मैं बस चाहती हूँ कि कोई सी नई टीम जीते, मालूम है. This is Optic here, very possible.
And we were kind of expecting teams to be playing a little bit more safe, you know, and stuff like that. But all the rotations, they just.
They won Valo Masters, really?
We would be caught on rotations. The team would just see us like 200 meters away, and they would just send us. And sometimes they would
बंद करती हूँ. कल finals होएगा. कल finals होएगा. हम लोग वो देखेंगे. चलो फिर bye bye. Good night. कल मिलते हैं. कल वापस watch party.